Chapter 17 of Mary of Burgundy by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 17. The sight of the approaching party was very acceptable to every one of the persons in the cave, who were not a little tired of their situation after having waited for nearly 2 hours, watching the dying away of a thunderstorm, which, even then, left no better prospect than that the hard leaden clouds which had poured forth the lightning would soften into the showery haze of an unsettled autumn night. The troop, however, seemed to approach but slowly, every now and then pausing and looking round the valley, as if doubtful of the exact place to which their steps should be directed. At length Alice took an impatient step out into the shower, and was followed by one of the falconers, who soon attracted the notice of the horseman by one of the long and peculiar whoops practised in his vocation. The moment after, a young cavalier, habited in the furs and embroideries which designated a man of noble rank in the county of Flanders, dashed forward from the rest, and the next instant Hugh de Montmar was by the side of his fair Alice. A few words of explanation sufficed. A strange horseman, he said, whom the warder described as bearing the appearance of one of the free companions who infested the country, had given notice at the barbican of the castle that the Princess Mary and her train were storm-stayed in that valley, which in the forest bore the name of the Valley of the Marsh, and that, of course, he had instantly set out to render service and assistance. The young gentleman then, with deep respect, tendered his aid to the princess. Mary and her attendants were soon placed in the litters, or mounted on the spare horses, and as it was too late to think of returning to Telmont, the whole party wound onward towards the castle of Hainaut. At the earnest request of the chief groom, however, as the road by the chapel was not longer than that by which the young noble had come, it was preferred in returning to the castle, in order to retrieve the horses which had been left tied in the neighbourhood, and choosing a longer but easier ascent than that which had been trod so rapidly by the Vert Galant some hours before, the princess was soon once more on the spot from which she had been carried in the thunderstorm. The scene that she there beheld was not a little awful. 3 of the walls of the chapel, indeed, remained, but that was all, and the time-dried woodwork, which had supported the tall conical roof, now lay on what had once been the floor, still blackened and smouldering, though the fire which had been kindled by the lightning was well nigh extinguished by the subsequent rain. The chapel itself, however, though it showed how terrible her own fate might have been, was not perhaps the most fearful object that the spot presented. The tall majestic tree which had stood alone a few yards in advance of the building was rent to the very ground, and amidst the shivered boughs and the yellow leaves with which they were covered, lay motionless the beautiful horse which had been tied there, with its strong and energetic limbs, but a few hours before full of wild life and noble fire, now cold and stiff. The wide expansive nostril, small and collapsed, the clear eye, dim and leaden, and the proud head cast powerless down the bank. There are few things show so substantially the mighty and awful power of death as to see a noble horse killed by some sudden accident. The moment before, it stands at the sublimest point of animal existence, as if the living principle were yielded to it in a greater share than to any other thing, and the next, it is shapeless carrion. "Alas, the poor horse!" cried Mary, when her eyes fell upon the gallant beast lying stretched out beneath the tree. "Alas, the poor horse!" But running along the chain of association, her mind speedily reverted to herself, and the fate she had so narrowly escaped, and closing her eyes while the litter was borne on, she spent a few moments in thankful prayer. The other horses, which had been tied at a little distance to the east of the chapel, appeared to have broken their bridles from fear, and escaped. The trees under which they had been fastened remained uninjured by the storm, but no trace could be discovered of the animals themselves. After the lapse of a few minutes spent in the search, the cavalcade moved on at a quicker pace, and Mary of Burgundy soon observed with a smile that Hugh de Montmar, though often at the side of the litter in which she herself was placed, offering all those formal attentions which her rank and station required, was still more frequently in the neighbourhood of the one which followed, and which contained her fair attendant, Alice, alone. The young waiting woman who shared the princess's conveyance remarked the particular attentions of the young lord also, and commented on it with some acerbity, but her jealous anger was soon repressed by Mary's sweet smile, and ere long the whole cavalcade wound through the barbican and the manifold gates of the castle of Hainault. The retainers of the lord of the mansion, drawn up in the courtyards, received the heiress of Burgundy and Flanders with feudal reverence, and the old lord himself waited bareheaded to hand her from the vehicle which had conveyed her thither. She was instantly conducted to the apartments which Alice of Imbercourt had inhabited during her stay, and a part of the wardrobe which the fair girl had left behind, in the hope of a speedy return, now served to replace the damp garments of the princess. On returning from the chamber where she had made this change of dress to the little sitting-room, or bower, as it was called, in the castles of the nobility of that time, the princess found that supper had been laid out for her there, rather than in the hall, but at the same time she perceived by the solitary cover which graced the table, while the lord of Hainault and Hugh de Montmar stood by to attend upon her, that she was to be served with all the formal state and ceremony of a sovereign princess. "Nay, nay, my lord," she said, as she remarked the fact, "I must not suffer all this. While I am here, I must have you consider me as a wandering demoiselle, whom you have delivered from danger and distress, and with whose rank or station you are unacquainted. All, therefore, of noble blood must sit and partake with me of my supper, or I partake not myself." The old lord of Hainault, well knowing the formal ceremony maintained at the court of Burgundy, especially during the previous reign, would fain have remonstrated, but Mary cut him short, laying her hand kindly and gently on the old man's arm, and saying, in a soft and somewhat playful tone, "Must Mary of Burgundy command? Well then, be it so. We command you, my lord, to forget from this moment that there is anyone beneath your roof but a dear friend of your sweet niece, Alice. Believe me," she added more seriously, "that I know no greater enjoyment than to cast aside the trammels of state, and the cold weight of ceremony, and let my heart play free. To me it is like what you, my lords, must have felt in unbuckling your armour after a long day's tournament." Although the politeness of that day was of the stately and rigid kind which might have required the lord of Hainault to press further the ceremonious respect he had been about to show, he had too much of the truer politeness of the heart not to yield at once to the princess's wishes thus expressed. More covers were instantly laid upon the table, and assuming easily the station of host, in place of that of feudal subject, he treated his fair guests during supper with easy courtesy, mingled indeed, but not loaded, with respect. The time passed pleasantly, and many a varied strain of conversation regarding all those matters which were interesting in that age whiled the minutes insensibly away. The common subjects, indeed, connected with the state of society as it then existed, arms and love, and the hunting field, the news of the day, and the gossip of the town, were the first things spoken of, as matters on which all could converse. But speedily, as each tried the other's powers, and found that there were less ordinary topics on which they might communicate, the conversation turned to arts, to letters, and to the human mind. Hugh de Montmar, whose travels through many lands had made him acquainted with things but scantily known even at the luxurious court of Burgundy, told of the efforts that Italy was then beginning to make to cast off the darkness which had so long hung over her states, described many a beautiful object which he had seen in the land of ancient arts, and rose into enthusiasm as he spoke of Medici, and all that his magnificent efforts were likely to restore to Italy. The newly discovered art of printing, too, was mentioned and discussed, and surmises of what it might one time accomplish were ventured on that occasion which would astonish those who see them only partly realized, even in the present day. But it was perhaps one of the weaknesses of that age to attribute greater mysterious powers to everything that was new and unusual, and though clear and philosophical reasoning guided the Lord of Hainault to some of his anticipations in regard to printing, a vague degree of superstition, or perhaps it might better be called mysticism, added not a little. It was an easy transition from considering what the mind could do to consider what the mind of man even then did. And Mary, half fearful of offending, yet with her curiosity not a little excited, led the conversation to those dark and mysterious arts, in the study of which the Lord of Hainault was supposed to pass the greater part of his time. Upon that branch of what were then called the dark sciences, which referred to the communication of mortal beings with the spiritual world, the old lord was profoundly silent. But in the accuracy and reality of the art by which man was then supposed to read his future fate from the bright and mysterious orbs of heaven, he expressed his most deep and sincere conviction. Many a long and weary night, many a deep and anxious thought have I given, he said, to the subject, and, after the study of nearly 40 years, after searching philosophy and scripture, after consulting the learned and the wise, I cannot doubt, madam, that the science which the Chaldee shepherds studied and acquired in the plains of the East has come down to us, though not in the degree of clear accuracy to which they had brought it. Our calculations are sometimes slightly wrong, a day, a month, a year sometimes, too early or too late, but on examination I have always found that the error was in the imperfection of my own knowledge, not in a deceitful prognostication of the stars. The mind of woman is naturally more bent towards superstition than that of man. Mary of Burgundy had heard her father rave against astrologers as quacks and impostors, especially whenever their predictions did not accord with his own designs. But she had heard him also express on many an occasion a desire for their counsel, and even the abuse which he showered upon them had shown her how much importance he attached to their predictions. Her belief, indeed, in their skill was not untinged with doubt, more, indeed, than was usual in that age, but nevertheless it was still belief, and the calm and serious assurances of a man so famous for his wisdom and his skill as the Lord of Hainault raised that belief for the time to certainty. "I wish," she replied with a smile, in answer to what he had last said, "I wish that I had here noted down the exact day and hour and minute of my birth, that I might ask you, my lord, to give me some insight into my future fate." "Were such really your wishes, lady," answered the old nobleman, "your desire might soon be gratified. Too much interest have I ever felt in the House of Burgundy not to obtain every particle of information necessary to discover exactly, as far as human science can reach, the destinies and fate of each child of that race." "Indeed!" exclaimed Mary. "And can you then calculate for me, with any degree of accuracy, the lot that is likely to befall me in life?" And her eyes, as she spoke, turned with a glance of inquiring interest towards Alice of Imbercourt, as if for confirmation of her belief in the old lord's skill. "I can do more, lady," said the Lord of Hainault. "I can show you a page where the whole is already written. While you were yet in the cradle, the interest which everyone takes in those who are destined to rule nations led me to draw the scheme of your nativity, and to learn everything concerning your part in the future, which human science could discover. At the same time, the famous Anthony of Palermo separately undertook the same task, and, after mature deliberation, though at the distance of many 100 miles, each sent the other a transcript of the result. The difference between our calculations was so slight as scarcely to merit the name, and I can now place before your eyes the two combined. I pledge my word to you that more than 18 years have elapsed since those calculations were made, and from the past, which you cannot doubt, you shall learn to judge of the future. Do you desire to see it?" Mary turned somewhat pale, and paused ere she replied, but at length she answered, "I do, and thank you, sir." "The book in which that eventful page is written," said the Lord of Hainault, "must never leave the chamber where it has been so long preserved, and I can but suffer one person to accompany you to its perusal. Choose then, lady, who shall it be?" "Alice," said the princess, "will you go with me?" "Willingly, willingly," replied the lively girl, "if my uncle promises beforehand to call up no spirits to terrify us out of our senses." "Let me beseech you not to go, madam," exclaimed the old cavalier who had accompanied them thither. "I never yet did know any one who attempted to pry into the hidden secrets of fate who did not bitterly repent it." "Madam," said the Lord of Hainault, "follow, I entreat, your own judgment alone. I urge you not to read or to forbear, yet, as far as my memory serves me, you may read without much apprehension; for though you may have many a painful scene yet to go through, as who in life has not, still there will be bright days, and many, before the end." "I will go, my lord," replied Mary. "Come, Alice, lend me your arm. My lord, I will follow you." "Ho, without there! A light, a light!" exclaimed the Lord of Hainault. "Pause yet a moment, lady. The sun is down, and the dim and narrow passages of this building are not to be trod by a stranger without more light than yon twilight sky will now afford. Bear a torch to the end of the gallery, Roger," he said, speaking to a tall old man who appeared at his summons. "Now, madam, permit me to lead you." Thus speaking, he took the hand of the princess reverently in his own, and led her from the chamber, followed by Alice of Imbercourt. The next moment Mary found herself in a long gallery, pierced by many windows turned to the westward, through which might be seen the fiery streaks left by the setting sun upon the verge of the stormy sky. Manifold doors opened opposite to these windows, and between the apertures the effigies of many a warrior frowned in steel, while the red glare of the sunset flashed upon the polished armour, as each suit stood supported by its own wooden figure, giving to all the prominent points a bloody hue, akin to the associations that the sight of those implements of war called up. At the end of this long corridor was a wide archway, at which, ere Mary had paced half the length of the gallery, a figure took its place, bearing a lighted torch; and though the whole arrangement of the building was, in that age, more common, and consequently appeared less gloomy than it would seem at present, still there was an aspect of solemn grandeur about it that raised and yet saddened the feelings of Mary of Burgundy, as she advanced in the firm belief that she was about to see the scheme of her future life laid open before her eyes. Passing through the archway with the torch-bearer preceding them, the old lord and his two fair companions wound round the greater part of the building, in order to reach the apartment in which he pursued his studies, without passing through the common hall. And as they swept along the dark and narrow passages, with the torchlight flashing on the rude and mouldered stone, the sense of awe and expectation increased in the bosom of the princess almost to the height of pain. Alice, too, felt it, and was profoundly silent; and when at length they entered the chamber in which the lonely hours of a long life had been spent in solitary and mysterious study, she gazed around her with a glance of curiosity and apprehension, which clearly showed that she herself had never set foot within its walls before. The silver lamp hung lighted from the roof, and the attendant with his torch drew back to let them pass, carefully avoiding, however, to set his foot across the threshold. Mary's heart beat quick, and she now began to ask herself whether she had any right to unveil that awful future over which the Almighty has cast so profound a shadow. What was she about to do? To learn her fate, without the possibility of changing it; to acquire the knowledge of each event that was to happen, without the power of avoiding or ruling it as it arose; to mark every danger while yet it lay in the womb of the future; to foreknow every pang while yet it was far distant; to sip the cup of agony and fear, drop by drop, long before fate compelled her to the draught, and to make each day miserable with the certainty of the morrow's sorrow. While such thoughts passed through her mind, the old noble took down one of the large volumes from the cabinet, and unfastening the golden clasps with which it was bound, he laid it on the desk beneath the lamp. "Madam," he said, "you wished to know the fate of your future years. It is now before you. Event by event I have marked the current of the past, and I have found no error yet in what is there written. Read then, if you will, and with full confidence, for as sure as that we all live, and that we all must die, every term of your coming existence is there, written down." Mary took a step or two towards the book, laid her fair hand upon the yellow leaves, then paused and gazed upwards for a moment. "No," she exclaimed at length, "no, it is wiser, it is better as it is. Most merciful was the decree of the Most High that veiled the future in uncertainty. Forgive me, God, that I have sought to pry beyond the limits that Thou Thyself hast set. No, no, I will not read." So saying, she drew hastily back, as if afraid of her own determination, cast open the door, and quitted the apartment. The Lord of Hainault followed in some surprise. "Madam," he said, as he offered his hand to guide the princess through the passages which the want of the torch now rendered totally dark, "I will not say that you have done wrong, but you have, I own, surprised me." "My lord," replied the princess, "I feel that I have done right, and have not suffered curiosity to triumph over reason. At least," she added with a smile, "you can say there is one woman in the world who, when the book of destiny was laid open before her, refused to read." "It is indeed a wonder which may well be noted down," replied the old nobleman; "but I believe we have left another behind who may not have the same prudence. Alice." He added aloud, "Alice, beware! Close the door, fair niece," he added, as the young lady followed, and having seen that it was fastened, he led the way back to the apartments which the princess was to occupy for the night. The party they now rejoined there were, as may be naturally supposed, full of curiosity, which, however much restrained by respect, was sufficiently apparent; and Mary, whose spirits had risen since her determination had been formed, told them at once with gay good humour that she had been afraid to read, and therefore, she said, "I can tell you nothing of the future, for, thank God, I know nothing." "I am happy then, madam," said Hugh de Montmar, "that I can tell you something of the present, which may make up for the disappointment, and what I can tell you is good. A messenger has arrived during your brief absence, bringing news from Lorraine. My lord your father is, as you doubtless know, in the field, and notwithstanding the checks of Granson and Morat, has an army in better condition than ever. Of all this you are aware, but now you will be glad to hear that Rainier of Lorraine and all his Switzers have fled before the Duke across the Moselle, that Dulois, Pont-à-Mousson, and Pont have surrendered to Burgundy, and that the general of the enemy has left his army and retired to Germany. Such tidings in regard to the present banished the thoughts of the future, which the preceding events had called up; and the messenger, being summoned to the presence of the princess, repeated the joyful news he had brought in a more circumstantial manner, and added the still more important information in Mary's eyes that her father was in good health, and had totally shaken off the lethargy of grief into which the defeat at Morat had thrown him for many weeks. Thus passed the evening of the princess's stay in the castle of Hainault, and early the next morning, escorted by Hugh de Montmar and a large body of armed retainers, as well as a party of her own attendants who had arrived from Tirlemont, she passed through the forest and proceeded on the visitation which she was making to various cities in the county of Flanders. In each and all she was received with loud and joyful acclamations, for as both Philip of Comines and good John Molinet observed of their countrymen, the Flemings, they always adored their heirs of the county till they were invested with real authority, but from the moment they succeeded to the sovereignty, they became objects of as much detestation and abuse as they before were of love and applause. Thus, as she progressed through the land, Mary fondly fancied that the Flemings had been a people greatly traduced, and believed that their hearts and best wishes would surely follow a mild and just government. That such, after all circumstances and in every time, should be the character of her own sway, she firmly resolved, and she returned to Ghent convinced that peace, goodwill, and union of purpose would ever reign between her and the honest commons of Flanders. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of Mary of Burgundy by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 18. We must make our narrative of the events which took place in Ghent precede the arrival of the princess in that city by a few days, as her return did not take place till the evening of the 10th of January 1477, and it may be necessary to mark particularly some circumstances which occurred on the 8th of that month. Premising, however, that the local government had been left in the hands of the Lord of Imbercourt during her absence. The scene to which we wish to introduce the reader is a small dark chamber in one of the largest mercantile houses in Ghent, but far removed from the warehouse or the shop, and fitted up with a degree of luxury and elegance only known in Europe at that time amongst the great Flemish or Venetian merchants. The walls were hung with rich tapestry. Carpets of the same fabric covered the floor, silver lamps and small round mirrors, then one of the most costly articles of furniture, hung around, and in short the whole interior of the room presented an aspect of wealth and comfort not to be exceeded by anything of modern days. At the time I speak of, however, various circumstances combined to show that the apartment was the abode of sorrow. Only one of the lamps was lighted. The cloak and bonnet of a citizen of the time were cast recklessly on the ground near the door. A small dagger lay upon the table, and in a seat before it, with his eyes buried in his hand and his body shaken with convulsive sobs, sat the little druggist, Gannet, displaying that sort of dejected disarray of dress and careless fall of the limbs which denotes so strongly that despair has mastered the citadel of hope in the human heart. From time to time the sighs and groans which struggled from his bosom gave way to momentary exclamations, sometimes loud and fierce, sometimes muttered and low. "He was my son," he would exclaim. "Aye, notwithstanding all, he was my son. He had robbed me, it is true, taken my gold, resisted my authority, scoffed at my rebuke, but still my blood poured through his veins. And to die such a death by the common hangman, like a dog, to hang over the gate of the city, for the ravens to eat him like the carrion of a horse." And once more he gave way to tears and groans. Then again he would exclaim, "The fiends, the incarnate fiends, to slaughter my poor boy like a wolf, to refuse prayers, entreaties, gold. Can they be fathers? Out upon them, cold-hearted tigers! He has done no more than many a man has done. What though the woman was wronged? What though her brother was slain in the affray? Do not these proud nobles do worse every day? Besides, she should have had gold, oceans of gold. But now I will have revenge, deep, bitter, insatiable revenge." And he shook his thin, bony hand in the air, while the fire of hell itself seemed gleaming from the bottom of his small, dark eyes. At that moment there was a noise heard without, and the voices of two persons in some degree of contention, as if the one strove to prevent the other from entering, sounded along the passage. "Out of my way!" cried the one in a harsh, sharp, grating tone. "I tell you, boy, I must enter. I have business with your master. I enter everywhere at all times and seasons." "But don't you know, sir, what has happened?" cried the other voice. "My master is in great affliction, and bade us deny sight of him to every one." "I know all about it, much better than you do, lad," replied the first. "Out of my way, I say, or I will knock your head against the wall." The little druggist had started up at the first sounds, and after gazing upon the door for a moment, with the fierce intensity of the tiger watching his victim before the spring, he seemed to recognise the voice of the speaker who sought to force his way in, and snatching the dagger hastily from the table, He placed it in his bosom, wiped away the marks of tears from his eyes, and then cast himself back again in his seat. Almost at the same moment the door opened, and Maillotin du Bac, the prévôt of the Duke of Burgundy, appeared, together with a lad who seemed to be a serving boy of the druggist's. The prévôt was habited in a different manner on the present occasion from that in which we have before depicted him. He was no longer either clad in arms, as he had appeared at the castle of Hainault, or wrapped in bandages, as he had shown himself before the council. His dress was now a rich and costly suit of fine cloth, splendidly embroidered, together with a bonnet of the same colour, in which, as was then very customary amongst the nobles, he wore the brush of a fox, slightly drooping on one side, as it may sometimes be seen in the cap of the successful hunter of the present day. Over his more gaudy apparel, however, he had cast a long black cloak, bordered with sable, which he probably used in general on occasions of mourning. "This person will have entrance," said the youth who accompanied him, addressing the little druggist, "notwithstanding all I can do to prevent him." "Hinder him not," replied Gannet, "but shut the door and get thee gone." The boy readily obeyed the order he received, and Maillotin du Bac, advancing into the room, saluted the druggist with some degree of formal courtesy, not unmixed with that solemnity of aspect wherewith men do reverence to griefs they personally feel but little. "Health and better cheer to you, Master Gannet," he said, taking a seat close by the druggist. "Health and better cheer to you. This is a sad business indeed, and I wish to talk over it with you." The druggist eyed him for a moment or two in bitter silence, while his heavy eyebrows were drawn together till they met, and almost concealed the small piercing eyes beneath. "You are kind, Sir Prévôt," he said in a sneering tone. "You are mighty kind. But let me tell you, that were it not that I hear there has been something strange, I know not whether to say friendly, in the conduct that you have pursued through all that is gone, I would show you how a man deserves to be treated who forces himself upon a father on the day of his son's death." "Why now, Master Gannet, I can bear with you a great deal," replied the prévôt, "and therefore say what you will, I shall not be offended. But you very well know that I would not myself, nor would I suffer any of my men, to have anything to do with this bad business, either in regard to the arrest or the execution." "Murder! Call it murder!" cried the druggist, grasping the arm of his chair with a convulsive motion of his hand. "Well, murder be it," replied the prévôt, "though they say they did it all by law. But, however, I did not choose to have anything to do with it, not alone from considering the right or wrong of the matter, but because I had a regard for yourself, and that there are 2 or 3 little feelings in common between us." "Ay, indeed," cried the druggist, "and what may they be?" Maillotin du Bac laid his large, strong, bony hand upon the arm of the druggist, and fixing his keen, hawk-like eyes upon his face, replied, "First and foremost, hatred to Imbercourt." "Ha!" exclaimed the druggist, almost starting from his seat. "How knew you that I hated him, at least before this last dark deed?" "Because," replied Maillotin du Bac, "some 10 years ago, when the people of Ghent were pressing boldly round the Duke, and shouting for their privileges, I saw this Imbercourt give a contemptuous buffet to a man who had caught him by the robe. Do you remember such a thing? The man was a rich druggist of Ghent, and in his first fury he got a knife halfway out of his bosom, not unlike that which lies in your own, Master Gannet. But a moment after he put it up again, as he saw the Duke's horseman riding down, and, with a smooth face and pleasant smile, said to the man who had struck him, 'We shall meet again, fair sir.' Ay, and we have met again. But how? Cried the druggist, grasping the arm of the prévôt tight as he spoke. How have we met again? Not as it should have been, for vengeance on the insolent oppressor. No, but to go upon my knees before him, to humble myself to the very dust, to drop my tears at his feet, to beseech him to spare my child's life." "And he spurned you away from him, of course," replied Maillotin du Bac eagerly. No, answered the druggist. No, he did not spurn me, But he did worse. He pretended to pity me. He declared that what I asked was not in his power, that he had not pronounced the sentence, that it was the échevin of the city, and that he had no right nor authority to reverse the judgment. Oh, that I should have been a cursed idiot to have humbled myself before him, to be pitied, to be commiserated by him whose buffet was still burning on my cheek, to be called poor man, unhappy father, to be prayed to take some wine, as if I had not the wherewithal to buy it for myself. Out upon them all! Eternal curses light upon their heads, and sink them all to hell. And as he spoke, the unhappy man gave way to one of those fearful fits of wrath which had divided his moments during the whole of that day with grief as bitter and unavailing. Mayotin du Bac let the first gust of passion have its way, with that sort of calm, indifferent management of the other's grief which showed how familiar his ruthless office had rendered him with every expression of human misery and despair. "Ay," he said, after the tempest had in some degree passed, "it was just like him. A cold, calculating person enough he is, and was, and always will be. Much should I like to hear, though, how it happened that he had no power to grant pardon. Did not the princess give him full authority when he went?" "He said not, cried the druggist eagerly. "And if he lied, with a father's tears dewing his feet, a father's agony before his eyes, he has purchased a place for him as deep as Judas in the fiery abyss, if there be such a place, at least as monks would have us believe. Would it were true for his sake!" "But why did you not pray him," demanded the prévôt, "to stay the execution till the return of the princess herself? She would have granted you an easy pardon, and your boy's life might have been saved." I did," replied the unhappy father. "I did pray, I did beseech for a day, for an hour, but he would not listen to me. He said that the circumstances of the case would not justify such an action, that the proofs were clear and undoubted, that he, my poor luckless boy, had committed an offence heinous in the eyes of God and man, that he had outraged a defenceless woman, and slain a fellow creature to escape from the punishment of the crime he had committed. Oh, may the time come, that he himself may plead for mercy to ears as deaf as inexorable. Mark me, Sir Prévôt, mark me. Men say lightly that they would give a right hand for some trifling nothing that they covet in this world, some rare jewel, or some painted hood, or some prancing horse. But I would lay down both these old hands, and bid the hangman strike them off, ay, with a smile, for but 1 hour of sweet revenge." "If such be the case," replied Mayotin du Bac in his usual commonplace tone. "If such be the case," exclaimed the other, starting up with a new and violent passion, "if such be the case, I tell thee it is, man. Why came you here? What do you want with me? Beware how you urge a desperate man. What seek you? What offer you? Do you come to give me revenge? If me no ifs, Sir Prévôt. Come you to give revenge?" "I do," replied the prévôt, who had been waiting till the other had run out his hasty exclamations. "I do, Master Gannet, if you can recover your cool tranquillity, and argue some difficult points with me, not forgetting the calm policy with which I have heard that you can bend some of your young and inexperienced comrades to your purpose. But recollect yourself, but be determined, collected, and shrewd, and you shall have revenge, as I am a living man," he added, seeing the druggist's eyes fixed upon him with a look of stern inquiry. "Then I am calm," answered the old man, "as calm as the dead. I seek but that one thing, revenge. Thou sayest true, Sir Prévôt. I have been moved, far too moved. I, who am wont to stir the minds of others, while I keep my own as tranquil as a still lake, I should not have yielded to such mad despair, but should only have thought how I might repay the mighty debts I owe to some below the moon. Pardon me, and forget what you have seen. But you have never lost a child. You have never seen your only one given to the butchers. But I am calm, as I said, quite calm, and I will be calmer still. Ho, boy, without there!" And rising from the table, he threw open the door, and rang a small silver handbell which stood beside him, in answer to the tones of which the boy who had before presented himself reappeared. "Bring me," said the druggist, "that small box of the precious juice of the Tebe, which the Venetian merchants sent me, so pure and unadulterated. Let us be silent till it comes," he added, speaking to the prévôt. "It will soon quiet all but the settled purpose. I marvel that I thought not of its virtues before." The boy returned speedily, bringing a small box of Sanders wood, in which, wrapped in innumerable covers to preserve its virtues, was a quantity of pure opium, from the mass of which the druggist pinched off a small portion and swallowed it, much to the surprise of Mahutin du Bac, who held all drugs in sovereign abhorrence. However violent might be his passions, Gannet, by the influence of a powerful mind, had acquired such complete command over them in all ordinary circumstances, that seldom, if ever, had they cast off his control in the course of life. On the present occasion, indeed, despair and mental agony had conquered all for a time, but even before he had swallowed the opium he had recovered his rule, and speedily, as that great narcotic began to exercise its soothing influence upon the irritated fibres of his corporeal frame, the mind acquired still greater ascendancy, and he felt no little shame and contempt for himself on account of the weak burst of frenzied violence to which he had given way in the presence of the prévôt. He was too politic, however, when he had regained his self-command, to show that he did contemn the feelings to which he had given way, and he at once prepared to play with Mahutin du Bac the same shrewd and artificial part which he had laid down as a general rule of his behaviour towards mankind. The two were fairly matched, for the prévôt was one of those in whom a sort of natural instinct, as well as the continual habit of observation, leads to the clear perception of other men's motives, especially where they strive to conceal themselves amongst the dark and tortuous paths of policy. He was certainly sometimes wrong in his calculations, but was not often so, and in the present instance, by placing himself exactly in the situation of the druggist, and conceiving what would have been his own feelings under such circumstances, with a little allowance for the difference of character, he arrived at a very correct conclusion in regard to the designs and wishes of his companion, as well as to the obstacles which might impede them from acting together. One great difficulty, indeed, would have lain in his way on almost any other occasion, for so accustomed was he both to see others attempt to deceive him and to deceive others himself in return, that he could scarcely deal straightforwardly with anyone. As he was now perfectly sincere, however, in his desire of aiding the druggist's revenge, or rather of accomplishing his own through that of Gannet, he could afford to be candid on the present occasion. All that obstructed their cordial co-operation arose in those doubts and fears of each other, which all villains, however bold, must naturally feel on leaguing themselves together for an evil purpose, and such doubts and fears were undoubtedly felt strongly by the prévôt and his companion. Nevertheless, these difficulties were to be got over. The jealousies and suspicions were soon very frankly avowed, for as each, though with certain modifications, considered cunning or shrewdness as the height of human wisdom, and consequently of human virtue, vanity itself naturally taught them to display rather than to conceal the prudent circumspection with which they guarded against any danger from each other. We cannot here detail the whole conversation that ensued, but in the first instance the druggist made himself master of all the circumstances which acted as incentives to revenge, in the mind of Mahutin du Bac, against the Lord of Imbercourt, before he committed himself further. By many a keen question he induced him to unveil, step by step, the manner in which, through many years, that nobleman had thwarted his designs and incurred his displeasure; how he had cut him off from reward and honour where he had striven for it by dishonourable means; how he had defended the innocent against his persecution; how he had sternly overturned many of his best laid schemes, and exposed some of his most subtle contrivances, from a period long before, up to the day on which his testimony had freed Albert Maurice from the effects of the Prévôt's vindictive hatred. Had there been one defect in the chain, had not the motive for vengeance been clear and evident, the doubts of the druggist might have remained unshaken, and he might have conceived that Mahutin du Bac had visited him as a spy, with the design of betraying the schemes of vengeance which his incautious indignation might breathe to the ears of those who had refused mercy to his child. But the Prévôt, appreciating and revering his suspicions, recapitulated every event with cool, bitter exactness, and dwelt upon the various circumstances with a precision that showed how deeply they were impressed upon his memory. He added, too, a slight glimpse of interested motives, by showing how Imbercourt had stood in the way of his advancement, and how he might be profited in his own office if that nobleman were removed, by any means, from the councils of Burgundy. The impression thus left upon the mind of the burgher, and it was a correct one, was that there was a long store of treasured hatred in the mind of the Prévôt towards this statesman, Imbercourt, aggravated by thwarted ambition and avarice, and that he had reached that point at which he was ready to run considerable risk for the gratification of his vengeance and the promotion of his interest. As to any moral sentiment standing in the way, it was an objection which neither the Prévôt nor the druggist ever dreamed of. Those were ties from which each felt that the other was free, and therefore they were never taken into consideration. After a long conversation had brought them to this mutual state of good understanding, and after the druggist had pretty plainly pointed out that, before proceeding with any of the deeper and more intricate schemes which might place the life of each in the power of the other, he should expect that the Prévôt would join with him in some act which, though less dangerous, would give him a hold upon that officer that at present he did not possess, he went on with the calmness of intense but subdued feeling. By the sentence of the XXIX, he said in a low, quiet tone, which was perhaps more impressive than even his former bursts of passion, by the sentence of the XXIX, Sir Prévôt, the body, you understand me, the body is to hang in chains over the Ypres gate, till such time as it is consumed by the wind and the rain and the foul birds of prey. Will it not be sweet for a father's eye to behold such a sight every time that he rides forth from his own house? Why, truly no, Master Gannet, replied Mahutin du Bac. Good faith, you must take some other road. Ay, but would it not be a matter of triumph rather than shame, asked the druggist, if I could ride through that gate and find the body gone? In a word, would it not be proud to show these paltry tyrants that even now they cannot work all their will? What, do you not understand me yet? I would have my son's head laid in the calm ground, man. I would have the body of the thing I loved removed from the place of horror and shame. What say you? Can it be done? I understand you now, answered the Prévôt, but let me think a moment, Master Gannet. Let me but think a moment. It can be done, ay, it can be done, but I should think it mattered little to one of your firm mind. The body will rot as soon in the holiest ground as ever priest or bishop blessed, as in the wide unholy air. Do I not know that? Demanded Gannet with a curling lip. Think you that I ever dream of angels or devils, or all the absurd fancies that monks and priestly quacks have built up, on the wild vision of an hereafter? No, no, but I would fain disappoint the tyrants, and teach them that they cannot do all. I would fain, too, remove the memento of my house's shame from before the eyes of my fellow citizens. Can it be done, I say? It can, replied Mahutin du Bac, and to please you, it shall be done. Hie you away straight to the churchyard of the Minims, with some one you can trust, bearing pickaxe and shovel. Use my name, and the porter will soon let you in. Wait there till I come, and busy the man you take with you in digging a trench. Be quick, for it will take long. I go upon my errand, and will be there in about 2 hours. After this, Master Gannet, I think we may trust each other. So we will meet again tomorrow night at this hour, and if I mistake not, we will soon find means to crush the viper that has stung us both." The druggist replied not a word, but wrung the hand that the prévôt had given him hard in his own, and suffered him to depart. It were needless to trace further the proceedings of that night, or to give any more detailed explanations in regard to the events just mentioned, than to say that early the following morning a party of children and women assembled before the Ypres gate to gaze with that fondness for strange and fearful sights which often characterises that age and that sex, upon the body of young Karl Gannet, the rich druggist's son, who after a short course of wild profligacy and vice had been hanged for murder the day before. However much they might expect to have their wonder excited, it was so in a greater degree, though in a different manner, from that which they anticipated. There, on the projecting beam from which the unhappy young man had been suspended, hung indeed the rope which had terminated his existence, and the chains which marked the additional turpitude of his offence, but the body itself was no longer there, and the tidings of what had occurred soon spread through the city. Strict search was immediately instituted. The échevins and other officers appointed by the Duke of Burgundy were furious at their authority being set at naught, and both held out threats and offered rewards for the recovery of the body. But it was all in vain, and while some of the more malevolent, remembering the course of young Gannet's life, and into the hands of what being it had appeared likely to cast him at the end, accounted for the disappearance of his body by supposing that the great enemy of mankind had carried it off as his due, others, more charitable but not less superstitious, chose to believe that the father, by some drugs only known to himself, had found means to resuscitate his son, and had sent him away to some distant land, where his crimes and their punishment were equally unknown. This version of the affair, indeed, obtained by far the most numerous body of supporters, and the tale, swollen and disfigured by tradition, is still to be heard at the firesides of the citizens of Ghent. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of Mary of Burgundy by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 19. Other matters of more general interest occurred soon after the events we have narrated in the last chapter, and imperatively called the attention of the citizens of Ghent from the unhappy druggist and his son. Strange rumours of a battle fought and lost beneath the walls of Nancy circulated in the good town during the evening of the 9th of January. No one, however, could trace them to their source. No messenger had arrived in the city from the army of the Duke of Burgundy, and the wise and prudent amongst the citizens, after a few inquiries concerning the authority on which these reports rested, rejected them as false and malicious. They were borne, however, in the evening by Mahotin du Bac to the ears of the druggist Gannet, and the chance of such an event was eagerly canvassed between them, as well as the course of action to be pursued in case the tidings should prove true, which, as they calculated all the probabilities and suffered their wishes in some degree to lead their judgments, they gradually persuaded themselves was even more than likely. Long and anxious were their deliberations, and it was verging fast towards the hour of 3 in the morning when the prévôt left the dwelling of the rich merchant. It was a clear, frosty night, with the bright small stars twinkling in thousands through a sky from which every drop of vapour and moisture seemed frozen away by the intense cold. The world was all asleep, and the sound of a footfall in the vacant streets was enough to make even the journeyer himself start at the noise his step produced. So still and silent was the whole scene. The sinking moon, though she silvered over with her beams the frostwork on the high roofs of the various buildings, and poured a flood of mellow splendour down the long streets that led to the westward, cast the broad shadows of the principal buildings completely over all the other parts of the town, leaving no light but that which was diffused through the whole air by the general brightness of the sky, and its glistening reflection from the thin film of ice upon the canals. There is always something sublime and touching in the aspect of a large city sleeping calmly in the moonlight of a clear, quiet night, with all its congregated thousands reposing beneath the good providence of God. But the mind of Mahutin Dubac had reached that point of obduracy at which the sweetest or the most solemn, the most refreshing or the most awful of the pages in nature's great monetary book are equally unheeded. Wrapping his cloak round him to guard against the cold, he walked on, close to the houses, and turned into the first small narrow alley that he found, in order that no watchful eye, if such existed, might trace him from the house of the druggist. Thence, again deviating into one of those lateral streets that lead along by the side of the principal ones, he continued his course over the stones, rendered black and slippery by the intense frost. All was still. Not a sound fell upon the ear, except every now and then the distant crowing of a cock, heard through the clear air from the country beyond the walls. After a little, however, as the prévôt walked on, he caught the tramp of a horse's feet sounding afar off, and in a few minutes the challenge of the sentries at the Alost gate, the clang of the portcullis, the fall of the drawbridge, a brief murmured conversation at the gate, and then again the sound of the horse's feet advancing at the slow pace which the state of the pavement rendered necessary, down the principal street. All this he heard clearly and distinctly, for the sound must have been small indeed, which, in the calm, still winter air of the night, did not reach his practised ear. He was now too far from the house of the druggist for his appearance in the streets, even at that late hour, to lead to any suspicion of their connection, especially as his official duties were always a fair excuse for conduct that in other men might have led to doubt and question. At the same time, the very habits of his life gave him a propensity to investigate every occurrence, however slight, so that the sound of someone entering the city at such an hour of the night instantly attracted his attention, and his curiosity at once led him to take a short cut into the street down which the horseman was riding. It was one of those which, running nearly east and west, was still illumined by the pale light of the moon, and the eye of Mahutin Dubac, which never forgot the form that it had once rested upon, instantly perceived and recognised an armed cavalier riding towards him, whom he had known as a boon companion in the army of the Duke of Burgundy. His resolution was instantly taken to accost him, and stepping out of the shadow as the cavalier approached, he exclaimed, "Why, how now? What news, Paul Verdun? How long have you left the camp?" "Who the devil art thou?" was the first reply of the cavalier, who appeared to have drank more wine than was beneficial to his faculties of perception. "Who the devil art thou? What, Master Prévôt? Give you good day. Night, that is to say, or day it may be, too, for by my faith it is after cock-crow. What, going your rounds? Ever watchful, Master Prévôt, eh? What news of the good city?" Nothing stirring, replied Mahutin Dubac. "No news at all, except that the Echevins hanged a man yesterday without my help. But what news of the camp, I say, and how came you from it?" "Ay, there is mischief," said the soldier. "What, no new defeat?" interrupted Mahutin Dubac, his wish very likely being father to the thought. "Defeat? No defeat, man," answered the soldier. "Never were we better. A glorious army, posted strongly, the town almost reduced by famine, and nothing but a handful of raw Switzers come to relieve it. There will be a battle before many days are over, and Duke Charles will cut up the churls like mincemeat. But the mischief is, that I should be sent away before it is fought." "So then, there has been no battle after all," exclaimed the prévôt. "Well, God send it a good issue when it does come. Good night, good friend. I must on upon my way." Good night," replied the soldier. "Faith, I must on my way too, for I have letters from the Duke, and from the Count de Chimay, for my good Lord of Imbercourt, and somehow I met with 3 good companions at our lost, who wasted my time over their cursed pottle pots. Good night, good night." And so saying, he rode on. "Ha!" said the prévôt to himself as he walked towards his own dwelling. "So that scheme is all vain, and we must try the other, though it will be both difficult and dangerous to get anyone to give him the dose. I had rather that it had been something public too, if it had but been to wring his pride." Thus muttering as he went on, the prévôt now trod his way homeward. The soldier and his war-horse were admitted into the court of the Lord of Imbercourt's hotel. The streets of Ghent resumed their solitude and silence, and the night between the 9th and 10th of January ended in peace. No small activity was observable, however, the next morning in the precincts of the court. By 7 o'clock the Lord of Imbercourt was on horseback, and proceeding towards the palace at which Margaret, Duchess of Burgundy, and sister to Edward IV. of England, had arrived the day before. The Princess Mary, too, was expected from the side of Bruges, but nevertheless 2 messengers were sent off at different times in that direction, and it was supposed that they bore her the intelligence of an approaching battle, and recommended her immediate return to the city. The news which had been brought by Paul Verdun, and the certainty that, at the time of his departure from the Burgundian camp, no battle had been fought, spread rapidly amongst the citizens, and was received by every different individual with different feelings, as he was well or ill affected to the reigning family. The certainty, however, that an immediate struggle was about to take place between Charles the Bold and his determined and hitherto successful adversaries, the Swiss, of course kept the minds of the people of the city in a state of agitation and excitement, a state the most detrimental, morally and physically, that it is possible to conceive for any town or any people. Business was neglected, if not suspended. Political gossiping supplied the room of activity and industry. Anxiety, suspicion, and irritation took the place of calm labour and tranquil enjoyment. The slightest piece of news, whether false or true, was sought and received as a boon. The wildest tale found some to believe it, and a small lie, by the industrious augmentation of many, soon swelled into a mountain of falsehood. Towards evening the Princess Mary arrived at the palace, and while the good people of Ghent proceeded to distort amongst themselves the news of her return in every different way that suited their fancies, some saying that she had come back with only a single squire, some that she had brought with her a force of 1,000 men-at-arms, that fair girl herself, after dismounting in the courtyard, together with exactly the same train which had accompanied her during the whole course of her progress, ran lightly up the wide flight of steps which conducted to the apartments of her amiable stepdame, and in a moment after was in the arms of Margaret of York. "Bless thee, my sweet child, bless thee," said the fair Englishwoman, pressing her husband's daughter to her bosom. "Thou art come to comfort me, for I am very sad, and my heart is full of forebodings." "Nay, nay, madam, never fear," replied the princess. "You are sad and anxious because you know my lord and father is likely to risk a battle, and I, of course, am anxious too. But still we must not despond. Remember, madam, how often he has fought and conquered." "It is not for the battle that I fear," replied Margaret of York. "My early days and my early recollections have been and are of nothing but stricken fields and battles lost and won, and the tidings of approaching strife would give me no apprehensions, did not those who are on the spot breathe doubts and suspicions which have sadly shaken my hopes, dear Mary. In a word, with the Duke's letters received last night came a dispatch to the good Lord of Imbercourt from the Count de Chimay. He speaks vaguely and doubtingly, but he evidently apprehends treason, and as evidently points to Campo Bosso as the traitor, your father's most trusted and favourite servant." "I would fain see the letters," replied the princess. "May I beseech you, madam, to let the Lord of Imbercourt be sent for?" The desire of the princess was immediately obeyed, and in a short time Imbercourt returned to the palace. His words were few, and tended merely to express his congratulations on the princess's safe return, without touching upon the fears which had been more openly spoken by the Duchess of Burgundy. There was, however, a degree of settled gloom upon his countenance, and a restless anxiety in his eye, which showed that his apprehensions were perhaps greater even than her own. He immediately laid before the Princess Mary the letters which he had received the night before, and which, as far as positive fact went, merely stated that the Burgundian army, in great force, lay in a strong position beneath the walls of Nancy, and a small army of Swiss and Germans were encamped opposite to them, and that a battle was likely soon to take place. The Duke's letter was short and general. That of the Count de Chimay was more particular, and Mary read over both with deep and eager attention. "There is much matter for fear," she said, as she laid them down, "in both these dispatches. May God defend us and avert the dangers that threaten." "That there is much to raise apprehension in the letter of Monsieur de Chimay, I acknowledge, madam," replied the Lord of Imbercourt, "but I see nothing in that of our noble sovereign, the Duke, which should give us any alarm." Mary raised her eyes with a timid glance towards the face of Margaret of York, as if fearful of causing her pain, or of increasing her alarm. But the Duchess instantly perceived her hesitation, and exclaimed, "Speak, speak, dear Mary. Let us not have a thought concealed from each other." "Well, then," said Mary, the tears starting in her eyes, "I must say I see more, far more, cause for apprehension in this letter than in this," and she laid her hand first upon the letter of her father, and then upon that of the Count de Chimay. "The one," she proceeded, "speaks vaguely of traitors to be feared in my father's camp. The other shows me much cause to fear for my father himself. Oh, my lord," she added, laying her left hand upon the arm of Imbercourt, while with her right she pointed to a number of blots and erasures, sentences begun and not finished, or phrases entirely altered, in a dispatch from her father. "Oh, my lord, do you not see a great alteration here? The time was when the brief, clear sentences of Charles of Burgundy, unstudied and rough though they might sometimes be, proceeded at once to the point, without change or hesitation, and expressed with force and precision the exact meaning, which was too distinct in his mind ever to be doubtful in his words. But look at that letter, my lord. Did you ever see anything like that from the hand of the Duke before?" Imbercourt was silent, and gazed upon the paper with a stern and mournful gaze. My lord," continued Mary, "my father is ill, and with heaven's blessing I will set out to-morrow to see him and console him." "Nay, lady," replied Imbercourt, "you must not forget that you are left here by our sovereign lord as his representative in Flanders, and indeed you must not quit your post. Before you could arrive, too, a battle will have been fought. I will trust that the noble Duke will win it gloriously, and you know him too well to doubt," he added, with a faint smile, "that a battle won will do more to console him than the sweetest voice that ever whispered comfort in the ear of man." I do indeed," replied Mary, but no smile accompanied her words, for that truth had been often felt too bitterly during the course of her past life. "I do indeed, but yet the only thing that can detain me here while my father, ill at ease and shaken both in body and mind, lies in his weary leaguer before Nancy, is the doubt which is the superior duty, to join him there, or to remain in the situation in which he has placed me." "Nay, Mary," said Margaret of York, "your duty binds you to stay here, and mine calls me hence. You can trust my law both for your father and yourself, and, as soon as may be, I will join him, though haply my coming unbidden may call on me some harsh words, as when last I saw him at Dijon." "Bear with him, dear lady, oh, bear with him!" exclaimed Mary. "It is but the haste of an impatient spirit chafed by unwonted reverses. He knows the worth of your love too well to chide with any bitterness. But hark," she proceeded, "what noise is that in the court? For God's sake, my Lord of Imbercourt, look out and see, for since I took upon me the sad task of holding the reins, which require a far stronger hand than mine, I have met with so many sorrows and misfortunes that every sound alarms me. Hark, there are many people speaking." In obedience to her command, Imbercourt approached the casement, which opened above the lesser court of the palace, and throwing back a part of the lattice, he looked out upon what was passing below. The first object that his eyes fell upon was the form of the old Lord of Neufchâtel, in the act of dismounting from his horse by the aid of two stout attendants, whose dusty armour and jaded horses evinced that they, like their master, had travelled far and fast. The old nobleman himself, however, displayed strong traces of battle as well as wayfaring. His helmet was off, and its place supplied by a small furred cap, from underneath which a mingled mass of bandages and long grey hair, dabbled with dust and blood, made its appearance, while his left arm, supported in a torn and soiled scarf, showed that the fight had been severe ere he left it. Imbercourt at once guessed the event which he had come to communicate, well knowing that an aged and wounded cavalier would not have been chosen as the messenger of victory, and while, with slow and painful efforts, the old lord dismounted, the counsellor withdrew from the window, doubting whether he should meet him on the stairs, and delay the tidings that he bore, till Mary was more prepared to receive him, or whether he should suffer him to see the princess and let the shock pass over at once. His course, however, was determined by Mary herself, who marked the conflict in his mind by the changing expression of his countenance. "What is it, my lord?" she exclaimed. "Speak boldly. Are they again in revolt?" "Who, madam? The men of Ghent?" demanded Imbercourt. "Oh, no, no, nothing of the kind. It is apparently a wounded officer bearing news from the army, and I fear—" Mary waved her hand. "Bid him hither, quick!" she cried. "Suspense is worse than any tidings. Quick, my lord, bid him hither without pause of idle ceremony." Imbercourt withdrew to obey, and while Mary gazed with eager eyes upon the door, Margaret of York fixed her glance with melancholy interest on her fair stepdaughter, more anxious for Mary of Burgundy, in whom she had found as much affection as she could have expected from a child of her own bosom, than even for a husband, who had never greatly sought her love, and who neglected her as soon as he found that she was destined to be childless. But a short time elapsed between the Lord of Imbercourt's departure and his return, that moments of apprehension would weigh down many long days of joy, and to Mary of Burgundy his absence seemed interminable. At length, however, he came, followed slowly by the old Lord of Neufchâtel, unable, from wounds and weariness and exhaustion, to walk without the support of several attendants. Even anxiety conquered not the gentleness of Mary's heart, and though she began by exclaiming as he entered, "Well, my lord, speak," she instantly paused and continued, "Good heaven, you are sadly wounded, sir. Bring forth that chair. Send for the chirurgeon of the household. Sit you down, my lord of Neufchâtel. How fare you now?" "Better than many a better man, madam," replied the old knight, more full of the disastrous tidings he bore than even of his corporeal sufferings. "Many a one lies cold that could fill the saddle nowadays far better than old Thibaut of Neufchâtel." "Good God, then, what are your tidings?" cried Mary, clasping her hands. "My father! Speak, sir, my father?" "Is well, I hope, lady," answered the old soldier. "But as for his army—" "Stop, stop!" cried the princess. "First, thank God for that. But are you sure, my lord, that he is safe?" "Nay, nay, I cannot vouch it, lady," he replied. "His army, however, is no more. Fatal, most fatal, has been the duke's determination. All is lost in the field. The army of Burgundy is, as I have said, no more. And where the duke is, I cannot say, though I saw him galloping towards the left when I quitted the field, which was not amongst the first. Ah, had he but taken my advice," he added, with a rueful shake of the head, a slight touch of natural vanity obtruding itself, even then, in the midst of sincere grief of mind, and pain, and exhaustion of body. Ah, had he but taken my advice, and not that of either the black traitor Campo Basso, or of Chimay, and such boys as that! But, lady, I am faint and weary, for I have ridden harder to bear you these news, though they be sad ones, and to bid you prepare all sorts of reinforcements to check the enemy, than I ever thought to ride from a field of battle." "But tell me, my lord," said Margaret of York, stepping forward, as Mary, overwhelmed with the tidings, sat gazing mournfully in the face of the old soldier, while her mind was afar. "But tell me, my lord, how all this happened. Speak, for I have a right to hear, and my ear, alas, has been, from the cradle, too much accustomed to the details of battle and bloodshed for my cheek to blanch or my heart to fail. Say, how went this luckless day?" "Faith, good madam, I must be short with my tale," replied the Lord of Neufchâtel, "for I know not how, but my breath fails me. And the Lord my Duke, God send him safe to Ghent, had sworn by all the saints that no house of stone should ever cover his head till he had slept in Nancy, which, as you know, we had besieged some days. The enemy, in the meanwhile, lay over the water a league or two beyond St. Nicholas, and day by day increased in number, while day by day the forces of the Duke fell off, for we had famine and disease, and, worse than all, traitors in the camp. But his grace would not be warned, though many a one strove to warn him, and at length, on the Sunday morning, just 5 days since, the Swiss and Lorrainers, with their German and French allies and Italian traitors, marched boldly up towards our camp. Faith, it was a fair sight to see them come in 2 great bodies, one by the river, and one by the high road from Neufville. Churls though they were, they made a gallant array. So then they came on. But, madam," he added, rising and supporting himself by the back of the chair, "I love not to think of it. Good sooth, it makes my heart swell too much to tell the whole just now. We were soon hand to hand, the artillery roaring, bolts and arrows and balls flying, the trumpets braying, and the men-at-arms charging gallantly. But still, as I looked round, I saw the ranks of Burgundy wax thin, and still the Swiss churls pushed on, and I beheld many a stout soldier fall, and many that had fought well turn his back. Well, as I was thinking what might best be done, my lord the Duke rode up, and speaking softly as a woman, he said, 'My good old friend, I pray you join de la Lagne, and with your men-at-arms make one good charge upon the flank of yonder Boers.' It was soon done and over. We went down like the shot of a mangonel, but we were driven back like the same shot when it bounds off from a wall of stone. One churl shivered my helmet, and nearly split my skull with his 2-handed sword. Another shot me in the arm with his hand-gun. All my poor fellows, but 2 or 3, died around me bravely, and they who were left took my horse by the bridle and were carrying me off, when by Our Lady I saw one of the base Italians who had betrayed us all, dispatching my poor squire Walter as he lay tumbled from his horse upon a little mound. He had served with me in 9 stricken fields, and many a chance of fray. He had never quitted me for well nigh 20 years, so I could not quit him then. No, lady, no, but shaking the bridle from their hands that would have stayed me, I turned me round and struck one more good stroke for Burgundy. But the poor lad was dead. God have his soul, the poor lad was dead." And as he spoke, the old knight dashed the tear from his eye with the back of his brown hand. "Little is there more to tell, madam," he proceeded after a moment's pause. "By this time the battle had changed to a flight and a pursuit. There were not 10 men who held together on the field. Shame to him who turns his back while one hope lasts, but no shame to him who flies from a lost field. I saw the Duke galloping to the left, and as I knew the country well, I spurred for the bridge of La Buissière, and sad it was to see the road all strewed with dead and dying. And when I came near the bridge, the matter was still worse, for there was that foul traitor Campo Basso, with a barricade of carts and waggons, cutting off the fugitives from his betrayed master's host. When I looked forward, there were the Italian devils. When I looked behind, down were coming the German swine. On the one hand was the hill, with the Swiss pikes gleaming over the top, and on the other was the river. The water afforded the only chance, so in we plunged. Our horses were strong and unwounded, and we struggled through, though many a gallant gentleman sunk close before our eyes. But, lady, he added once more, as the excitement of detailing the battle passed away, I am growing faint again, and, in good sooth, I have little more to tell. Therefore, by your grace's leave, I will retire. Mary answered not a word, but gazed upon the old man with the same fixed, painful glance. But the Duchess bowed her head, and the Lord of Neufchâtel, with the aid of his 2 attendants, moved towards the door. Before he reached it, however, he paused, and turning round exclaimed, Faith, I have forgotten the very errand which made me make such haste, for I had travelled with scarcely an hour's rest in order to bid you take instant measures to secure the country, for that wild young wolf of Lorraine will be upon the frontier speedily, and even as I passed by Brussels, I heard strange tales of movements in France. You, my Lord of Imbercourt, look to it with all speed, for believe me, not an hour is to be lost. Thus saying, he turned and left the chamber, while Imbercourt advanced to the princess and besought her to be comforted. She answered nothing, however, and only by a melancholy wave of the hand expressed how deep were her apprehensions. Nay, Mary, my sweet child, said the Duchess, give not way to despair. Remember, there is a God of mercy above us, who sees all and rules all for the best. Mary of Burgundy cast her fair arms round her stepmother, and exclaiming, My father, oh, my father, burst into a passionate flood of tears. Leave us, my Lord of Imbercourt, said the Duchess. Let me beseech you to take all the measures necessary for our security, and send out messengers to gain more intelligence of this sad defeat. Call those whom you can best trust to counsel, and for God's sake suffer not your mind to be overcome at the moment that all its energies are most required. Imbercourt bowed and withdrew, but there were circumstances in the situation of the country which rendered it impossible for him to act or think with that calm tranquillity which he had displayed at other times. A deep and heavy gloom fell over him from the first moment that the loss of the fatal battle of Nancy met his ear, and he never seemed wholly to recover his former energies. He took care, however, to summon to the side of the princess in her hour of need all those who he thought might give consolation and support. Messengers were instantly dispatched to the Lord of Ravenstein, the Duke of Cleves, the Bishop of Liège, and several others whose relationship to the House of Burgundy afforded the best security for their taking an interest in its fate, and Imbercourt endeavoured, as far as possible, to increase the military force within the town of Ghent, without exciting the watchful jealousy of the inhabitants. But the country was totally drained of men, and few, if any, could be added at a short notice to the force within the town. At least, few of those feudal troops on which alone reliance could be placed. In the meanwhile, during the evening and the early part of the night which followed the arrival of the Lord of Neufchâtel, post after post came in from the side of Alost and Brussels, bringing new details and rumours of the battle, and each additional fact proved it to have been more disastrous and bloody than it had appeared at first. Nothing was heard but long lists of the dead, or exaggerated computations of the total loss. Still there was a deep silence in regard to the Duke himself. No one knew what had befallen him in the fight or the pursuit, and no one ventured to assert, what all internally believed, that he had fallen upon that bloody plain. The very silence, however, was ominous, and the whole of the inmates of the ducal dwelling in Ghent passed the night in that gloomy apprehension, which is perhaps more racking to the heart than absolute sorrow. Mary wept her father as dead, but yet she insisted upon hearing the tidings that every courier brought in, with that anxious eagerness which showed that a spark of hope however faint, still remained alive within her bosom. But with her, and indeed with every one else, as fresh news arrived, as the accounts of the stern determination evinced by the Duke before the battle were multiplied, and as his often reiterated declaration that he would never quit the field alive was repeated, the conviction of his death became more and more complete. In the meanwhile, the people of the city, collecting in eager and anxious crowds in the street, especially towards the Brussels gate, canvassed in low tones the events that had taken place. As one horseman after another entered the town, still some individual would start out to accost him, and running by his side as he rode on would gather from him whatever information he would afford, and then return to tell it to the groups, whose comments on the past were seldom unconnected with some of those whispered apprehensions for the future, which, like the low moanings of the rising wind, generally give notice of a coming storm long before it is ready to fall upon the earth. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of Mary of Burgundy by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 20. It was remarked as an extraordinary fact that during the whole course of that evening, an evening of the greatest excitement and anxiety, perhaps, that Ghent had ever known, not one of the principal and most influential citizens was seen in the streets of the city. The groups which collected were altogether of the lower classes, and those amongst them who were supposed to be the most knowing in the policy of the higher burghers could discover no other sign of interest and agitation on their part than was afforded by the sight of one of the serving men of Albert Maurice calling rapidly at the houses of 5 or 6 of the principal merchants, among whom the druggist Gannet was the first. Gradually, as the evening closed in, the crowds began to disperse, a considerable number returning home early to discuss with their wives and families the news they had collected in the town, and to acquire that degree of domestic importance which a budget of strange tidings is always sure to impart to the bearer. One after another the diminishing groups thus separated at length. The wind, which was intensely cold, those symptoms of a thaw had begun to manifest themselves, driving even the most persevering to the shelter of their own homes as the night advanced, and only 1 or 2 idle young men, who could boast some acquaintance with the soldiers on guard at the Brussels gate, remained after 9 o'clock within the warm refuge of the guard-house, waiting for any tidings that might still arrive. The many varied scenes, the continued presence of danger, the frequent breaking short of ties and affections, have all a natural tendency to render the heart of an old soldier in some degree callous and indifferent to events which agitate and affect younger and fresher-minded men. It was wonderful to hear with what calm composure the veterans in the guard-house talked over the events which had spread grief and dismay through the palace, and excitement and alarm in the city. Although they all loved and admired the character of Charles the Bold for the very lion-hearted qualities which had led him to attempt impossible enterprises, and to rush upon certain defeat, yet they canvassed his conduct with calm and somewhat contemptuous examination, and spoke of his probable death in the same terms that they might be supposed to use in talking of a hound which had been gored by the boar. "Why the devil did he sit down before Nancy in the middle of winter?" cried one. "He might have known very well that nobody would stay with him, looking at stone walls in a frost like this." "Ay, ay, but he did worse than that," replied another. "Why did he trust a set of Italian hirelings when he had good subjects of his own?" "Why, old lions," rejoined a third, "will, they say, grow both suspicious and obstinate." "Full time, then, that they should get their throats cut," answered the first. "But I know old Charlie well, and I will bet a flagon of Beaune to a flask of sour Rhenish that he never left the field at Nancy. No, he had had enough of running away, and sure I am that he died like a stag at bay. Well, I am always sorry that I was not with him, though a warm guard-house and a pottle-pot are better, at any time, in a January night, than the cold ground and bloody nightcap. Hie thee over, Bontemps, to the vintner's at the corner, and fill the flagon with the best thou can for that broad piece. By my faith, we will have a carouse to the old Lion of Burgundy, be he living or dead, and then we will go to sleep. Hie thee over while I undo the gate, for there is some one blowing his horn, a new post from Alost, bringing more news, I warrant." While one soldier, according to the request of the other, ran across the street to seek matter for the potations with which they proposed to conclude the night, his senior proceeded to the gate, where the portcullis being raised and the drawbridge let down, a cavalier immediately rode in, whom he addressed with, "Ha, Master Prévôt, you can never have gone as far as Alost since you rode out." "By my faith, I have, though," replied Martin du Bac. "Look at my beast, he is steaming like a quagmire with hard riding." "Well, what news, what news?" cried the other. "You must have heard some tidings." "Nothing at all," replied the Prévôt. "All is stale as a miser's cheese. A battle fought and lost, men dead, but not buried, the army dispersed, and every one gone heaven knows where. Good night, good night." And so saying, he rode on. But it is remarkable that though his horse was evidently ready to drop with fatigue, he did not at first take his way towards his own dwelling, but directed his course towards the house of the little druggist Garnet. In the meantime, the soldiers in the guard-house discussed the contents of the flagon, with which their messenger returned, sharing it liberally with the 2 or 3 young artisans whom they had permitted to remain at their post. With what had been drunk before, the contents of the gallon pot which was now brought over was sufficient, notwithstanding the fact of its being shared with the citizens, to obfuscate, in some degree, the intellects of the soldiery, and after having given their civil companions a somewhat unceremonious notice to go home, they cast themselves down upon the straw which was provided for their accommodation during the night, and soon forgot everything else, under the influence of the drowsy god. The sentry without, who had been ordered to watch well, of course felt a greater inclination to sleep than ordinary, which was increased by the cold, and in spite of various vigorous efforts to keep himself awake, by walking rapidly up and down, dropping the end of his partisan upon the ground, and several other little experiments of the same kind, he found himself from time to time nodding most refreshingly under the shelter of the high arch which spanned over the gate. How long this state of things had continued none of the soldiers knew, when suddenly the sentry was woke by his weapon being snatched hastily from his hands, and shaking off the slumber which oppressed him, he found himself pinioned by a number of powerful men, while a stern voice, backed by a naked sword at his throat, commanded him to be silent on pain of death. Faithful, in this instance at least, to his duty, without a moment's consideration, the soldiers shouted, "To arms! To arms!" but he was instantly thrown down and tied by those who held him, while a number of others made their way into the guard-house. The soldiers were already upon their feet, and the captain of the watch was starting forward to light the match of his arquebuse at the lantern which hung against the wall, when a powerful man, rushing in, closed with him, and throwing him violently back, interposed between him and the light. A dozen more persons completely armed poured into the building, and more than one stern voice commanded the 4 soldiers which it contained to lay down their arms at once. "Who in the fiend's name are you, my masters?" exclaimed the captain of the watch. "Let us hear that before we put down our arms, at all events." And while he spoke, he made impatient signs to one of his companions to get out of the small window and give the alarm. But this scheme was frustrated by the same tall, powerful figure which had before prevented him from lighting his match. "We are the officers of the Burgher Guard of Ghent," replied the stranger, "whose incontestable right and privilege it has been in all ages to mount guard on the walls and at the gate of our own city, which privilege, though it was usurped from us by the Duke Charles, is no less valid than before that act. Give up your arms, then, quietly, and no harm shall befall you." "Before we do that, good sir," answered the captain of the watch, "we must have authority from our superior officers. As you well know, the commander for the night is at the Ypres gate. Send to him, and we will obey his commands." "You seek, sir, to gain time," said the other, "but it is in vain. The walls and the gates are now in our hands. Our sentinels are mounted everywhere, and each military post which had been unlawfully placed by the Duke of Burgundy throughout the city of Ghent has been disarmed before we came hither. Yield, therefore, with a good grace, for yield you must, and as no blood has been shed already, pity it were to begin now." "Well, sir, well," replied the captain of the watch, "you say right in that at least, though I should be willing enough to shed blood of my own or of other men, could it prove of service. But 4 can hardly cope with 20, therefore ground your arms, my lads, and give them up. We are your prisoners, sir." "You have done wisely, soldier," said Albert Maurice, for he it was who spoke. "Take their arms, my friends, but suffer them to pass freely out. As our fellow citizens arrive, let all the posts be doubled. Now, good Master Gannet," he added in a whisper, "gather together the men we named, and join me quickly at my house. It wants but 4 hours to daybreak. Ere the sun rises we have as much to do as would take lazy statesmen full many a month. I go round by the western magazine to secure, if possible, the stores and artillery. But be quick, for now dispatch is everything." The purpose of Albert Maurice was accomplished without difficulty. The magazine was but scantily guarded, and the sleeping soldiers were surprised at that post as easily as the others had been at the guard-houses. The gates, the defences, and all the principal military stations were now in the hands of the people, and Albert Maurice hastened home to meet a number of individuals, selected from the most influential citizens, on whose consent and with whose aid he proposed to assert the ancient privileges of the city of Ghent, as the first step to those grander plans of general emancipation which yet remained but vague and undefined even in his own mind. So rapid had been the determination and the movements of the young citizen through all that night, so prompt and successful all his measures, that even Gannet, stirred up by revenge and hatred, and guided by consummate cunning and shrewdness, had been left far behind. Where he had expected to be obliged to urge and suggest, he found himself at once compelled to follow and obey; and yielding readily to a mind that he felt to be far superior, he had been hurried through a series of actions in a few hours, which he had contemplated before, indeed, but which he had contemplated as the work of many days, and long and difficult intrigues. Between 10 at night and 3 in the morning, the young citizen had received from the druggist himself the certainty of the Duke of Burgundy's death, which had been obtained by the prévôt, had formed his determination at once, had arranged his plans with prompt decision, had assembled the ancient burgher guard in force in his courtyard, by a few brief and striking words had explained to them his views and his schemes, had carried all voices in his favour, and finally had seized every military post in the town, except the palace, without bloodshed, while the regular soldiery had everywhere been surprised and disarmed. His last effort upon the magazine, the one of the greatest importance, had been effected, as sometimes happens, with more ease than attempts which had seemed less difficult; and, leaving the citizens who had accompanied him to guard that post, he hastened home through the solitary streets, not a little rejoiced to find, by the stillness of the whole city, that the silence and caution which had been enjoined in their first instance were still preserved. No one had arrived when he again crossed the threshold of his own door, and whispering a few hasty orders to the servant who admitted him, in regard to saddling horses and preparing trustworthy messengers, he entered the chamber where he was about to meet his fellow citizens, and casting himself back in a chair, covered his eyes with his hand, and abandoned himself for a moment to deep thought. More than one pang crossed his heart as he contemplated the future, but he smothered them instantly, and banishing regret, he directed the whole powers of his mind to consider the best means for obtaining that object for which he had now irrevocably determined to struggle. So deep, so intense was the meditation to which he yielded himself, that Gannet and several others entered the apartment without his perceiving their presence, and it was only the voice of the druggist, demanding if he slept, that roused him from his reverie. "Sleep!" he exclaimed, starting up. "No, no, who could sleep on such a night as this? Welcome, my friends, welcome. Each sit down, I pray. Others will soon be here, but it is not fitting that of the few hours which are given us for action, even 1 minute should be wasted in waiting for any man. Some things need long counsel, in others little can be risked. Let us choose those first that are most easily determined. Citizens of Ghent, are you not resolved to recover the liberties and privileges which have been torn from you by the unholy hand of power?" We are, replied a number of stern voices around. "Is it not requisite, then," continued Albert Maurice, "that you should call your brethren of the other good towns of Flanders and Brabant to join with you and support you in asserting the rights of all?" "Beyond all doubt. Let it be done," was the answer. "Well, then, by this time," said the young citizen, 4 strong horses stand saddled, ready to set out, and 4 trustworthy messengers are prepared to bear to Brussels, Ypres, Bruges, and Louvain our request that the worthy burghers of those great towns will send us deputies to give force to our proceedings. My letters, written nearly 6 months ago, when the battle of Morat was lost and won, have prepared them to do so at a moment's warning. The gates are now in our own hands. Shall the messengers set out?" "The sooner they depart the better," replied the rest, and a few lines, hastily penned to each of the cities, were dispatched without farther delay. Before all this was completed, a number of other citizens had arrived, and the chamber was almost full. Everywhere were to be seen men with faces pale from anxiety and excitement, some armed in hasty guise, with such armour as could be caught up in a moment, some with their night gear scarcely laid aside, and each, as he entered, gazing round upon the rest, with half wild and somewhat fearful glances, as the light of the lamps dazzled their eyes, on entering from the dark streets without. Gradually, however, as they beheld a number of friends and acquaintances all gathered together in the same cause as themselves, the boldness which men derive from union began to spread amongst them. Every one present had long before been prepared, in some degree, for such events as were now taking place, and while they had been taught to look to Albert Maurice as the man from whose voice and conduct the rest of the citizens were likely to take their tone, he had taken care to ascertain the sentiments of each individual whom he now called to consult with him, in a moment of such exigency. He well knew, indeed, that it is by no means a necessary result that the conduct of a large body of men will be regulated by the personal opinions of each. The shades of thought and character in different men are so infinite, that when united, as in multitudes, they produce combinations which defy previous calculation. And besides that fact, there is something in the very change of position, from an isolated station to a place in a large body, which alters the feelings of the persons themselves. Some, singly bold, are timid in a multitude, and some, cowardly as individuals, become even rash when supported by numbers. Albert Maurice trusted to himself, however, to give the impress of his own mind to all the proceedings of the great burghers, and through them to rule the people also. But he well knew that the task before him would be to restrain rather than to excite, for seldom, very seldom, has a country, justly or unjustly, risen against the power that previously ruled it, without going infinitely farther than those who stirred it up originally designed. As soon as he perceived that all whom he had called were present, the young citizen at once determined to address them, before anyone else could interpose, to give a wrong direction to their efforts. "Men of Ghent," he said, "may I crave your patience for a moment? Certain news has just been received by our friend and fellow citizen here present," and he pointed to the druggist, "that in this last and fatal battle, wherein he staked his country's welfare and shed his people's blood in an unjust quarrel, Charles, Duke of Burgundy, has paid the forfeit of his obstinacy and ambition with his life. Now, men of Ghent, who is there amongst us that does not feel that our rights have been infringed, our privileges usurped, and our liberties trampled on, by him who has gone to give an account of all the wrongs he has so boldly committed. We all know it, and we all feel it, and there is not an artisan, however humble, in all Ghent, nay, in all Flanders, who is not preparing to take arms to vindicate the freedom of our native land. That freedom, citizen, we may look upon as secure, for never yet did a whole nation join heart and hand in asserting its liberty, but it gained its object against all opposition. But, oh, my friends, let us beware, let us be cautious, let us be wise, let us be just, let us be merciful. Those who would guide a stirred-up people through a successful insurrection must be calm as well as bold, and moderate as well as zealous. The wild horses of popular excitement must be governed with a firm and clear eye, and strong rein, or they will pass far beyond the golden goal of liberty, and rush into bloodshed, anarchy, and licence. We take upon ourselves a great and an awful responsibility, and every drop of unnecessary blood that is shed in this great effort will cry loudly to heaven for vengeance on the head of the rash men who caused or suffered it to flow. The sway of all that vast and wealthy land which lately rested in the hand of Charles, called the Bold, has now descended to a young and gentle lady, who, if her counsellors be good— "We will give her good counsellors," cried some one beside him. But Albert Maurice proceeded, "who, if her counsellors be good, will, at our petition, not only restore us to our rights and privileges, but will afford us some security that they shall never be infringed again. But let us do nothing harshly. Let us proceed mildly and legally, though firmly, and first petition, as good and faithful subjects, for her redress of our wrongs, before we proceed to obtain it by our own right hands. Such moderation, my friends, will gain us the love and support of all good men, will prevent neighbouring princes from interfering while we obtain our liberty, and will at once serve best our cause and satisfy the conscience of the most scrupulous." "Methinks, Master Albert Maurice, you have already begun pretty boldly," said one of the more moderate of the citizens. "I hear that the gates and walls of the city have already been forcibly taken from the Duke's guard, and the soldiers have been disarmed." "That, sir, was done," replied Albert Maurice, "solely for your own security, and had it not been done, our meeting now, or our petitions hereafter, unsupported by any power of our own, would have been utterly fruitless. It was done to prevent the princess from being carried away from us before our liberties were secure. It was done to prevent the introduction of large forces into this town before we were prepared to bid them defiance, and in doing it we only asserted and resumed the immemorial right of the citizens of Ghent to guard their own walls and gates, a right which had been long unjustly usurped." "It was wisely done, it was nobly done," cried a number of voices, in the midst of which Gannet the druggist stepped forward and said, "Friends and fellow citizens, all here present are bearers of high offices in the several trades and members of the great commune of Ghent, but we are meeting without form or order. Let us resolve ourselves into a council as a temporary government for the city, and as president thereof I here propose him who was able to conduct, whose patriotic zeal and whose prompt activity has already conducted us thus far with triumphant success." A murmur of applause followed, which soon arose into a loud and unanimous assent to the proposal. Nor did Albert Maurice affect to decline an office which he had previously determined to assume. His thanks he expressed with manly eloquence, and assured his fellow citizens, with the convincing voice of true feeling, that the liberty and prosperity of his native land should ever be the dearest wish of his heart, and the principal object of his endeavours. As soon as this subject was discussed, an old man, one of the fathers of the city, rose up and addressed the new president, with a slight touch of the monetary garrulity of old age. At least, most of those who had heard him thought it such. He offered a word or two of caution to the young man who had taken upon him so bold and high a part. He would not, he said, urge him to be more moderate in his views, for he seemed to feel the necessity of moderation already, but he would warn him in the course that was before him, a course the terms and circumstances of which none could yet tell, to beware of his own heart, to guard against ambition, or revenge, or love, for he was young and ardent, and that spirit must either be very cold or very strong, which could resist the influence of some mighty passion, when under the excitement of great events. Though Albert Maurice listened with attention, and felt more deeply than he suffered to appear the justice of the good man's speech, yet there were others who showed some degree of impatience, and evidently thought it out of season. The old burgher perceived this feeling, and, breaking off quickly, went on with the more immediate matter before them. "It is evident, Master Albert Maurice," he said, "that you have thought over all these events long and deeply before this night, and indeed, who is there amongst us who has not so thought? What, then, is the result of your consideration? What is the first step that you advise us to take?" "This," replied Albert Maurice, "to meet to-morrow early at the town-house, and there to prepare a petition, at once condoling with the princess on the events which have placed the government in her hands, and beseeching her to listen to the voice of her own heart, and spontaneously to restore to the good towns of Flanders those rights and privileges of which her father deprived them. Especially let us entreat her, in the first instance, to do away with that false and illegal body of men, which, under her father's jurisdiction, and by his appointment, administered in this city, not justice, but the arbitrary will of the prince, and to give us back our true and legitimate magistrates, chosen by ourselves from amongst ourselves, to dispense our own laws to us and to our children." While the full mellow voice of the young citizen touched thus pointedly upon those subjects in regard to which the feelings and passions of the druggist Gannet were so highly excited, the eye of the unhappy father flashed like a living fire, with a small, bright, red spot gathered in the centre of his sallow cheek, while his lip quivered as if he could scarcely restrain the passion from bursting forth. The moment that Albert Maurice had done speaking, he started up from his seat and exclaimed in a quick, sharp, discordant voice, which trembled with the very effort he had made to banish from its tones anything like personal rancour, "I second the proposal. Are we all agreed?" "We are," echoed the conclave. "Now I," continued Gannet, "must offer my proposal too. Listen to me, men of Ghent. Our rights are our own, inherent, unchangeable, which the voice of no despot can wring from us, which his power may hold in abeyance, but which it can never destroy, which, when even suspended, still exist in full force, and render everything that is done in opposition to them unjust, illegal, criminal. I therefore call upon you solemnly to arraign and to condemn those men, who, chosen from ourselves by the late despot Charles, became the instruments of his tyranny against our own countrymen. The 26 men, falsely calling themselves magistrates of Ghent, appointed not by the people of Ghent, according to ancient law and usage, but by the Duke of Burgundy, contrary to all our inclinations and consent, have, for nearly 10 years, presumed to rule and judge, and doom to punishment, and shed blood within the walls of this city, for which, as traitors, oppressors, and murderers, unjustified in their proceedings by any law or right, I claim their death as the just punishment for their crimes, and a due warning unto others in the time to come." As he spoke, his whole frame trembled with the angry passion that was burning in his heart. His words flowed rapidly and clear, and his face, with the bright dark eyes flashing from beneath his heavy knitted brow, offered the very picture of eloquent revenge. A murmur of doubtful import spread through his auditory, some carried away by his passionate oratory, some unwilling to begin their course with such a sweeping act of severity. Albert Maurice himself, sympathizing deeply with the feelings of the childless father, yet resolved upon the principle of reason and right, to oppose a proposition which, he well knew, proceeded rather from the spirit of revenge than a sense of justice, paused between his contending feelings, when, to the surprise of all, good Martin Frews raised up his portly person, and with one of those bursts of generous indignation, which sometimes rendered him almost eloquent, opposed himself strongly to the course suggested by his friend the druggist. "No, no," he exclaimed, "no, no, that will never do. Good God, my fellow citizens, shall it be hereafter said that the people of Ghent rose up powerfully in defence of their own liberties, and made their first act the slaughter of 26 defenceless men, who had been acting under the belief that they were justified by the law? If any one was to blame, it was Duke Charles, not they. And good sooth, I doubt that, at the worst, you could prove that they did not legally hold their posts, for by my faith we all consented that the Duke should appoint them, when we thought he was going to hang us all. A cheap bargain we thought it then, when he was at our gates with 10,000 men. But even were it not so, and had we not consented, should we be able to make widows and orphans in our own city? Should we shed more Flemish blood, when so much has already flowed to no purpose? Should we punish men for actions in which they believed there was no offence? Fie, fie, take from them their offices, reprove them for having so far betrayed their country as to accept the post they held from one who had no right to give it, and let them go back to their dwellings to mourn over their fall. What say you, my fair nephew? Do I judge aright?" "Most wisely, sir, as far as my poor judgment goes," replied Albert Maurice. "None would show more rigorous justice towards men who, perhaps, have been somewhat severe in the discharge of their office than I would, but that it is clear that the citizens of Ghent formally consented to their nomination by the Duke, and therefore that during his life they were acting at least under legal authority." "But not after his death," cried Gannet. "Charles, Duke of Burgundy, died on the 5th day of this month, and 3 days after his death my child was butchered by men whose only title to authority had ceased. The cry of blood must and shall be heard, and if it be not—" Whatever the druggist added was muttered in so low a tone that no one distinguished its import. Albert Maurice, however, saw the necessity of conciliating him, well knowing the influence he possessed over the minds of many whose support was absolutely requisite to success in their undertaking. He now also began to experience how difficult is the task of binding into one mass a large body of men without any power over them but that which is afforded by the evanescent bubble, popularity. Revenge, ambition, avarice, vanity, pride, and every other passion common to the sons of man, he knew must ever be fertile sources of disunion in assemblies where, as in that over which he presided, each one feels that his individual adhesion is of too great consequence to the schemes of the rest for anything to be refused him, however unreasonable his request. But he had yet to learn that the enchanter's wand, that still the very angry seas themselves, would wave in vain over the unbridled passions of mankind. "Master Gannet," replied the young citizen, seeing the impression which had been made upon a great part of the burghers by the certain fact that the druggist's son had been condemned and executed after the Duke's death, "the case you mention is one totally distinct from any of the rest, and must be considered and judged of apart. Doubt not you shall have full justice done you, and the day after tomorrow we will assemble in our public hall and solemnly debate on what course we must pursue in that respect. In the meanwhile, let us not embarrass our present consultations with any point on which there may be a difference of opinion. Morning will soon be here. Our proceedings, then, are thus far determined. First, to petition the princess for restoration of our rights. If she grant them, well; but if by evil counsellors she be persuaded to refuse, then to assert them with our blood and with our fortunes, till the last man amongst us perish. Am I right? Well, then," proceeded Albert Maurice, as a ready assent followed his words, and many of the assembly rose to depart, "tomorrow, by 8 in the morning, let us meet in the town hall, and in the meantime, friends and fellow counsellors of the good city of Ghent, have I not your authority to provide for the guarding and safety of the town?" You have, was the general reply. "And now, good night." One by one the councillors of the town of Ghent departed from the apartment of the young citizen, but Gannet the druggist lingered behind the rest. The conversation between him and Albert Maurice was brief and rapid, but stern and to the point. "Albert Maurice," said the druggist, "are we still one in purpose?" "If you so will," replied the young burgher, "but beware that you bring nothing to divide our counsels." "Nay, rather you beware that you stand not between the sword of justice and its victim," rejoined the other, "for, as I live, if you do, my love for you will become something bitterer than hate, and more than your ruin, the ruin of your cause, shall follow." The eye of the young citizen flashed fiercely as he was thus dared in the first hour of power. "Mark me," he said, grasping the arm of his companion and bending his majestic head over him, while he fixed his full stern glance upon the sallow face of the other. "Mark me, it is time that our mutual determination should be spoken. Yours has already found voice, now hearken to mine. For the service you may do to the cause that I hold dear, I will give a certain way to your revenge. You see I understand you, but if you take one step beyond that and show me that you would rule our efforts for your purposes, I will crush you or die. Man, you have met with your master, and though you may have caused the misery of lordly houses, the star of my destiny is above your scope." As Albert Maurice spoke, the cheek of the druggist turned even paler than before, and he answered in a subdued voice, "Ha, indeed! We do, then, know more of each other than I thought. But this is all vain," he added, after a momentary pause. "If you know so much, you know too that I love you. But Albert Maurice, I will have my revenge." "You shall have justice," replied the young citizen, "and I will not oppose you, though I think reason and humanity and a right construction of the law should save the unhappy men at whom you aim. The day after tomorrow, however, plead your own cause before the council in the town hall. I will be absent, and if they judge for you, I will not interpose by word or deed." The druggist paused and thought for a moment. "Be it so," he said at length. "They must condemn them. And now for you, Albert Maurice. Mark me, there are two paths open before you. The one which you seem choosing for yourself leads to a long struggle between the people and the throne, which, after nicely balancing rights and weighing tenderly the 1,000 grains of dust that constitute all questions of government and policy, shall end in nothing for the state, and your own death and ruin. The other, on which I would guide you, conducts, by a few bold strides, to power, to empire, and to love. You see I know you too. Choose for yourself, and let your actions speak the result. Farewell. I will be ever by your side, to prompt you to your own advantage, even to the last moment." Thus speaking, the druggist quitted the apartment, and followed the rest of the citizens, while Albert Maurice remained in the solitude of his own chamber, with his eyes fixed still upon the spot where Gannet had stood. "To power, to empire, to love," he repeated in a low tone. "How dexterously yon man knows to mix the small portion of leaven, calculated to turn and change the whole heart of him to whom he speaks. To power, to empire, and to love." And the young burgher seated himself slowly, and turned his head towards the shady side of the room, as if the very light of the lamps looked into his heart, and disturbed the intense thoughts that were working in the dark chamber of his bosom. "No," he cried at length, clasping his hands together. "No, not no. My country, thou shalt be my first object, and if in serving thee, without one effort for myself, aught of good befall me personally, I will receive it only as a reward for working thy freedom. But never shall the thought of my individual wishes mingle with my aspirations for the benefit of my native land. Fiend, how thou hast tempted me!" He then gave a moment or two to other ideas connected with his situation at the time, and the first blossom of that full harvest of regrets which every man who sows the Cadmean seeds of civil strife is destined to reap in bitterness of heart, rose up in his bosom, as he thought of the fate of the unhappy men whom he felt forced to yield to the revenge of Ghent, or to resign every hope of delivering his country. It was the first sacrifice of better feeling he had yet been obliged to make, but the first is ever the augury of many more. Albert Maurice, indeed, would fain have persuaded himself that it was not a sacrifice. He strove to prove to his own mind that the men deserved their fate. He called up instances of their severity, of their cruelty, and recapitulated to his own heart the specious sophistry of Ghent, asserting that the act they had committed, however just had been their sentence on the druggist's son, was illegal from the previous death of him from whom alone they derived their power. He reasoned, he argued in vain. His heart was unsatisfied. When a neighbouring clock, striking the hour of 5, made him start from his seat, and gladly take advantage of its warning voice to cast away thoughts that brought regret, in the busy activity of preparing the city to hold firmly the power it had assumed. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of Mary of Burgundy by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 21. We shall pass over the forenoon of the following day rapidly. The news of her father's death reached Mary of Burgundy early in the morning, and though she wept long and bitterly, her grief was now more calm and tranquil than it had been, while uncertainty remained mingled with sorrow. More agitating tidings, however, had reached the Lord of Imbercourt and the Chancellor Huguenet at a still earlier hour, for by daybreak the first rumours of the disarming of the soldiery and the seizure of the gates and walls of the city by the burgher guard had been communicated to them, and before they could take any measures in consequence, the painful fact that every post or defence in Ghent was in the hands of the citizens had been reported from all quarters. Respect for the grief of the princess caused them to withhold from her for some hours the knowledge which they themselves possessed of the state of the city, and it was only when, by means of some other private agents, they received information that the principal burghers of the town had assembled in the town-house and were voting a petition to the princess, praying a restitution of all those rights and privileges of which they had been deprived by Duke Charles, they found it absolutely necessary to communicate to her both what had occurred and what was likely to follow. The news affected Mary of Burgundy less than they had expected, and indeed proved only a sufficient stimulus to rouse her from the grief into which she had fallen. "Fear not, my Lord of Imbercourt," she said, as she saw the apprehension that overshadowed his countenance. "Fear not. I will soon find means to quiet and satisfy the good people of Ghent. It was only while the will and ordinances of my father were opposed to my own inclinations that I found any difficulty or entertained any fear in regard to the tranquillity of the state." "I hope, madam, and I trust," replied Imbercourt, "that you may find it easy. But a stirred-up population is like one of those ravenous beasts that seem to acquire a greater appetite by feeding largely. I trust that the lords of Ravestein and Cleves, with others to whom I have dispatched messengers, may soon arrive, and in sufficient force to overawe these insolent burghers, so that you may be obliged to grant nothing but that which is just and right, and be able to check concession at the proper point. Hark, lady," he added, as a distant shout burst upon his ear, "the unmanly brutes allow you not one day for sorrow. They are coming even now." Mary's cheek turned a little pale, but she showed no other sign of apprehension, and merely replied, "Let them come, my lord. They shall find it difficult to conquer the love of Mary of Burgundy, for love is the only arms that I shall oppose to my subjects. Alas, that they should ever be mine! I beseech you, my good lords, to have the hall of audience fittingly prepared to receive the people who seem approaching fast. Have such guards and attendants drawn up as may give us some show of state. Alice, my sweet friend, seek out the noble Duchess, and pray her to cast by her grief for a moment, for much do I need her presence and support in what is about to occur." The orders of the princess were promptly obeyed. Margaret of York joined her in a few minutes. The hall of audience was prepared as speedily as possible, and everything was ready for the reception of the burghers before they reached the gates of the palace. The deputation, consisting of about 20 persons, dressed in their municipal robes, proceeded from the town-house on foot, followed and surrounded by an immense multitude of the lower orders, shouting loudly, "Ghent and liberty! Ghent and liberty! Long live the noble syndics!" They soon arrived at the building called the Cour du Prince, and some surprise perhaps was felt by the citizens on finding themselves at once admitted to the palace without any question and ushered through a line of armed guards to the great hall of audience. The great impression among them was, that the councillors of the princess, possessing a greater armed force than the townsmen had been aware of, were determined to bring the matter to an immediate decision, and perhaps even to arrest them in the palace for the events of the night before. This supposition was rather increased by the appearance of the hall of audience, which was also lined with armed attendants, and by the demeanour of Imbercourt, Huguenet, and other councillors, who stood with somewhat severe and frowning countenances on each side of the chair of state, which now remained vacant, under the rich crimson canopy that had so often overhung the stern, determined features of Charles the Bold. As soon as they had entered the chamber, the deputation paused, uncertain to whom to address themselves. The councillors neither spoke nor changed their position, and for a few moments there was a dead, unpleasant silence, which no one chose to break. At an instant, however, when the dumb confronting of the court and the citizens was becoming even painful to both, the door by the side of the throne was thrown open by one of the hussiers or doorkeepers, and Mary of Burgundy, leaning on the arm of Margaret of York, preceded by some of the officers of the palace, and followed by 2 or 3 female attendants, entered the apartment and advanced towards the chair. She ascended the steps on which it was raised, but did not sit down, and turning towards the deputation of the burghers, she bowed her head with a gentle inclination, while the novelty of her situation, the feeling that she was taking possession of her dead father's throne, and the difficulty of her circumstances, overcame her firmness for an instant, and she burst into tears. Wiping the drops rapidly from her eyes, she made a sign to the Chancellor Huguenet, who immediately took a step forward and said, addressing the deputation of citizens who still stood at the further end of the room, "The high and mighty Princess Mary, Duchess of Burgundy, Countess of Flanders and Hainault, is ready to receive any persons on behalf of her good town of Ghent." There was a slight pause, and then Albert Maurice, as president of the Provisional Council, advanced towards the throne and knelt on one knee upon the first step. Mary extended her fair hand to him as he knelt, and with a flushed cheek and quivering lip, the young burgher bent his head over it, while something very like a tear glittered in his eye too. In his left hand he held a roll of parchment, and before he rose he said, "Madam, I come to lay at your feet a humble address of condolence and petition from your good and faithful subjects, the citizens of Ghent. Is it your good pleasure that I read it?" Mary bowed her head, and Albert Maurice, rising from his knee, unrolled the parchment which he held, and read, in gentle and respectful tones, the address which had that morning been agreed to in the town hall. The terms in which it was couched were as mild and moderate as the young burgher, by his utmost eloquence, had been able to procure. The citizens, in the language of grief and respect, spoke of the high qualities of the late Duke of Burgundy, and touched as lightly as possible upon those acts of arbitrary power and barbarous harshness which had deprived him of that love which the more noble and generous parts of his character might have obtained from his subjects. They continued, however, to notice his attacks upon the liberties of the good town of Flanders, in terms both severe and firm, and they petitioned the princess immediately to take into consideration the consequences which such aggressions had produced, and to remedy the wrong that had been done by her father. While Albert Maurice read the petition, the deputation had gradually advanced and formed a little semicircle at a few yards' distance from the throne, and when the young citizen had concluded, the princess immediately replied, addressing herself to all. "I did think, my good friends," she said in a tone rather sad than reproachful, "that the day on which I first heard the sad news of my poor father's death might have been passed in privacy, sanctified to mourning and sorrow. I know, however, that communities are little capable of feeling for the griefs and affections of individuals, especially when those individuals are their princes, and therefore, laying by my sorrow, I come willingly to hear your wants and wishes, and to assure you all of my firm resolve to do everything I can to satisfy and to make you happy. In regard to the rights and privileges of the city of Ghent, far be it from me, now or ever, to inquire why they were restrained or abridged by your late sovereign lord, my father, or to renew old griefs and dissensions by investigating who was right or wrong in the times past. Me, men of Ghent, you have never yet offended. You are my fellow countrymen, therefore I feel for you. You are my subjects, therefore I love you. At once, then, whether as a boon or as a right, whether as your own due, or as a testimony of the affection of Mary of Burgundy, take, hold, and use wisely all those privileges and immunities whatever which you can prove that you have possessed at any time within 50 years of the present day. Farther back let us not inquire, for it would lead us to times when Ghent and Flanders, under the usurped domination of a man who was raised from the dregs of the people, by the people's discontent, endured a grosser and more bloody tyranny than ever they suffered from the most savage and cruel of their native princes." "We thankfully accept your Grace's bounty," replied Albert Maurice, "and, without derogating from our own inherent rights, we willingly receive your free and generous confirmation of them, as a grace and benefit conferred, and so humbly take our leave." "You will confer, my friends," said Mary, "with my Chancellor here present, in regard to all the particulars which you may claim, and will have them clearly established and defined to the full extent of the words that I have used." The deputation were then permitted to kiss the hand of the princess, and withdrew; and Mary, after giving one hasty glance round the hall of audience, retired once more to indulge her grief in her own apartments. With her and with the Duchess of York the hours passed in lonely mourning, only interrupted from time to time by an occasional call to transact some of the necessary business of the state, or by the tidings of some event which it was thought indispensable to communicate. In the streets and lanes of the city, however, the day went by with all those signs which show an anxious and excited population. Continual crowds collected in various parts of the town, now conversing amongst themselves, now listening to some popular declaimer. The busy and important were seen hurrying to and fro in every direction. The song, the fiddle, or the cornemuse were exchanged for pitiable verses on the pitiable battle of Nancy, and while one part of the city was overflowing with people and rang with the sound of many tongues, another showed streets totally deserted, the abode of silence and solitude. At length, towards evening, a strong disposition to riot and tumult displayed itself. Whispers and rumours, originating no one knew where, were spread rapidly amongst the crowd, tending strongly to excite them to outrage. Some said that the council were bringing in large bodies of soldiers, some that the nobles were arming their attendants and intended to repossess themselves of the gates. But the strongest and most generally credited reports were directed against the échevins, or police magistrates of the city, whose very duties of investigation and punishment rendered them at all times obnoxious to the lower classes, but who were now hated in a tenfold degree, from the abrogation of the popular form of election in their last appointment. In several districts petty tumults actually took place. Whoever bore the appearance of either a noble or a lawyer was insulted as soon as he appeared, and the burgher guard, which was more than once called out, with a very natural leaning to the people from which it was selected, took merely such means of repression as dispersed the crowds in one spot, only to collect in larger numbers in another. In the meanwhile, Maillautin du Bac as prévôt, and the druggist Gannet as one of the notables of the town, mingled with the crowds and harangued them with the apparent purpose of persuading them to return peaceably to their houses. The first, indeed, was anything but popular in the city, and some supposed that he was exposing himself to outrage by the active part he took. But it was wonderful to see how readily he assumed the tone and deportment necessary to captivate the people, and how speedily the multitude forgot his former conduct. It is true that neither he nor Gannet in their speeches said one word to appease the current of popular indignation, or to divert it from the point to which it was tending. They used every sort of commonplace argument to induce the people to return to their own dwellings. They told them that it would be much better, much safer, much more prudent to disperse, and to let things take their course, though they acknowledged at the same time that the échevins, in the discharge of their illegal office, had acted cruelly and basely. Nevertheless, they said, that those instruments of tyranny would doubtless be brought to justice if they were not by any means smuggled out of the city. In short, they did what may always be done, excited the people in a far greater degree, while they affected to tranquillize them, and pointed their fury to the very object from which they pretended to turn it. The troops which remained in the town, though totally insufficient to overawe the citizens, or to repossess themselves of the walls and gates, were numerous enough to hold out for any length of time the palace or cour du prince, as it was called, which according to the custom of the day was strongly fortified, and which was, luckily, fully provisioned. The attention, therefore, of the ministers of the orphan princess was solely directed to adding temporary defences to her dwelling, and to repairing any slight defect which time or oversight had produced, without attempting the vain task of putting down the turbulent spirit which was manifesting itself in the city. No hostility, indeed, was evinced by the populace towards the princess or her attendants, and servants were suffered to go to and from the palace without the slightest molestation. But still the tidings of tumultuous movements in various parts of the town poured in through the evening, and as Mary sat in a high chamber of a tall tower, long since pulled down, but which then rose above most of the buildings round, the distant shouts and cries caught her ear, and more than once made her inquire the cause. Towards nightfall Imbercourt was summoned to her presence, and she asked eagerly if there were no means of pacifying the people. "None, madam," replied the minister, "without, indeed, you could bribe some of their demagogues, and that would, of course, be merely hiring them to create tumults hereafter, whenever they wanted a fresh supply. I am afraid they must be suffered to have their way for a time. In the end, the populace will see their own folly, and the base selfishness of those that mislead them, and will return to quiet and tranquillity of their own accord. In the meanwhile, thank God, the palace is secure, so be under no apprehensions, madam, for we could hold it out for 6 months against any force they can bring." "Oh, I fear not for myself, my lord," replied Mary. "I fear for my subjects and my friends. I beseech you, my lord, leave not the palace to-night. They might murder you in your way to your own hotel." "I do not believe, madam, that they have any ill will towards me," replied Imbercourt. "I have never done them wrong, and have often stood between them and the anger of their prince. But my duty commands me to remain here, at least till the town is somewhat more calm, and I certainly will not quit the palace this night." So saying, he withdrew, and Mary approached the lattice of the room in which she had been sitting, and which commanded a somewhat extensive view over the city, though the objects that were visible were rather the roofs of buildings and the spires of churches than the busy multitudes which she would fain have watched, herself unseen. Every now and then, however, a glance was to be caught of some of the manifold canals and squares of Ghent, and Mary threw open the window in order, ere the light faded away entirely, to gain a view of any of the crowds whose shouts she heard. But the effort was vain, and turning away from the chilling blast of the January wind, she closed the window, and was returning to her seat, when she found that Alice of Imbercourt had followed her to the deep arch in which the casement was situated. "I wish, dearest lady," said her fair follower, "that you would take the counsel of a simple girl, which, I have a fond belief, would be better than that of all these grave signors." "Well, my Alice," replied the princess with a faint smile, "what would you have me do?" "May I speak boldly, lady?" demanded Alice. "Ay, indeed, as boldly as you will," answered Mary, whose heart wanted some bosom into which to pour its anxieties and sorrows. "But first, dear friend, send away those two girls who sit moping by the fire, sharing my distress, without feeling my grief. Bid the page go light the lamps in the lower chamber, and tell them to take thither their embroidery frames, and work diligently, while we two stay here in the grey twilight, as dim and melancholy as my thoughts." Her commands were speedily obeyed. "And now, Alice," she said, as the other returned, "what would you have me do?" "I would have you dispatch a messenger this very night," replied the young lady boldly, "to the only person on whose arm and to whose heart you can rely to defend and guard you in the present strait. I mean to the Hush, hush! Not for a universe," cried Mary. "Good heaven! What would he deem me? No, Alice, no. You would surely never advise me to such a step. Fie, fie! Mention it not." "I knew that you would start away, my dearest mistress," replied her fair counsellor, "but you must hear me still. What can you do better? What can you do so well? The circumstances in which you are placed, the difficulties which surround you, do they not justify such an act? Do they not render it wise and right instead of indelicate and bold? The Archduke Maximilian was once plighted to you by your own father, and if ever two people loved each other—" "Hush, Alice, I entreat, I command," demanded the princess. "I must not. It cannot be. If such be your advice, speak no more. What I wanted was counsel how to tranquillize these unquiet people of Ghent." "I had something to say on that score too," replied Alice of Imbercourt, "but perchance my advice will not be more palatable to you in regard to that matter than in regard to the other." "Nay, nay, be not offended, Alice," answered Mary. "None can judge of that on which you were speaking but myself, but of this business of Ghent perhaps any one can judge better." "Well then, madam, I will say my say," replied Alice, "and you can follow my counsel or not, as you think best. You marked the young burgher with the furred robe and the gold chain, who read you the address this morning. You must remember him, as handsome a youth as ever lady's eye rested on." "I scarcely saw him," said the princess, "nor should I have noticed him at all, but that I think it was the same who, some 3 or 4 months since, was accused before the council of high treason, and acquitted himself most nobly." "The same, exactly the same," replied Alice. "His name is Albert Maurice, as I hear, and he bears the noblest reputation of any young citizen of them all. I have heard even my own father declare that yon young man has too high a mind and too noble a spirit for his class and station." "Well, what of him?" demanded the princess. "I fear me that his noble spirit will work us little good, for, from all I saw today, he seems to lead the disaffected of the city." "You marked him not as I did, madam," answered Alice. "Never mind what I saw, or what I fancied that I saw. He does lead all parties in the city, I hear, and I am fain to think that had it not been for him, that petition and address, as they call it, would have had a ruder tone. Lady, that young man is well disposed towards you and yours, and I believe that he might be easily worked upon to use his great influence to cure the present madness of the people." "Indeed, I believe he is well disposed," said Mary, "for I remember by your father's counsel I had him called back after the trial, and besought him in private to do his best to maintain peace and order in the city." "My father's counsel was wise, madam," replied Alice, with a quiet smile, "and his daughter's is just of the same piece. What I would have you do now is what my father led you to do then. Send for this Albert Maurice, and beseech him fairly and gently to do his best to quiet the populace and to restore tranquillity. Appeal to his generosity, to his gratitude. Show him how frankly you wanted the petition of the citizens this morning, and, take my word, you will make a convert and a powerful friend." "With all my heart," exclaimed Mary at once, "but there is no time to be lost. Hie thee down to thy father, dear Alice. Tell him what I have resolved to do, and bid him send a messenger for the young citizen directly." "Nay, nay, dear lady," answered Alice, smiling again, "that will never do. In the first place, I hear my father is not, just now, the best beloved in the city, for suffering a young man to be executed who had committed murder, and was condemned by the XXIX. And besides that, I learned from one of my women but now, that he had sent in his own name to this Albert Maurice and another of the citizens named Gannet, and that they refused to come." "Then most probably they would refuse me too," replied the princess, "and though Mary of Burgundy will do all that she can to make her people happy, she must not stoop to beg their presence and be refused." No fear, madam," said Alice of Imbercourt, "but leave the matter to me, and I will answer for it, that, ere half an hour be over, the young citizen shall be standing here before you." "What do you propose to do, then?" demanded the princess. "Merely to write a billet desiring Master Albert Maurice, in the name of Mary, Duchess of Burgundy, to render himself to the palace with all speed, in order to speak with his sovereign," was her fair attendant's answer. "Nay, but it may seem strange," said the princess. "I hardly dare to do so without speaking with your father." "If you make it a matter for counsellors, lady," replied Alice, "all our scheme fails, or worse may come of it than you suspect. I have already heard the constable of the writers and one of your grace's council regretting that they did not seize upon the deputation this morning as a pledge for the submission of the people. No, he must come in disguise, and must go in disguise. I will send the page with the billet. He is shrewd and active, and shall bring him in by the postern or the canal. Nay, lady," she added, seeing Mary about to make some farther opposition, "I will take it all upon myself. I will write the note and send the page, and bid the sentry give him admission on his return, and if aught is heard of it, it will but pass for the trick of a mad-headed girl. And I have more to lose than you too, my princess," she continued, laughing, "for I have a lover who could be as jealous as a spaniel dog if I chose to let him." Mary still hesitated, and probably might have refused her consent, but some nearer and louder shouts met her ear, giving evidence that the crowds were increasing as the night came on, and determined her to accede. Alice's proposal was agreed to accordingly, and as every moment was apparently adding to the tumult in the city, she proceeded to put the scheme in execution immediately. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of Mary of Burgundy by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 22. The torrent of business in which Albert Maurice found himself involved had occupied his time in such a manner as hardly to permit of his giving much attention to the tumultuous assemblages which took place during the day in various parts of the city. Popular leaders, indeed, are apt to attach too little importance to those commotions which, being frequently raised by themselves with ease and rapidity, they fancy they can allay with the same facility and power. But a time comes when they are to be undeceived, and it was approaching with Albert Maurice. Towards 2 o'clock the young citizen had addressed the people in the market-place, and had easily induced them disperse, by informing them that the princess had most generously granted them of her own accord all that they could desire. He had then, in the belief that all the other crowds would melt away, in the same manner, before night, retired to his own dwelling, and in the most remote and noiseless apartment which it contained, had proceeded to make, with rapidity and decision, all those arrangements on which depended the defence of the city against external enemies, and the predominance of the popular party within its walls. He wrote at length to all the municipal councils of the various towns in Flanders. He took measures for organising a considerable national force. He sent express orders to the guard at all the gates to refuse admission to any party of armed men, and he issued orders for the fabrication of arms as speedily as possible, in order that the citizens might be found in a state of preparation, if the privileges and liberty they had regained should be menaced from without. Thus passed the 3 hours of light that remained after his return home, and busy hours they were. At length, feeling himself, notwithstanding his great corporeal powers, somewhat wearied with the immense exertions which he had made, he proceeded into the garden attached to his dwelling, which formed a little terrace on the banks of the Lys. As he stood there, turning his aching brow to the cool wind, the full roar of the tumult in the city burst upon his ear, like the distant sound of a stormy sea, and after listening for a few moments to the combination of discordant noises which rose up from the many streets and squares, he felt at once that some great change had taken place in the popular mind since he had left the market-place, and turning quickly back, he prepared to go forth and use all the power he knew that he possessed to restore tranquillity. At his own door, however, he was met by a boy who instantly pronounced his name, though it was now dark, and demanded to speak with him. "Who and what are you, boy?" demanded the young citizen. "I bear you a billet from a lady," replied the youth, "and you must read it directly." "A billet from a lady?" cried Albert Maurice, with a sneer curling his handsome lip. "Go, go, my boy, this is no time for idle gallantries. Give me the note, and get thee hence. I will read it to-morrow." "Nay, but you must read it this moment," the other answered, without giving him the note. "Ay, and that in private too," he added. "So come, good sir, go back into your house and take it with reverence and care, for it deserves no less." "Thou art bold enough," replied Albert Maurice, but at the same time there was something in the deportment of the boy so unlike that of the common love's messengers of those days, that he yielded to his desire, and turning into the house strode quickly to the chamber in which he had been writing, and in which a light was still burning. The moment he had entered, the apparel of the page and a small St. Andrew's cross embroidered on his left breast at once showed that he was a servant of the House of Burgundy. Instantly closing the door, Albert Maurice took the note with every sign of reverence and respect, and read it attentively by the light of the lamp. As he did so, however, his cheek flushed, and then turned pale, and flushed again, and he demanded eagerly, "Who gave you this note, Sir Page?" "The Lady Alice of Imbercourt," replied the boy, "and she bade me lead you speedily to the postern on the river." Albert Maurice paused and mused, and though no heart that ever beat in a human bosom knew less of fear than his, yet the ordinary calculation of danger which every one makes when engaged in enterprises of importance forced itself upon his notice, and he could not but feel that the step proposed to him was replete with peril. Was it probable, he asked himself, that the princess should send to him at that hour? And was not the dispatch of the note he held in his hand much more likely to be part of a scheme framed by the prévôt or some of the inferior agents of the government, in order to get the chief leader of the popular party, the president of the provisional council, into their hands as a tie upon the people? Yet, as he gazed upon the billet, it was evidently a woman's writing, and as he reread the contents there was something in it all which put prudence and caution to flight at once. Was not the very name of Mary of Burgundy enough? To be requested by her to visit her dwelling in secrecy and disguise, to see her, to speak with her in private, to bask in the light of those beautiful eyes, to hear that soft and thrilling voice. The very hope was worth all the perils that ever knight or paladin encountered, and his reperusal of the billet determined him at once to go. Where to find some speedy means of disguising his person was his next thought, but then immediately remembering the monk's grey gown in which he had already travelled so far, and which by some accident had been left behind by his former guide, he instantly sought it out, stripped off the furred robe which he had worn throughout the day, and buckling on a sword and poniard under the frock, strode on after the page, with that increased feeling of security which we all experience when we know that we have the means about us of selling our lives dearly, happen what will in the course before us. "Better follow at a short distance behind, good father," said the boy, as they proceeded into the street. "You know your way towards the back of the Cour du Prince. If we go separate, we shall the better escape notice, and you will find me on the narrow path beneath the walls." As he spoke thus, he darted away, and Albert Maurice followed with the hurried step of excitement and expectation. It was now completely dark, and passing onward along the quay of the canals, and through one or two of the many large squares of Ghent, he soon saw enough of popular feeling to make him anxious to resume a garb in which he might take measures for repressing the turbulent spirit that was every moment gaining ground. At the corner of each of the larger streets immense bonfires, blazing and crackling in the chill air, at once lighted and warmed and excited the multitudes that assembled around them. But this was not all. Wine and ale too, that genuine Flemish beverage, were circulating rapidly amongst the crowds of men and women, whose class and appearance did not at all warrant the supposition that their own means could procure, even on an extraordinary occasion, such copious supplies of dear and intoxicating liquors. All this excited a suspicion in the mind of Albert Maurice that some unseen agency was at work, to rouse the people to a far higher pitch than he wished or had expected, and at the same time he felt that such scenes of tumultuous rejoicing on the news of the loss of a great battle and the death of their bold and chivalrous sovereign was indecent in itself, and must be bitter indeed to the child of the dead prince. Such sights, of course, increased his speed, and hastening on as fast as possible, he soon found himself upon the narrow bridge of land between the fortified wall of the palace and the river. But he was alone. The page was nowhere to be seen, and Albert Maurice began to suspect he had been deceived. But a moment after, the appearance of the boy, hurrying up as fast as his less powerful limbs permitted, soon showed him that his own anxious haste had outstripped even the page's youthful activity. Although a sentry paraded the wall above, with his slow match lighted, no challenge was given, and 3 sharp taps upon the postern door soon caused it to fly open, and admit them within the walls of the building. An inferior officer of the guard stood by, and held a lantern to the face of the page as he entered. The boy endured his scrutiny quietly, but to the surprise of the young citizen, he found that the appearance of the page was received as a passport for himself. The officer withdrew the lantern without farther comment, as soon as he had satisfied himself in regard to the boy's person, and suffered Albert Maurice and his conductor to enter the palace. Up long and manifold staircases, through innumerable doors and interminable passages, the page led the leader of the Gondois, and only stopped at length, when both were out of breath, at a small, deep doorway, where he knocked before he entered, making a sign to Albert Maurice to pause. The boy was then told to come in, and remained within for some minutes, while the young burgher continued in the dark passage, his heart beating as he thought of his near meeting with Mary of Burgundy, and that thrill of expectation which would seem to partake of the nature of fear, were it not almost always mingled in some way with feelings not only of hope but of joy. After a time the boy returned, and leading the young burgher to another door, he threw it open and admitted him into an apartment fitted up with the ostentatious splendour for which Charles of Burgundy had been famous in the decoration of his palaces. It seemed to have been a room peculiarly allotted to that prince's leisure moments, for all around hung various implements of sylvan sport, each ornamented in some way with the arms of Burgundy, and piled up against the walls in the manner of trophies. There is something strangely solemn in entering the chamber of one lately dead. It seems more empty, more vacant and cold, than when its master, though absent, is living. It appeals to our own feelings, and connects itself by the thin gossamer threads of selfishness which the human heart draws between our own fate and every external event that befalls our fellow men, with an after period, when our chamber shall be left thus cold and lonely, and our place be no longer found amongst the living. All spoke of the last Duke Charles, and of the bold rude sports of which he had been fond. Even the sconce that held a few lighted tapers was fashioned in the shape of a boar's head. And as the young citizen entered the chamber, he felt that feeling of pity for, and sympathy with, the deceased prince, which nothing could have inspired but his death. That common fate which breaks down all that holds man from man, and first makes us feel our near kindred to each other. There was no one in the chamber, and the page, after telling Albert Maurice that the lady would be with him in a moment, retired and left him to think both of the living and the dead. His thoughts of the latter, however, soon ceased, for in this active life the solemn impressions are naturally the most transitory, and the expectation of meeting Mary of Burgundy soon absorbed the whole. He had no time to analyse his feelings, or to examine with microscopic accuracy the workings of his own heart. Since the day when he had first seen her in the market-place, her image had become connected with almost every thought that had passed through his mind. The name of the princess and her conduct in all the events of the day, of course, formed a constant part in the conversation of the people, and whenever she was mentioned, the fair form and the mild liquid eyes rose to the sight of the young burgher, and the sweet melodious tones of her voice seemed to warble in his ear. He had refused to let his own mind inquire what was going on in his bosom, but the words of Gannet had, perhaps, in some degree, opened his eyes to his feelings, and the sensations which he experienced while waiting her coming in that chamber tended still more to undeceive him. What was he doing, he asked himself, encouraging a passion for an object beyond his reach? And even while he so thought, 1,000 wild and whirling images rushed across his brain, of triumph and success and love. But how was it all to be obtained? By overthrowing her power to raise himself into her rank, by overturning the institutions of his country, by risking the effusion of oceans of blood, and by inducing months of anarchy. Still these were the only means by which he could ever hope to win the hand of Mary of Burgundy, and he asked himself, would such means win her love, even were he to give way to the towering ambition which was the only passion that had hitherto struggled with patriotism in his bosom, the only one which he had feared? Would it obtain the gratification of that love which was now rising up, a stronger passion, still destined to use the other as its mere slave? Such feelings, as I have said, rushed rapidly through his brain, while expectation mingled with the rest, and made his heart beat till it almost caused him to gasp for breath. These sensations were becoming well nigh intolerable, when the door opened, and Mary of Burgundy, followed a step behind by Alice of Imbercourt, entered the apartment, and the door was closed. The princess was pale with grief, but there was a fitful colour came and went in her cheek that was far lovelier than the most rosy health. Her eyes, too, bore the traces of tears, but the heaviness had something touching in it, which perhaps went more directly to the heart than their brighter light. With a flushed cheek and agitated frame, the young burgher advanced a step and made a profound inclination of the head as the princess entered, not well knowing whether, when received in so private a manner, to kneel or not. But Mary, after pausing a moment with a doubtful glance, as her eye fell upon the monk's frock which he was covered, held out her hand for him to kiss as her subject, a custom then common to almost all ladies of sovereign station, and the young citizen at once bent the knee, and touched that fair hand with a lip that quivered like that of a frightened child. He then rose, and stepping back, waited for Mary to express her commands, though his eye from time to time was raised for a single instant to her face, as if he thought to impress those fair features still more deeply on the tablet of his heart. "I thank you, sir, for coming so speedily," said the princess, "for in truth I have much need of your counsel and assistance." "I trust, madam, you could not entertain a doubt of my instant obedience to your commands," replied Albert Maurice, finding that she paused. "The only thing which could have led me to do so," said the princess, "was your refusal to come at the bidding of my faithful friends, the Lord of Imbercourt and Huguenot." "There is some great mistake, madam," replied the young citizen in surprise. "The noblemen to whom your grace refers have never signified any wish to see me. Had they done so, I should have come at their request with the same confidence that I have obeyed your commands." "Alice," cried the princess, turning to her fair attendants, "my information came from you. I hope it was correct." "All I can say, fair sir," said Alice of Imbercourt, advancing a step, and applying to the young burgher the term that was generally used in that day, from noble to noble, "all I can say, fair sir, is, that I heard my father, the Lord of Imbercourt, dispatch a messenger this day, at about 3 o'clock, to entreat Master Albert Maurice and Master Walter Ganet to visit him at the palace immediately; and I heard, scarcely an hour ago, by the report of one of my women, that a direct refusal had been returned." "Not by me, lady, certainly not by me," replied Albert Maurice. "Since the hour of 2 this day I have been in my own cabinet, busily engaged in writing, and know but little of what has passed in the city. But assuredly no messenger has ever reached me to-day from the palace except the page who brought me the command, which I am here to obey. But you say another name was coupled with mine. Perhaps that person may have returned the uncourteous refusal of which you speak." "I am very sorry for it, then," answered Mary of Burgundy, "for the matter on which I desired to see you, sir, would be much better transacted with men and statesmen than with a weak woman like myself." "Your pardon, madam," exclaimed Albert Maurice. "If what you say refers to the city of Ghent and its present state, much more may be done by your own commands, expressed personally to myself, than by an oration of the wisest minister that ever yet was born. Statesmen, madam, are often too cold, too prudent, too cautious, to deal with the frank multitude, whose actions are all passion, and whose motives are all impulse. But, oh, madam, there is a natural, generous, gentle feeling about all your demeanour, from your lightest word to your most important deed, which is well calculated to make our hearts serve you, as well as our heads or our hands." The young burgher spoke with a fervour and an enthusiasm that called the blood up, for a moment, into Mary's cheek. But as the chivalrous courtesy of the day often prompted expressions of much more romantic admiration, without the slightest further meaning than mere ordinary civility, Mary of Burgundy saw nothing in the conduct of the young citizen beyond dutiful and loyal affection. The possibility of her having raised a deeper or more tender feeling in the bosom of her subject never once crossed her thoughts. It was to her as a thing impossible, and though she certainly felt gratified by the fervent tone of loyalty in which Albert Maurice expressed himself, she dreamed not for a moment that the loyalty could ever become a warmer feeling in his breast. "I trust, sir," she replied, "ever to merit the opinion you have expressed, and to keep the love of my good people of Ghent, as well as that of all my subjects. But indeed the conduct that they are now pursuing evinces but small regard either for my feelings or my interest, nor much gratitude for the first willing concession that I have made in their favour. You say, sir, you know little that has passed in the city since an early hour. Listen, then, to the tidings that have reached me." Mary then recapitulated all that she had heard concerning the tumults in different parts of the city, and a conversation of considerable length ensued, which, from all the important and interesting circumstances discussed, from the free and unceremonious communication which it rendered necessary, and from the continual bursts of high and generous sentiments upon both parts, to which the great events they spoke of gave rise, brought all the feelings of the young citizen within the circle of the one deep overpowering passion which had been long growing up in his bosom. If he came there doubting whether he loved Mary of Burgundy, before he left her presence his only doubt was, whether there was anything else on earth worth living for but the love he felt towards her. Such thoughts had their natural effect both on his appearance and demeanour. He still maintained that tone of deep respect due from a subject to his sovereign, but there was a free grace in all his movements, a brilliant energy in all he said, a spirit of gentle chivalrous loyalty in all his professions, inspired by the great excitement under which he spoke, that raised the wonder and admiration of Mary herself, though still no one dream of bolder aspirations ever crossed her imagination. The chamber in which this conference was held was turned towards the river, rather than to the square before the palace, and the shouts which had made themselves loudly audible in the apartments from which Mary had just come, had hitherto been less distinctly heard where she now stood. But in a moment after, the multitudes which had assembled in other places seemed directing their course over a bridge that lay a little higher up the stream, and the sounds came with redoubled force. Shouts, cries, and songs of every kind were borne along with the wind to the chamber in which the princess was standing, and pointing to the casement, she bade the young citizen open it, and hearken to what was passing without. Albert Maurice did so, and in listening his cheek became alternately pale and red, his brow knitted, and his eye flashed, and turning to the princess he replied, "I know not, madam, what they have done, or what they are about to do, but certainly some sort of insanity seems to have seized upon the people. However, I will this instant go forth, and, as I live, if they have committed the crimes of which I am led to fear they are guilty, from some of the cries I have just heard, the perpetrators shall meet the punishment they deserve." He turned towards the door as he spoke, but Mary desired him to pause. Stay, sir, a moment," she said. "Alice, bid the page see that the way is clear." The young lady opened the door and whispered a few words to the boy, who waited in the passage beyond, and who instantly proceeded to ascertain that no change had taken place to obstruct the burghers' egress from the palace. Scarcely was he gone on this errand, however, when a pale reddish glare began to pour through the open window, waxing stronger each moment, and Mary, whose face was half turned towards it, started forward, exclaiming, "Look, look! Good heaven, they have set fire to the city!" Albert Maurice sprang to the casement also, and, as with his right hand he threw farther open the lattice, his left rested for a single moment on that of Mary of Burgundy, which she had accidentally placed upon the sill of the window. It was but for an instant, yet a thrill passed through his whole frame that made his brain seem to reel. But he had no time to indulge such thoughts. A bright pyramid of flame was at that very moment springing up through the clear night air, affording a strange and fearful contrast to the pure sweet beams of the early moon. Redder and redder the baleful glare arose, as if striving to outshine the moonlight, and streaming over the city displayed the dark black masses of the buildings, wall and roof and tower and spire standing out in clear relief upon the bright background of the blaze. Thence gleaming on, the two lights were seen flashing together upon the river, amidst the innumerable black spots formed by the boats, in many of which a number of human figures might be descried, gazing with upturned faces at the flame. The wooden bridge, too, with the crossing and interlacing of its manifold piles and beams, appeared at a little distance beyond, a piece of dark fine tracery upon the glittering mass of the stream. And there, too, an immense multitude were to be observed, looking on calmly at the fire which was consuming some of the finest buildings in the city. All this was gathered by the young citizen at a glance. "They have set fire to the prison and the hall of justice," he cried, divining in an instant, both from the direction of the flames and the cries he had before heard, the crime which had been committed. "This must be put a stop to. Madam, farewell. When you shall hear to-morrow of the events of this night, you shall either learn that I am dead, or that I have done my duty." The page had by this time returned, and Albert Maurice followed him with a rapid step through the same passages by which he had been conducted to his interview with the princess. Just as they reached the ground floor of the castle, however, there was the sound of a coming step. The boy darted across the corridor in a moment, and Albert Maurice had but time to draw the cowl of his monk's gown over his head, when he was encountered by the Lord of Imbercourt, advancing with a hasty step towards the apartments of the princess. The young citizen, with all his feelings excited by what had just passed, was both fearless and careless of any mortal thing, and making slight way for the nobleman to pass, was striding rapidly on after the page. But Imbercourt caught him by the arm, exclaiming, "Who are you, sir, and what do you here?" "I do the errand on which I am sent," replied the young citizen, "and interrupt no man. Unhand me, sir, for I am not to be stayed." "Not till I see your face," said Imbercourt sternly. "Your voice I should know, but that form, I doubt me, is no monk's." As he spoke, he raised his hand towards the cowl which covered the head of the young citizen, but Albert Maurice shook off his grasp, saying, "Man, you are unwise. Stay me further at your peril." "Ho! a guard without there!" shouted the Lord of Imbercourt, till the whole passages rang, and cast himself immediately in the path of the burgher. But Albert Maurice seized him in his powerful grasp, and with one effort sent him reeling to the further part of the corridor, where he fell almost stunned upon the floor. Without a moment's pause, the young citizen darted through the door by which the page had disappeared, traced without difficulty the passages which led to the postern, passed unquestioned by the sentry who was conversing with the boy, and in a moment after was standing upon the terrace without the palace walls. Casting off the monk's gown, he rolled it hastily up and threw it into the water, and then striding along the narrow quay between the Cour de France and the river, he directed his way at once towards the bridge. It was still covered with people, and someone, recognising him as he came upon it, pronounced his name, which was instantly spoken by 100 other voices. Still Albert Maurice passed on, forcing his way through the crowd, but marking attentively the various countenances as he went, by the light which the flames of the burning buildings cast upon them. There were many he recognised, but he spoke to none for some moments, till he came to a stout, honest-looking cloth-worker, near whom he stopped for an instant. "Are you ready to obey my commands, Gibelin?" he demanded. "To the death, Master Albert," replied the other. "The rogues have set fire to the Hall of Justice." "I see," answered Albert Maurice. "Follow me thither, and, as you go, collect as many as you can who will obey without question." He then strode on, stopping from time to time at the various crowds, wherever he recognised a person on whom he could depend. With each of these a momentary conversation took place, of the same nature as that which he had held with the man he called Gibelin. To some, however, his address was much more brief; to others merely, "Follow me, Cold, follow me, Gasner." His commands were instantly obeyed. Those whom he charged to collect more were successful in doing so, and as he made his way forward, a body of 200 or 300 men, gathered in this manner from the different crowds, continued pushing their way after him in an irregular manner up the great street, in which the old prison and hall of justice were situated. Those buildings had been built so as to retire a little from the general facade of the houses, and being placed exactly opposite to each other, left a sort of square between them. The edifices on both sides were now on fire, but notwithstanding the intense heat, the place or square was filled to overflowing with people, whose appearance and occupation seemed altogether those of devils in human form. The blaze of the burning buildings cast upon their swarthy and excited countenances, disfigured as they already were by drink and passion, a glare that was perfectly infernal. Loud shouts of exultation, or rather screams of triumphant hatred, rent the air, and round about the square, suspended by the neck to the long stone waterspouts which then distinguished the city of Ghent, were to be seen a number of human figures, quivering and convulsed in the agonies of death, while the demon yells of the populace hailed the contortions of their victims with horrible delight. Such, it is well known, was the death of the unhappy XXIX, whom Charles of Burgundy had appointed for the city of Ghent. But the vengeance which was immediately taken on some of the perpetrators of that cruel act is not so generally recorded. Albert Maurice found the multitude in the first exultation of the barbarous feat they had committed, and many of those who had taken a leading part therein were still making a parade of that activity. The young citizen, however, hesitated not a moment, but striding up to a wretch who held one end of the ropes used as means of inflicting death upon the XXIX, he seized him at once by the collar of his jerkin and dragged him towards the middle of the square. A momentary movement was made by the people to resent this interference, and to rescue their comrade, but he was instantly passed from the hands of Albert Maurice to the trustworthy followers whom he had called together, with the words, "To the town-house." The next moment the young citizen, without appearing even to see or notice the threatening aspect of the people, again strode through the midst of them, and made another prisoner of a better class, thundering no measured terms of reproach upon him as he cast him back into the hands of those that followed. The multitude now perceived that amongst themselves in every part of the square there were persons of their own rank and appearance acting with the young burgher, whose name, never mentioned by any of the citizens without respect and applause, also began to circulate rapidly amongst them. Even those most bent upon evil, not knowing who was prepared to support and who to oppose them, lost confidence in themselves. Fear, the most contagious of all diseases, seized them, and one by one they made their way from the scene of their criminal excesses. Those on the outside of the mass felt those within pressing to escape, and catching the alarm began to run also, so that in a few minutes Albert Maurice and the men who had followed him alone remained in the square, together with 3 prisoners, while a 4th had been hurried away. To cut down the bodies of the unhappy men who had become the victims of popular fury was the proceeding of the burgher and his companions, but as all aid in their case was found to be in vain, the attention of Albert Maurice was soon turned to prevent the conflagration from spreading further than the public buildings to which it had been communicated. As they were very much isolated in their situation, this object was easily effected, and as soon as it was accomplished the young citizen proceeded with hasty steps towards the town-house, where he found a number of the municipal officers in somewhat lengthy debate concerning the measures to be pursued for tranquillising the city. The superior mind of Albert Maurice instantly brought all worldly discussions to an end, and while armed parties of the burgher guard were dispatched with peremptory orders to disperse the crowds, the attention of those who now ruled in Ghent was called to the case of the ruffians taken red-handed in the crime they had committed. The ancient laws of the city were hastily consulted, were found to be conclusive in regard to their guilt and punishment. A confessor was summoned, and ere daybreak the next morning, the 4 persons who had acted the most prominent part in the death of the XXIX had tasted the same fate before the town hall of Ghent. With a sternness which formed no part of his original nature, but which grows sadly and destructively upon the human heart in such scenes of excitement and violence, Albert Maurice with his own eyes saw the decree of the municipal council carried into effect ere he trod his way homeward. But as soon as the execution was over, he returned to his dwelling, and exhausted with all he had gone through during the last 48 hours, he cast himself upon his bed and slept. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of Mary of Burgundy by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 23. We must now once more change the scene, and leaving Ghent to proceed step by step through all the mazes of anarchy and confusion which are sure for a time to succeed the overthrow of established authority, we must trace the events which were occurring to some of the other personages connected with this true history. Once more, then, let us turn to the forest of Hainault, which now, in the depth of winter, offered a very different scene from that which it had displayed either in the full summer or the brown autumn. It was early in the morning of the 20th of January, and except on the scattered beeches which, mingling here and there with the oak and the elm and the birch, retained their crisp brown leaves longer than any of the other trees, not a bough in the wood, but, stripped of all that ornamented it in the warmer season, was encrusted with a fine white coating of glistening frostwork. Little snow indeed covered the ground, and that which had fallen was too hard frozen to have any tenacity, but drifted about the forest in a fine white powder, lodged here and there amongst the withered leaves, or collected in thick sweeps upon the dingle side. It retained no form but that given to it by the wind, so that the deep footprint of the stag or boar was effaced almost as soon as made, and the only mark by which the eye of the most experienced huntsman could have traced the lair of his quarry would have been by the hoarfrost brushed off the boughs of the thickets in the animal's course through the wood. The morning was as clear and bright as if the sun were just starting from the dark pavilion of the night to run his race of glory through the long course of a summer's day. But the wind, whistling keenly through the woods and tingling on the cheeks of the early forester, told that the sharp rain of winter was in the height of its power. In a wide, open, grassy spot, about half a mile from the high road to Louvain, were collected, on the morning to which I refer, about a dozen of our good friends, the Green Riders. One or two were on horseback, but the greater part had dismounted, and were employing themselves in all the various ways which men devise to warm themselves on a winter's morning. They were evidently waiting for someone, and though the people who are watched for by such gentry are not generally in the most enviable situation in the world, yet on the present occasion the freebooters seemed to have no hostile purpose in view, and spoke of the person they expected as one of themselves. "Cold work he will have of it, Master Matthew," said one of the adventurers, addressing the florid, white-haired old man, whom we have had occasion to notice somewhat particularly in the cavern. "By my faith," replied the other, "when anything disagreeable is to be done, he does not spare himself." "Ay, but such is the leader for us," rejoined the other. "Think you he will be long? It is mighty cold, and the horses are half frozen." "Hark!" cried his companion, "that clatter may answer your question. By the Lord, he is coming down the hill at a fearful rate, for so slippery as it is. I trust he is not pursued. Stand to your arms, my men, and be ready to mount." As he spoke, the sound of a horse's feet at full gallop was heard through the clear, frosty air, and in a moment after, along the little road which wound away from the open space where the adventurers were collected over the side of a steep acclivity, was seen a man on horseback darting down towards them without the slightest apparent regard to the sharpness of the descent or the slipperiness of the road. He was armed like themselves, but with the distinction that instead of the open bassonet or round steel cap, without visor, which they wore, his head was covered by a plumed casque, the beaver of which was down. He drew not a rein till he was in the midst of them, then, with one slight touch, checked his horse and vaulted to the ground. The haste in which he had arrived was now equalled by the rapidity of his words, as he gave a number of different orders to the men who surrounded him, clearly and precisely, but with celerity which showed that no time was to be lost. "Matthew, my good lieutenant," he said, laying his hand upon the shoulder of the old man, "who is fittest to send to Germany on an errand to a prince?" "Why not myself?" demanded the adventurer. "Because I want you here and cannot do without you," replied the chief. "Well, then, send Walter there," rejoined the old man. "He is a Frenchman and courtly in his way." "Courtly and honest too," added the Vert Galant, "which is a wonder. There, Master Walter, take that letter to the Bishop of Trier. You will find him at Cologne with the bishop of that city. There, mount and be gone. You know your way. Here is a purse of gold to pay your expenses. The bishop will send you on to the Archduke. The Germans are frugal, therefore be not you over fine. Yet spare not the florins, where it may do honour to him that sent you. Away. You, good Matthew, yourself," continued the Vert Galant, "speed like lightning to Ghent, but cast off your steel jacket and robe me yourself like the good burgher of a country town. Seek out your old friend Martin Fruse, confer with him, and with his nephew Albert Maurice. They are now all powerful in Ghent. Bid them beware of Louis, King of France. Tell them it is his purpose to force the Princess Mary into a marriage with his puny son, and to make her yield her fair lands into his hand, that he himself may seize them all when death lays hold upon his sickly boy. Bid them oppose it by all means, but by none more than by delay. Risk not your person, however, and if you cannot speak with them in safety, write down the message, and have it given to another hand. You, Frank Van Halle, you are bold and shrewd, though you have but little speech. Follow Matthew Gournay, habited as his man, and when you are within the walls of Ghent, find out some way of speech with the princess, and whether in public or in private, give her that ring, with this small slip of paper. Then leave the city as quickly as you may." "I doubt me it will be sure death," replied Van Halle, looking up with an inquiring glance. "What, you afraid, Van Halle?" exclaimed his leader. "But go, there is no fear." "Afraid? No, no," answered the man. "But I only thought, if I were to die, I would go home first, and, with Martin of Gravelines and Dick Drub the Devil, would drink out the pipe of sack I bought. Pity it should be wasted." "Keep it for another time," said the Vert Galant, "for by my faith your errand to Ghent will never stop your drinking it." "Well, well, if I die, tell the other two to finish it," rejoined Van Halle. "Pity it should be wasted," and so sprang on his horse. "Hold, Matthew," cried the Vert Galant, as the two soldiers were about to depart without more words. "Meet me 5 days hence in the wood between Swineard and Dainsa. So lose no time. You know the Red Cross near Astane." The two instantly rode off, and the Vert Galant then turned to the others, and continued his orders, for marching the whole force he had under his command, which seemed to be considerable, into the woods in the neighbourhood of Ghent. Those woods, though then very extensive and covering acres of ground which are now in rich cultivation, were nevertheless too small to afford perfect shelter and concealment for such a large body of adventurers as had long tenanted the vaster and less frequented forest tracts near Hanou, unless the entire band were subdivided into many smaller ones, and distributed through various parts of the country. All this, however, was foreseen and arranged by the leader of the Free Companions, and it is probable that he also trusted to the distracted state of the country, throughout which anything like general police was, for the time, at an end, for perfect immunity to his bold advance to the very gates of the capital of Flanders. All his orders were speedily given, and one by one his companions left him as they received their instructions, so that at length he stood alone. He paused for a moment on the spot, patting the neck of his strong fiery horse, and as men will sometimes do when they fancy themselves full of successful designs, and are excited by the expectation of great events, addressing to the nearest object of the brute creation those secret outbreakings of the heart, which he might have feared to trust in the unsafe charge of human beings. "Now, my bold horse, now," he exclaimed, "the moment is come, for which during many a long year I have waited and watched. The star of my house is once more in the ascendant, and the reign of tyranny is at an end. Let him who dares stand between me and my right, for not another hour will I pause till justice is fully done." While he was thus speaking, a sort of slight distant murmur came along, so mingled with the whistling of the wind that he had to listen for some moments before he could ascertain whether it proceeded merely from the increased waving of the boughs occasioned by the gale rising, or whether it was the distant sound of a number of persons travelling along the road which he had just passed. He was soon satisfied, and as he clearly distinguished voices and the jingling tramp of a travelling party of that day, he sprang upon his charger, leaped him over a small brook that trickled half congealed through the grass, and plunged into a deep thicket beyond, the bushes and trees of which were of sufficient height to screen him from the observation of the passengers. The party whose tongues he had heard soon came to the spot where he had lately stood. It comprised about 30 people, all well armed, and dressed splendidly, bearing the straight cross which at that time distinguished France from Burgundy. The magnificent apparel of the whole body, the number of the men-at-arms of which it was principally composed, together with certain signs of peaceful dispositions on their own part, evinced at once, to the practised eye that watched them, that the cavalcade which came winding along the road consisted of some envoy from France and his escort, furnished probably with those letters of safe conduct which guarded them from any hostile act on the part of the government of the country through which they passed, but prepared to resist any casual attacks from the lawless bands that were then rife. Not exactly at the head of the cavalcade, for 2 stout archers, armed at all points, led the way, but at the head of the principal body appeared a small, dark, ill-featured man, whose person even an extraordinary display of splendour in his apparel sufficed not to render anything but what it was, insignificant. Velvet and gold and nodding plumes could do naught in his favour, and the only thing which made his appearance in any degree remarkable was an air of silent, calm, and determined cunning, which had in it something fearful from its very intensity. One gazed upon him as on a serpent, which, however small and powerless in appearance, inspires terror in much mightier things than itself from the venom of its fangs. He rode on quietly, speaking little to anyone, and that which he did say was all uttered in a calm, soft, insinuating tone, which corresponded well with the expression of his countenance. The rest of the party laughed and talked with much less ceremony and restraint than the presence of so dignified a person as an ambassador might have required, had he been by state and station fit to have inspired respect. Such seemed not to be the case in the present instance, and though not one word on any other than the most commonplace subjects passed amongst the followers of the Count of Melun, for so the ambassador was called, yet their light laughter and gay jokes, breaking forth every moment close to his ear, were anything but reverential. Some little difficulty seemed now to occur in regard to the road that the party were travelling. It appeared that hitherto, on turning slightly from the high road, they had followed the footmarks of the Vert Galant's charger, taking them for those left by the horse of an avant courier, who had been dispatched to prepare for them at the next town. When they found, however, that the steps turned into the savannah, and lost themselves in a number of others, a halt immediately took place, and after a short consultation, by order of the ambassador, the whole party wheeled round, and wisely returned to the high road. Their whole proceedings, however, had been watched by one they knew not of, and almost before they were out of sight, the Vert Galant emerged from his concealment, and, with a laugh which rang with contempt, turned his horse's head and galloped away. The Count de Melun, or, in other words, Olivier le Daim, the barber of Louis XI., whom that monarch had raised from the lowest class for the basest qualities, and whom he now sent as ambassador to treat with the young heiress of Burgundy, and to intrigue with her subjects, had hardly proceeded 2 hours on the high road, when a fat rolling monk of the order of St. Francis, mounted on a sleek mule, the picture of himself, joined the rear of the ambassador's escort, and entering into jovial conversation with some of the men-at-arms, besought their leave to travel as far as they went on the road to Ghent under their protection, alleging that the country was in such a disturbed state that even a poor brother like himself could not pursue his journey in any safety. The light-hearted Frenchmen easily granted his request, observing in an undertone to each other that Olivier the Devil, such was the familiar cognomen of the respectable personage they followed, could not in all conscience travel without a monk in his train. Father Barnabas, whom we have seen before, no sooner found himself added to the suite of the ambassador than he displayed all those qualities he well knew would make his society agreeable to the men-at-arms who had given him protection, and by many a jolly carouse and many a licentious bacchanalian song he soon won favour on all hands. Even the barber count himself, whose more sensual propensities were only restrained by his cunning, found no fault with the merry friar, whose sly and cutting jests, combined with the sleek and quiet look of stupidity which always accompanied them, found means to draw up even his lip into a smile, that might have been mistaken for a sneer. On one occasion he felt disposed to put some shrewd questions to worthy Father Barnabas as to his situation and pursuits, and even began to do so on the second night of their journey, as, occupying the best seat by the fire in the little hostelry at which they lodged, he eyed the impenetrable fat countenance before him with the sort of curiosity one feels to pry into anything that we see will be difficult to discover. But the monk was at least his match, and if the weapons with which they engaged in the keen contest of their wits were not precisely the same on both parts, the combat resembled that of the elephant and the rhinoceros. Whenever Olivier the Wicked strove to seize the monk and close with him, his antagonist ran under him and gored him. Thus, when, by some casual words, the envoy thought he had discovered that his companion was a native of Sarvelt, and suddenly put the question to him at once, the other replied, "No, no, I only remember it well on account of a barber's boy who was there, and whose real name was I forget his real name, but he is a great man nowadays, and has held a basin under the nose of a king." The quiet, unconscious manner in which this was said left Olivier le Dain, with all his cunning, in doubt whether the jolly friar really recognised him, the barber's boy of Sarvelt, or whether the allusion had been merely accidental. But he resolved not to interrogate any more a person of such a memory, and possibly determined to take care that the most effectual stop should be put to its exercise in future, if those plans regarding Ghent should prove successful, in the execution of which he was now engaged. Too wise, however, to show any harshness towards the monk at the time, a proceeding which would have pointed home the sarcasm for his men-at-arms, on whose faces he thought he had marked a sneering smile as the other spoke, he allowed good Father Barnabas still to travel under his escort, meditating a lesson for him when he arrived at his journey's end, which some might have thought severe. In the meantime, as they journeyed on, there was about the monk a sort of subdued triumph, a self-satisfied chuckle in his laugh, especially when he jested with the gay and boasting Frenchmen upon their arms and their exploits, which occasionally wakened a suspicion in the mind of Olivier le Dain, whose own conduct was far too crooked for him to believe that anyone else could act straightforwardly. Still no danger appeared, and the party arrived in perfect safety within about 4 leagues of Ghent. There, after pausing for supper at an inn, it was found, on preparing to resume their journey and enter the city that night, that the person who had hitherto guided them was so drunk as hardly to be able to sit his horse. The ambassador demanded a guide of the host, but none could be found, and the worthy keeper of the inn answered, with true Flemish coolness, that he would not spare any of his own household. Could not the monk guide them? He demanded. If his eyes served him, he had seen his broad face in that part of the world before. "Ay, marry can I, my son," replied Father Barnabas, "but I offer no service before it is asked. There is a proverb against it, man." As the affairs he had to transact were of deep importance, and minutes were of the utmost consequence to success, Olivier le Dain, though by no means fond of riding at night, and not at all prepossessed in favour of the monk, consented to accept him as a guide, and the party accordingly set out. By a whispered arrangement between the respectable Count de Melun and the captain of his escort, however, a large part of the armed attendants rode on at a sufficient distance before, to enable Olivier to make his retreat if he heard any attack upon this advanced guard, while the monk, riding between two troopers, close to the worthy barber, was held as a sort of hostage for the security of the road on which he was about to pilot them. Father Barnabas, whether he perceived anything strange in this array or not, made no opposition, and jogged on contentedly upon his mule, chattering gaily as he went, and seasoning his discourse with various choice allusions to barbers and basins and beards, much more to the gratification of the men-at-arms than of Olivier le Dain. Thus proceeded the cavalcade till they reached the little wood of Swineard, near Merrebec, where the road from Alost in ancient days crossed the Scheldt over a wooden bridge at which a certain pontage was charged upon each horse that passed. Here the mind of the barber ambassador was in some degree relieved, by hearing from the toll-taker that all was quite quiet and safe, though 6 good miles still lay between him and Ghent, and that through a dark wood of tall trees. At the distance of about a mile from the bridge was a red cross, marking the direction of 4 different roads, which there intersected each other, and the whole party paused, as it was too dark to read the information thereon inscribed, to receive the instructions of the monk. Straight on, cried Father Barnabas, and the first part of the escort moved forward, though somewhat nearer to the rest of the body than before. But the moment they had again resumed their march, there was a slow, sharp whistle, and a sound of rushing and rustling all around them. Olivier le Dain, who was already following the van, drew in his rein, and the whistle, repeated 1,000 times in different parts of the wood round about, showed him at once that his party was beset. Fear certainly was the predominant feeling in his mind, but even that very absorbing sensation did not banish a passion equally strong, and while he turned his horse's head to fly back to the bridge with all speed, he did not fail to say, in a voice but little changed from its ordinary calm and sustained tone, "We are betrayed. Kill the monk." But both Olivier's purpose of escape and his desire of vengeance were disappointed. At the very first whistle the friar had slipped unperceived from his sleek mule, and passing under the animal's belly was no longer to be seen, and before the luckless ambassador could reach the road which led away to the bridge, he found it occupied by armed men. To whichever side he turned, the same sight presented itself, and even on the highway leading to Ghent, a still stronger party was interposed between him and the first division of the escort. Thus, then, he remained in the midst of the open square of the cross-road, accompanied by about 12 attendants, and surrounded by a body of adventurers, which could not consist of less than 100 or 200, but which fear and darkness magnified into a much greater number. The scene and situation were by no means pleasant. Not a sound was to be heard but the echo of horses' feet ringing over the hard frozen ground, from which he justly inferred that the advance party of his escort, by whom he was neither loved nor respected, finding themselves infinitely overmatched, had galloped off, leaving him to his fate, and nothing was to be seen in the darkness of the night but the black trunks of the trees, slightly relieved by the colour of the ground, which was covered by a thin drift of snow, while a number of dim human forms appeared, occupying all the different roads, and a multitude of faint dull spots of fire, drawn in a complete circle round him, showed the ambassador that the slow matches of the arquebusiers, into whose hands he had fallen, were prepared against resistance. For a moment or two not a word was spoken, but at length a voice not far from him exclaimed, "Lord a mercy! Only to think of the barber's boy of Salvelt coming ambassador to Ghent! Lack-a-day! Lack-a-day! No, lack-a-day! Thou art become a mighty great man. Thou hast lathered and shaved to some purpose." And the voice of the monk was drowned in his own laughter, The contagious merriment of those thick plum-porridge sounds instantly affected all around, and the whole forest rang and echoed to the peals. "What would you, fair sirs?" demanded the soft silken tones of Olivier le Dain. "If laughter be all you seek, laugh on, but let me pass upon my way. If it be gold you want, there, take my purse, I make you welcome of it." "A fool and his money," cried the monk, snatching the purse. "But faith, Master Noll the barber, it is generous of you to give what you cannot keep unless we like it." "Cease your fooling, monk," said the stern voice of someone advancing from the wood. "Get off your horse, Sir Barber. You shall know my pleasure with you, when it suits me to tell it. And now, answer me, how dare you, a low mechanical slave, presume to undertake a mission to the Duchess of Burgundy without one drop of noble blood in your veins?" "Your pardon, fair sir," replied Olivier, dismounting slowly and standing in an attitude of deprecation before the tall, commanding figure by whom he was addressed. "Your pardon. I was rendered noble by my sovereign lord the king, for the very purpose, as his letters patent will show." "Faith, the letters patent must be miraculous ones that could ennoble one drop of your slave's blood," cried the Vert Galant. "There, take him away. Treat him not ill, but keep him safe and fast. Search his person, his servants, and his sumpter horses. Examine well the stuffings of the saddles and the paddings of their coats, and bring every paper and parchment you find." "But listen to me, fair sir, only hear me," entreated Olivier le Dain. "Surely you will not show such treatment to an ambassador. My papers and my person are sacred in every Christian land." "Pshaw!" cried the Vert Galant. "When Louis, King of France, so far forgets what is due to a princess as to send to the heiress of Burgundy a mean, cunning barber as an ambassador, he can only expect that others will also forget the character with which he chooses to invest his lackey. Besides, what is it to me that you are ambassador to Burgundy? You are no ambassador to me. I am Duke of the Forest, and when you come as envoy to me, you shall have forest cheer. Away with him, and do my bidding." Closely guarded, but well treated, Olivier le Dain and his attendants were detained for some days in the woods near Ghent, during the greater part of which time, though occasionally compelled to sleep in a hut of boughs, they resided generally in a small lonely house, which had belonged in former days to a forester. At length one morning, suddenly, while the twilight was still grey, the ambassador and his followers were called from their repose, and placed upon the horses which brought them. All their apparel and jewels were restored, as well as their arms, and of their treasure, which the barber had brought with him, for the purpose of bribing the populace of Ghent, a sufficient portion was left in his possession to maintain his dignity, but not to effect the object he had intended. He was then told to proceed upon his way, for that he was free to come or go, and with all speed he turned his rein towards Ghent, at which place he arrived in safety, though 7 days after the period that had been fixed for his appearance. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of Mary of Burgundy by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 24. In the meantime, many events had occurred within the walls of the city of Ghent, of which some account must be given, though perhaps it may be necessary to follow the same desultory course in which they are related in shrewd old Philip de Comines and pompous Jean de Molyneux. The quelled tumult, the extinguished fire, and the prompt justice done upon some of the incendiaries, spread in 1,000 shapes through the town. And as, whenever fame has marked a hero for her own, she never fails to load him with many more honours than his due, Albert Maurice had soon acquired the reputation of 1,000 miracles of skill and courage and judgment, far beyond the acts he had really performed. Thus, when after a brief sleep and a hasty meal, he issued forth from his house the next morning, and rode on to the town-house, he found the people, on whose wrath for their thwarted passions he had fully counted, ready, on the contrary, to shout gratulations and plaudits on his path. At the town-house the syndics and notables of all the trades had already assembled, and the druggist Gannet was in the very act of proposing that an address of thanks and applause should be voted to the young burgher for his noble and courageous conduct of the preceding evening. Albert Maurice, however, was not to be blinded, and even when the druggist was declaiming vehemently against the outrages of the foregoing night, and lamenting that the populace had dealt upon the échevins without due judgment by law, the eye of the young citizen fixed upon him with a glance of keen reproach, which Gannet at once translated, and translated rightly. "You have deceived me." To have done so, however, was no matter of shame to the dark and artful man who was speaking, and as their eyes met, a slight smile of triumphant meaning curled his lip, while with a fresh burst of eloquence he called upon the assembly to testify their admiration of the man who had saved the city from pillage and conflagration. The address of thanks was carried by acclamation, and Albert Maurice soon found that it was the determination of the more active part of the citizens, under the immediate influence of Gannet, to carry forward with eager rapidity all those bold measures which would deprive the sovereigns of any real power for the future, and place it entirely in the hands of the people, or rather in the hands of whatever person had courage, energy, and talent to snatch it from their grasp, and retain it in his own. 26 échevins, together with the lieutenant baillie and 3 pensioners, were immediately elected by the citizens to replace those who had been massacred, and to administer the law. But the grand baillie and chief pensioner were still to be chosen, and Albert Maurice, with surprise, heard the determination of the citizens to confound those 2 high officers in his own person. From the body of magistrates 3 persons were selected, as a president and 2 consuls, as they were called, and extraordinary powers were entrusted to them. The president named at once was the chief officer of the city, Albert Maurice, and Gannet, the druggist, was added as one of the consuls. The 3rd office was not so easily filled, and a strong attempt was made to raise it to a fierce and brutal man, whose talents perhaps appeared greater than they really were, from the total want of any of the restraints of feeling and moral principle to limit the field in which they were exercised. Someone, however, luckily proposed the name of worthy Martin Frews, and his nomination, seconded by the eloquent voice of his nephew, was instantly acquiesced in by all. A slight cloud passed over the brow of the druggist as he found his power likely to be counterbalanced by the influence of one who, if he possessed no other quality to render him great, had at least that rectitude of feeling which was a fearful stumbling block in the way of crooked designs. But unchangeable determination of purpose and unscrupulous exercise of means had rendered the druggist so often successful in things which seemed hopeless, that he bore with scarcely a care any change of circumstances, confident of finding some path to his object in the end. After one of those noisy and tumultuous assemblies, in the course of which, though no business is transacted with calm reason, an infinity of acts are performed by impulse, the meeting at the town-house broke up, and while Martin Frews returned to his dwelling on foot, as was his usual custom, Albert Maurice and the druggist mounted their horses and rode slowly homeward. Their conversation was long and rapid, too long indeed for transcription here, but the commencement of it must not be omitted, even for the sake of brevity. "Gannet, you have deceived me," said Albert Maurice, as soon as they were in some degree free from the crowd. "I have," was the calm reply of the druggist. "You are ungrateful, Albert. You have never thanked me for it." "What, you would pretend you do not see cause for thanks? Had not the populace taken it into their own hands, the council must have condemned those foul vultures who have so long preyed upon us. Ay, I say must. And then whose name but that of Albert Maurice must have stood amongst others in the order for their death? As I have managed it, the severity was no act of yours. You have offended none, no, not even the princess, and on the contrary, you have had the means of adding, in one night, more to your fame than your whole life has won before. You have had an opportunity of winning honour and respect from commons and from nobles, and love and gratitude from Mary of Burgundy. Still farther, have you not in one night, in consequence of acts with which you accuse me almost as a crime, have you not climbed to the very height of power in your native land? Aye, I say the height of power, for who is there, be he duke or count or prince, who has so much authority as he who sways the power of all the people of Flanders? A few steps more, and your hand may seize the what? Demanded Albert Maurice, as the other paused. No matter, replied the druggist. The gates of ambition are cast wide open before you, and you must on, whether you will or not. Ha! And who shall force me? Demanded Albert Maurice. Fate, destiny, answered the druggist. 'Tis many years ago, and you were then a mere boy, but I remember your fate was predicted in the forest of Hanou by that gloomy lord whose only commune for many a year had been with the bright stars. 'Twas one night when we fell accidentally into the hands of the Free Companions, and he foretold that you should go on from power to power, successfully through life, and that no one should check you but yourself. And do you believe in such vain dreams? Rejoined Albert Maurice. I believe, replied the druggist gravely, that our lot through life is immutably fixed from the cradle to the grave, that like a wild horse we may foam and plunge, or like a dull jade plod onward at a foot-pace, but that the firm rider, fate, still spurs us on upon the destined course, and when the stated goal is won, casts down the bridle on our neck and leaves us to repose. I believe, too, that the stars, as well as other things, may tell, to those who study them, events to come. For depend upon it, everything throughout the universe fits closely, like the blocks cut for a perfect arch, so that, from the form and position of the neighbouring stones, a person, who has deeply studied, may tell to a certainty the shape and size of any other. Albert Maurice mused for a moment over the confession of this strange creed, and its illustration, and then demanded, What did the old lord say concerning me? The druggist repeated his former words, and his young companion again mused for a brief space. Then suddenly bringing back the conversation to the matter in which it arose, he repeated, Gannet, you have deceived me, and not for my interest, but for your own revenge. You have worked your will, and I trust that you are now sated. Better for us both to labour together as far as may be, than stand in the very outset face to face as foes. Are you contented with the blood already shed? There must be one more, said the druggist resolutely. And who do you aim at now? Demanded the young citizen, with no small loathing and horror towards his companion, but yet with a conviction that by some means he would accomplish his purpose. It matters not, replied Gannet, but set your mind at ease. The man to whom I point is less an enemy to myself than an enemy to the state, and I give you my promise that I will practise naught against his life but with your consent. So guilty is he, and so convinced shall you be of his guilt, that your own hand shall sign the warrant for his death. But, oh, Albert Maurice, if you believe that the blood shed last night is all that must be shed to effect the purposes you seek, sadly, sadly do you deceive yourself. Prepare to bid it flow like water, or betake you to a monastery. Ambition joined to faint-hearted pity is like a tame lion at a show, led about by a woman. But there is such a thing as patriotism, rejoined Albert Maurice. Yet he named the virtue but faintly, compared with the tone in which he would have mentioned it 3 days before. Ay, said the druggist, patriotism, the first step to ambition, but that stage is past. Well did Gannet know that there exists no means of persuading a human being to any course of action so powerful as by convincing him it is inevitable. To do so, however, there must be probability as a basis, and Gannet had watched too closely the most minute turns of his companion's behaviour during many months not to divine the spark of ambition lying half smothered at the bottom of his heart. nor had the effect of Mary of Burgundy's eyes upon the colour and the voice of Albert Maurice been lost upon the keen spirit that followed him, and he fancied he beheld an easy method of bending him to his own purpose. He saw, indeed, that if either by love or by any other means he succeeded in fanning that spark of ambition into a flame, he must leave him to run his course without a struggle, or a hope to deprive him of the prize. That he must aid him with his whole cunning to raise up a new authority in the land, on the basis of that which they were about to overthrow. But Gannet was not ambitious for aught but avarice and revenge, and he soon perceived that these two master passions of his soul must be gratified by Albert Maurice in his ascent to power. As he rode on, he spoke long of their future prospects. He cast away at once the enthusiastic cant he had at one time assumed towards him of patriotism and the entire abnegation of self, and in order to habituate his mind fully to the dreams of ambition, he spoke of them as things already determined and to be. But still, to smooth the transition, he failed not to point out the mighty benefits that a ruler with a truly liberal heart might confer upon his people. It mattered not what he was called, governor, lord, duke, prince, or king. As for a pure republic, the land was not yet in a state fit for it, he said. But what a boon, a mighty boon, might not that man grant to the whole world, who, starting up from amongst the people, were to rule them for their own happiness alone, and to show to other monarchs the immense advantages of such a sway. But if you speak of this land, replied Albert Maurice, in whose heart he had discovered the unfortified spot, but if you speak of this land, how can any man so start up, without tearing her inheritance from the gentlest, the noblest of beings? By one means alone, answered Gannet in a grave, decided tone, by uniting her fate with his own. Albert Maurice, thrown off his guard by so bold and straightforward an allusion to that which was passing in his own heart, suddenly drew in his rein and glanced his eye over the countenance of the druggist, to see if there were no sneer at the presumption of his very dreams, hidden beneath the calm tone which the other assumed. But all was tranquil and even stern, and after a momentary pause the young burgher replied, though with a flushed and burning cheek, if, as we know her to be, she is so gentle and noble and kind-hearted as you admit, why not leave her to rule her hereditary lands by the dictates of her generous will? What, before a year be over, cried Gannet, to give her hand, and with it the wealth and welfare and happiness of her people, to some of the proud tyrants under which the country groans, or, at the instigation of her intriguing ministers, to bestow the whole upon some foreign prince, who will come amongst us without one sympathy, to grind into the dust the stranger subjects given him like serfs, as a part of his wife's portion. Is this what you would have? Albert Maurice was silent, but not so Gannet, and as they proceeded, with poisonous eloquence he poured forth every argument to show both the necessity and the facility of the course he suggested. He cited Artevelde as an instance of what talented ambition had accomplished in that very city, and in an age when all the institutions of feudal pride were 1,000-fold stricter than they had since become. He depicted him, now a lackey in a noble house in France, and then a mead brewer in Ghent, and then a popular leader, and then a companion of kings, seated beside the conquering and accomplished Edward of England, treating as a prince with Philip of France, waging war at the head of mighty armies, and balancing the fate of Europe by his power. He had fallen at length, he said, it was true, but he had fallen by his vices and his follies, and as far as virtues, talents, courage, or accomplishments went, could Artevelde compete for 1 hour with the man to whom he then spoke. The one was a lackey, risen from the lowest order of the state. The other sprang from the highest class of the burghers of the first commercial city in the north of Europe, burghers who already ranked almost with nobility, and who, in fact, should rank far higher. With the skill of a practised musician, whose finger lights with nice precision on all the tones and half-tones of his instruments, Gannet found means to touch every feeling in the bosom of the young burgher, and make every chord vibrate with the sound that he desired. True it is indeed that the heart of Albert Maurice was not one to have been thus worked upon, had not the feelings been already there, and the task of his companion, an easy one in comparison, was merely to excite those feelings into stronger action. At length they reached the door of his own dwelling, and Albert Maurice alighted from his horse without asking the druggist to do so too. But Gannet rode on contented, for he saw that he had given the young citizen matter for thoughts which sought to be indulged in private, and he desired no better. Nor had his words failed to sink deep. Albert Maurice, indeed, passed rapidly over in his own mind all the intermediate steps, but there rested behind, as a result, the proud, the inspiring conviction that all which he chose to snatch at was within his grasp, that in one single day he had reached a height of power from which it was but a step to the side of Mary of Burgundy, and the conviction was a dangerous one for his virtue and his peace. Much, however, was still to be done, and he sat down to revolve all that must be attempted and effected, in order to render the daring hopes of mingled love and ambition, with which his own heart beat, a passion for the people, to crush or scatter or circumvent the many rivals that must and would arise, and to win the love of her upon whose affections all his dreams were founded. For the latter object he felt that it was necessary to bury deep in his own heart the aspirations which rose within it, till manifold communings, service, and tenderness would have ripened the esteem in which he saw he was held, into warmer feelings. Thus he pondered, till, before he was aware, schemes were formed, and deeds were prepared, which all eternity could not annul. The following days passed much in the same manner, but each day brought forward to the light some of the many difficulties with which the young citizen was destined to contend in his progress towards the great object before his eyes, but which, having calculated upon them from the first, he was prepared to meet as soon as they assumed a tangible form. During the course of the morning which followed the day of his elevation to the supreme power in the city, the levy of a large body of troops was voted, and the entire command was assigned to himself. But before night the Lord of Ravenstein, the Duke of Cleves, and the Bishop of Liège arrived, to counsel and support the princess, and though each came separately, their trains, united, amounted to nearly 1,000 men. A wary guard, however, was held upon the gates of Ghent, and only 30 attendants were allowed to pass within the walls in company with each of the noble visitors, while, much to the discontent of their lords, the rest were sent back to their various territories. A new scene of intrigue immediately followed the arrival of these princes in the palace, and it soon reached the ears of Albert Maurice that the Duke of Cleves was moving heaven and earth to obtain the hand of the orphan princess of Burgundy for his son. Almost at the same time, good Martin Fruse received intelligence, from a quarter which we already know, that Louis XI sought to unite France and Burgundy by a union between the heiress of Charles the Bold and his sickly child the Dauphin, and it soon became evident that Imbercourt and Hugonet, supported by the Lord of Reverstein, were eagerly pressing Mary to sacrifice her own feelings to the benefit of her country, and to bestow her hand upon the feeble boy. Clear, however, most clear it was, both to Albert Maurice and to the druggist Gannet, that while these parties contended for mastery, they must equally court the people of Ghent, and more especially must bow to the young citizen himself, whose power they all knew well, and whose designs they did not suspect. Of neither of the parties at the court did Albert Maurice at first entertain much fear, for he felt sure that the heart of Mary of Burgundy, however tutored to sacrifice her own will, would strongly revolt against either alliance, the one with a fierce and brutal sot, the other with a sickly child. But tidings speedily arrived which made him fear that force or terror would soon compel the unhappy girl to yield herself to France. News now reached him that Louis was already in the field, that Picardy was full of the troops of France, and that Comines and Bourbon were advancing along the line of the Somme. An ambassador, too, he was warned at the same time, was on his way from France to Ghent, and to show the young citizen that he was sent rather to tamper with the people than to negotiate with the princess, or even with the municipal council, copies of his commission and instructions readied Albert Maurice for an unknown source, together with an assurance that some days would yet elapse before he could appear at the gates. The near approach of the ambassador, whom we have already seen delayed on his journey, remained unknown in the palace. But hourly tidings were received of the progress of the French king and of his unjust claims upon the whole inheritance of the late Duke of Burgundy. The pretences he set forth were so futile and absurd, so contrary to every principle of law or justice, that everyone believed his sole object was to force the heiress of Burgundy into an immediate marriage with his son. Imbercourt, Huguenet, and all the ministers of the late Duke saw his proceedings in the same point of view, and incessantly besought the unhappy Mary to yield to her fate, and, before her dominions were entirely incorporated with France, to avert the misfortunes that must fall upon herself and her people by yielding her hand to the Dauphin. The same conclusion in regard to the motives of Louis XI was drawn by the Duke of Cleves, but the result of his own conduct was totally different. Instead of beseeching Mary to yield to necessity, he opposed such advice with determined and angry vehemence. He stigmatized Huguenet and Imbercourt as traitors, and in order to destroy the powerful party opposed to his own views in the council of the princess, he laid himself out to court the people, rode side by side with Albert Maurice through the streets of the city, amidst the shouts of the multitude, and after having excited the municipal body to petition that their president might have a seat in the provincial council of Flanders, he himself presented the address which he knew that neither Mary nor her ministers dared to refuse. Albert Maurice, however, suffered himself not to be dazzled, and though joy inexpressible thrilled at his heart at every triumphant step he took in advance, though his whole soul rejoiced at the constant opportunity now afforded him of daily communication with her he dared to love, yet he allowed neither passion nor success for a moment to relax his energies or his watchfulness, and he yielded to the pretensions of the Duke of Cleves in favour of his son, only so far as might stay the precipitate haste with which the French alliance might otherwise have been concluded. With Imbercourt he clashed continually, and the firm, calm reasoning of the minister was constantly met and overpowered by the fiery and brilliant eloquence of the young citizen. Nor was he, even in opposing her faithful and her esteemed minister, without deriving some encouragement from the eyes of Mary herself, whenever the discussion took place in her presence, for though she both loved and reverenced the wise and gallant friend of her father, who advocated for her own interests the proposed union with the Dauphin, yet to her heart that union was so repugnant that she could not but look with pleasure on everyone who opposed it, nor listen without delight to arguments which gave her new courage to resist. Nor did Albert Maurice ever support the idea of her marriage with another, so that while advancing his own design and winning both her gratitude and admiration, he was never found in opposition to her wishes, and still, when he appeared, she welcomed his coming with a smile and with a look of pleasure, which, without the slightest purpose of deceit, served painfully to deceive. Nevertheless, the Duke of Cleves made rapid progress, and not contented with the efforts of the young citizen to oppose the French alliance, he left no means untried to stimulate the people to support his own design. The watchful eye of Albert Maurice was indeed upon him, but still his strides towards the accomplishment of his schemes were more speedy than the other had anticipated, and the cries he heard when riding one day towards the palace of "Long live the Duke of Cleves! Long live his gallant son!" showed him at once that it was time to raise up some barrier against his pretensions. At the same time he felt that to give even a slight support to the opposite party might prove fatal to his hopes, and after a long consultation with Gannet, he determined to seek out someone who might openly pretend to Mary's hand, and draw away the countenance of the people from the Duke of Cleves, but whose pretensions would be even more repugnant not only to herself but to her ministers, her friends, and her nobles, and even his own might prove at an after period. But who was to be the man? Accompanied by the crowd of attendants who now always followed his footsteps when he rode forth, as chief magistrate of Ghent, Albert Maurice hastened to the palace some minutes before the council met, and was admitted to the presence of the princess, whose smile gave him a more glad reception than ordinary. She was not alone, however, for besides her usual train of ladies, a page, a chamberlain, and a man dressed as a peasant, but whose scarred cheek told tales of warlike broils, stood before her when he entered. "Oh, you are most welcome, Sir President," said the princess, "and have come to afford me counsel at a good moment. Here is a ring just returned to me, which I gave some months ago to a stranger who saved me, I believe, from death in a thunderstorm near Tournemont. I promised at the same time that on his sending it back I would grant whatever he might ask, if it were consistent with my honour and my dignity. Look what he says on this slip of parchment. He to whom the Duchess of Burgundy gave this ring demands as the boon of which it was a pledge the instant liberation of Adolphus, Duke of Gueldre, and his restoration to his own domains." Albert Maurice almost started, for there was a strange coincidence between the demand which the princess had just read and the thoughts which had been passing in his mind as he rode thither. "Lady," he said, "it seems to me that there is but one counsel to be given you. Your word is plighted. The liberation of the Duke of Gueldre, monster though he be, is consistent with your honour and dignity, and your promise must be fulfilled." "You always judge nobly, Sir President," replied the princess, "and I thank you now, and ever shall thank you, for supporting that which is just and generous, however contrary it may be to apparent interests." "Believe me, madam," replied the young citizen, bending low to conceal the joy that sparkled in his eyes, "believe me, that it shall ever be my endeavour both to forward your best interests and those of the country, which are indeed inseparable. And I would ask you as a boon, through all the future, whatever you may see or think strange in my demeanour, to rest assured that your good and my country's are still the motive." I will indeed," replied the princess, "for it would be hard to make me suppose that you, whom I have seen act so nobly in circumstances of personal danger and difficulty, would forget your honour and integrity when entrusted by our countrymen and your sovereign." A slight flush passed over the cheek of Albert Maurice at such praise. It was not exactly that he knew himself undeserving of it, for he had laboured hard and successfully to convince his own mind that his aggrandisement, the welfare of the country, ay, and he almost hoped the happiness of Mary herself, were inseparably united. His reply, however, not with words of course, for his lightest thoughts were seldom commonplace, but vaguely, and after a few questions addressed to the man who bore the ring, which he seemed unwilling to answer, the princess rendered her promise to liberate the Duke of Gueldre indefinite, and the messenger was suffered to depart. At the meeting of the council, which followed immediately, the matter was discussed and concluded, and the orders to set the Duke at liberty were instantly dispatched. They were accompanied, however, by an express command from the princess, whose abhorrence for that base, unnatural son, turbulent subject, and faithless friend, was unconcealed, that he should immediately retire to his own domains, and never present himself before her. Most important matters occupied the council also. New tidings had been received from the frontiers, and all those tidings were evil. No doubt could now exist that while his principal officers were invading the Duchy of Burgundy, in the east, Louis XI, with an overwhelming force, was marching onward towards Flanders, taking possession of all those fair lands which had descended to the unhappy princess at the death of her father, and meeting with little opposition on his way. Already Abbeville had thrown open its gates. Ham, Bohain, Saint-Quentin, Roye, and Montdidier had followed, and Péronne, proud, impregnable Péronne, had been yielded at the first summons. Again the Lord of Imbercourt boldly and strongly urged the absolute necessity of propitiating the King of France, and arresting his farther progress, by the immediate union, or at least affiancing, of the Princess of Burgundy and the heir of the French crown. It was the only means, he said, it was the only hope of preserving any part of the dominions, which by various events had been united under the coronet of Burgundy. And was it not better, he asked, for the princess to carry them as a dowry to her husband, than to come portionless to the same prince at last, and receive the honour of his alliance as a matter of grace and favour? "My lords," replied Albert Maurice, rising as soon as the other had sat down, "already 1,000 times have you heard my arguments against the base and ungenerous step proposed. Often have I shown by reasoning that the interests of France and Burgundy are as distinct as it is possible to conceive, and that centuries must elapse before they can be united. But if such be the case with the Duchy of Burgundy itself, and all its immediate dependencies, how much more so is the case with Flanders and Brabant? With England, the eternal enemy of France, has ever been our great commercial intercourse. To our friendship with England do we owe our commercial existence, and the moment that this land is united to the enemy of that great country, that moment our wealth, our prosperity, our being a distinct land, is at an end. All this I have shown, taking a mere political view, but remembering that I spoke to knights and nobles, to men who can feel for national honour and fear national disgrace. I have also pointed out the shame, the burning shame, it would be in the eyes of all Christendom, the moment that your bold and gallant prince is dead, to truckle his often worsted enemy, to yield to Louis the lands which Charles the Bold so stoutly maintained against him, and to give his daughter's hand to the son of that base foe, whose dark and traitorous intrigues effected, more than aught on earth, your sovereign's overthrow and death. Already I have demanded why, instead of all those degrading concessions, you do not prepare defences in the field, and why, rather than talk of yielding tamely to an unjust tyrant, you do not go forth to encounter him with lance and sword, as in the days of the great Duke. But now I must use other language more bold and more decided, and say that Flanders, Hainault, and Brabant will never consent to be the slaves of France. France, who has so often wronged us, and whose efforts, vain as they have been, have never ceased to grasp at the dominion of these lands. More, I say, and by my voice the 3 United States now speak to the councils of Burgundy, that we will consider and pursue as a false and perfidious traitor, bought with the gold of France to betray his lady's interest, that man, whoever he may be, who henceforth proposes the subjection of these lands to a French prince." The Duke of Cleves eagerly supported the bold speech of the young citizen, as did also the Bishop of Liège, more perhaps from personal hatred to Imbercourt than from any real disapprobation of the French alliance. Warm and violent words passed on all parts, and the discussion had reached a pitch of dangerous turbulence, when it was announced that the Count de Meulan, envoy extraordinary from the King of France, had just entered the city and taken up his abode at the principal inn of the place. This news gave a different turn to the deliberations of the council, and after determining that the reception of the ambassador should take place the following day, the assembly broke up, and its various members separated, with those feelings of personal animosity burning in their bosoms which have so often proved fatal to great designs. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of Mary of Burgundy by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 25. About 7 o'clock at night, a post arrived in Ghent, bearing the unwelcome intelligence that Heston, Montreuil, Boulogne, Cambrai, and many other places had yielded to the arms of France. That Philippe de Crèvecoeur, the oldest and most tried servant of the House of Burgundy, had gone over to the enemy, and that Arras itself was lost to Flanders. Such were the tidings that reached Albert Maurice while busily debating with Gannet in a private chamber of the Hôtel de Ville the means of raising as rapidly as possible a large force for the defence of the country. The messenger delivered the sealed packets into the hands of the young president, with notice that they were of the utmost importance, but ere he opened them, Albert Maurice dismissed the bearer calmly, and finished the phrase which his entrance had interrupted. He then broke the seals and read, but as he proceeded, notwithstanding his great command over his feelings, it was clear from the contraction of his brow and the quivering of his lip that the tale therein written was anything but pleasing. Casting them on the table, after a moment's deep thought, the young citizen laid his hand sternly upon the papers, and approaching the lamp towards them, pointed to the fatal tidings from Arras, saying to his keen companion, "This is sad, this is terrible. We must, if possible, keep this from the knowledge of the council till this pitiful ambassador has had his reply." Gannet read the contents of the papers over, word by word. Then raising his eyes to the face of his companion, and compressing his thin, bloodless lips, he replied, calmly but sternly, "Imbercourt must die." Albert Maurice started. "No, no, not so," replied he. "I am not one of those tigers, Gannet, to cross whose path is death. He may oppose me in the council, he may even thwart me in my plans, and yet not die, Gannet. But if he betray my country, his deed be upon his head. I will crush him with my heel, as I would a viper." "Imbercourt must die," reiterated Gannet, in the same stern, determined tone he had used before. "He will betray your country and mine, and he dies. I have marked him well. I see his plans. He, like the traitors who have gone over before, will sell his country to France for French gold, and he must die. The only difference between him and this Philippe de Crèvecoeur is that the one, less cunning than the other, went over with nothing but his own brute courage to sell, while this Imbercourt, take my word for it, will carry as merchandise to Louis of France the hand of Mary of Burgundy and the coronet of all these states." "Never!" cried Albert Maurice, stung to the heart, as the other had intended, and striking his clenched hand upon the table. "Never! My head or his shall whiten the wind over the battlements of Ghent before such a sacrifice be consummated." The moment he had spoken, however, he felt that he had given Gannet an advantage, and well understanding that the game between him and his subtle comrade was one that admitted of no oversight, and that he must be as much upon his guard with his apparent friend as with his declared enemy, he hastened to turn the conversation from a topic on which he could not speak wisely. "We must think farther," he said. "We must think farther. In the meantime," he added abruptly, "see you to this messenger, and ensure that he do not spread his news abroad before the reception of the worthy ambassador whom Louis has deigned to send. I have that in yon cabinet which shall overthrow at a word all that his cunning can advance, were he as cunning as the fiend whose name he takes. At the same time, Gannet, I must trust to your zeal also, my friend, for the skilful management of our other purpose. This Duke of Gueldre you must render popular with the citizens, and oppose him strongly to the Duke of Cleves. Not too far, however. I would equally divide between them the power that the Duke of Cleves at present holds entire, that the people overfavoured him of Gueldre than the other, for he has no hope. Every noble in the land would rise up against him, and at the worst it were but 3 passes of this steel," and he touched the hilt of his sword, "to send him howling to the place he has so long deserved, and to win me the thanks of all the world for ridding it of such a monster. Notwithstanding all his care, Albert Maurice felt, and felt angrily, that the eager passions of his heart would burst forth and display more of his real feelings and emotions than he was willing to expose. Gannet smiled too, as he listened, and with his smiles there was always mingled a degree of mockery of the person who excited them, which rendered their meaning very doubtful. "May I trust you?" demanded Albert Maurice sternly. "You may," answered the druggist. "Doubt me not, for with you, Albert Maurice, I am more frank 1,000-fold than with any other human being. We are like two men playing one game of chess against a whole host of adversaries, and it is necessary that we should see each other's moves. Your game I know, Albert, and mine I do not seek to conceal from you, for it would be both useless and fatiguing. I will, then, do your bidding in regard to these two men of Cleves and Guelph, and so play them off against each other, that they shall both combine in their dissensions to raise you to the height of your ambition." He spoke boldly, and Albert Maurice felt that, for once at least, he spoke truly. He saw indeed that although they were in some sort partners in the game, as Gannet had depicted them, yet they were playing for different stakes, and might soon find that they had different interests. "And when this game is won, Gannet," said he calmly after a brief pause, "this game in which you and I stand as partners, say, are we to turn round the board and singly play one short game more against each other? Is it not so?" "No, on my life," replied Gannet with a degree of fervour unusual with him. "No, on my life, young man. I have my passions, like my neighbours, but I am without ambition. Do you, too, believe me without a touch of feeling? You have shown me kindness in times past. You once saved the life of one that is now no more. 3 years ago you held my head when it throbbed with fever, when we were together on the shores of the Adriatic, and if you cross not my purpose, if you oppose not the stronger passion which guides and struggles with and masters all, you shall find that my gratitude is only second to my revenge. Even more," he added, resuming his ordinary air of calm shrewdness, "I am even grateful for those things which I accomplish by your means, though without your will, and our common efforts for one great purpose bind us together more firmly than you think. So now, farewell, but remember, I tell you Imbecor is a traitor, and he must die." "If he be a traitor, die most certainly he shall," replied Albert Maurice. "But in regard to that man, I mistrust my own motives too much to rely on my own judgment. More, Gannet, still more, I mistrust your motives too, and I will not rely on your judgment either. Nay, protest not. I see your bitter persevering hatred of that man as clearly as if your bosom were of glass, though I see not the occasion of it. But it matters not what be the occasion. I doubt myself, and I doubt you, and others more impartial than either you or I shall judge him, though, God knows, I know no cause of enmity you can have towards him. So now, farewell." Gannet's lip curled with a very mingled expression as Albert Maurice pronounced the last words, but he made no reply, and leaving the young citizen, he proceeded to confer with the messenger who had lately arrived, and then held a long and secret conference with Mahutin du Bac. The post that brought such unwelcome tidings from the frontier supped well at the Maison de Ville, and resting his weary limbs upon his bed, soon found the sweet sleep of fatigue. Nor did he ever stir from the precincts of the building. No one saw him without its gates. No one held conference with him within, except in the presence of Gannet himself. Nevertheless, before an hour had passed, the whole news he had brought were known to Imbecor, and were by him carried straight to the princess. How it reached him it were hard to say, for no post came to the Cour du Prince from that quarter, but still he had learned it all. Not a word had escaped him, the whole evil tidings were known, and the consternation was excited which Albert Maurice had been so desirous of warding off, till the ambassador from France had been received and dismissed. The views of the young citizen in this desire were certainly partly patriotic and partly personal. but his immediate object was to send back the messenger of the deceitful Louis with such a reply as would render the project of a union between France and Burgundy hopeless. Every fresh success of the French king, of course, strengthened the arguments of those who advocated the marriage of Mary with the Dauphin, and this torrent of evil tidings was well calculated to overpower all opposition. Such had been the light in which Albert Maurice had seen the effect likely to be produced by the progress of Louis. But in vain, however, did he take measures to conceal it. Each event, rather magnified than otherwise, reached the ears of Imbercourt, and by him were that very night detailed to Mary herself. Tidings had arrived in Ghent not long before, that almost the whole of the Duchy of Burgundy also had been overrun by French troops, and this, together with the unresisted advance of the King of France to the side of Flanders, the total loss of Picardy, Artois, and Boulogne, the desertion of her friends, the turbulence of her subjects, and the power of her enemies, overcame at length the unhappy girl's hopes and her firmness. After a long conference with Imbercourt and her chancellor, as well as with her cousin, the Lord of Ravenstein, and her best of friends, Margaret, her father's widow, in an evil hour Mary consented to send the two former on a mission to the base monarch who was usurping her inheritance. Under their dictation, with a trembling hand, she wrote part of a letter to Louis XI, but where she came to give them power to treat of her alliance with France, her feelings overpowered her, and the tears gushing from her eyes obscured her sight. "Give me the pen, my sweet child," said Margaret of York. "My Lord of Ravenstein and myself, your two nearest relatives and friends, will each write apart under your direction. So shall the document acquire additional weight as showing the wishes of so many persons." This was accordingly done, and Mary calmly heard a paper read, which she felt was binding her to misery for life. With a hurried hand she signed her name, but she could bear no more, and hastened from the chamber. "Poor child!" said Margaret of York, "poor child! But now, my Lord of Imbercourt, lose not a moment. No communication with this coming ambassador will answer our purpose. You must see Louis himself, and treat with himself, and put forth all your wisdom to meet all his cunning. Hasten to Peronne. Fear not to bloody your spurs on the road, for not a minute that flies, till you are before the King of France, may not serve to recall this most necessary paper." While this determination was adopted by the councillors, Mary was followed from the room by Alice of Imbercourt, and the moment she had reached her chamber, that princess cast herself upon the bosom of her fair attendant, and wept most bitterly. "Fear not, madam," answered Alice, "fear not. You shall yet wed him you love." Mary had never acknowledged her lingering hopes even to Alice of Imbercourt, perhaps hardly to her own heart, but now the more vehement passion overcame the milder feeling, and timidity was forgotten in grief. "Never, Alice, never," sobbed Mary. "I have just signed away my last and only chance." "Fear not," again repeated the young lady. "Do you remember, madam, when you would not read the scheme of your future fate in the castle of Hainault?" "Well, very well," replied Mary, raising her head and drying her eyes. "What then, my Alice?" "Do you remember, then, that I stayed behind," continued her companion, "when you quitted my uncle's observatory? Well, I remained long enough to give you consolation even now, for I saw there written that the coronet of an archduchess was to bind the brow of my fair mistress." Mary drew a deep and doubtful sigh, but there was a bright blush rose also in her cheek, which might seem an augury of hope, and it were false to say that she did not derive some comfort even from the predictions of a science which, since the excitement of her visit to the castle of Hainault, had worn away. She could hardly be said to believe. At that moment, however, each day of the life of Mary of Burgundy was a day of renewed care and anxiety, and the proceedings of the next morning opened with the tedious and painful ceremony of receiving the ambassador from the French monarch. At the hour appointed it was announced that the Count de Merlin waited, and Mary took her seat in state, with the Bishop of Liège on one hand and the Duke of Cleves on the other, while Albert Maurice and various members of the council stood around. It had struck the young citizen, however, as soon as he entered the hall of audience, that neither Imbercourt nor Huguenet, the two chief supporters of what was called the French party, were present, and it appeared to him not a little extraordinary that they should be absent, if in the town, when such an opportunity for showing their respect to the King of France occurred, as the public reception of his envoy. During the time that elapsed between his own arrival and the introduction of the ambassador, he asked frequently, but in vain, for the absent councillors, and on every movement near the door looked for their appearance, supposing that the business of the day could not or would not proceed without their presence. He was not a little surprised, however, when the order for admitting the Count de Meulan was at length given in their absence. The doors were soon thrown open, and dressed in the excess of splendour, but with a certain crouching and stealthy pace, habitual to the barber of the most cunning king in Europe, Olivier le Dain entered the hall, and approached the chair of the princess. After the ceremony of his introduction, which he went through, not without grace, but without dignity, the ambassador was commanded to deliver his letters, which he accordingly did. These were found to be in full and correct form, and he was then directed to state the purport of his embassy, and what he was charged to communicate to the Princess of Burgundy from her cousin the King of France. Here, however, the envoy hesitated, and after a moment's thought replied in a low, soft voice that he was directed by his master, Louis, the most Christian king, to explain his views and wishes to his beloved cousin and goddaughter, the Princess Mary, in private, and to her alone. He therefore, he said, craved a private audience, in which his communication should be more full and complete. The Bishop of Liège, whose territories lay too close to the French frontier, and whose interests were too nearly connected with those of France to suffer him to feel any great personal interest in the distinct rights of the House of Burgundy, had hitherto been the person who spoke on the part of the princess. He, of course, had evinced every sort of respect for the ambassador of the French king, but at this point the Duke of Cleves broke in, and with a haughty and contemptuous tone informed the Count de Meulan that what he demanded was not consistent with the customs of the court of Burgundy. He must, therefore, he said, declare openly his errand to the princess, surrounded by her council, for no other course of proceeding could be permitted. Again the ambassador hesitated, uttering several sentences, from which, though loaded with fine and sounding words, and gilded with a show of argument, all that could be gathered was, that the open communication required by the council was contrary to his monarch's commands. He then seemed about to retire, but at that moment Albert Maurice advanced a little before the rest, and craved leave to explain the object and views of the ambassador, which that functionary seemed to have so much difficulty in doing for himself. The assembled court and the ambassador likewise gazed on him with some surprise, but the young citizen proceeded. "In the first place," he said, "your grace will be glad to hear who is the noble envoy from that mighty monarch, Louis, King of France, thinks fit to send to the court of Burgundy, to the daughter of that great prince who overthrew him in the field by valour and skill, and who foiled him in the cabinet by decision and boldness. Allow me, in the man who calls himself Count de Meulan, to introduce to your notice Olivier le Dain, or by some called le Méchant, barber to the most Christian king, born at Thielt, and serving as a barber's boy at Sarvelt, near this city." A roar of laughter burst from the nobles of Burgundy, and Albert Maurice proceeded, waving his hand to the doorkeepers to prevent the barber from making his exit too rapidly. "Do not let the worthy ambassador depart till he has heard me explain the object of his coming. I hold here in my hand, by the favour of some unknown friend who sent these papers to me, a copy of the private instructions of the King of France to the barber ambassador, which direct him, strictly, to keep the princess and the court of Burgundy engaged in long and tedious negotiations, while he strives in private to persuade the people of Ghent to invite the King of France to enter their territory. He is further ordered to spare no means, neither money nor promises, to make the good men of this city declare for the King of France, and throw off the authority of their lawful sovereign. To this, by your Grace's permission, I, as the only individual of the burgher class in this presence, will take upon me to reply that Louis, King of France, mistakes entirely the character and disposition of the men of Ghent, for though they may be anxious to preserve their own liberties and privileges, they are no less anxious to preserve the legitimate authority of their sovereign. And though they are never disposed to submit to tyranny from their own princes, they are no less determined to resist all foreign domination. Let him learn that he can neither buy us with his gold, nor fool us with his promises, and that his intrigues and offers will be equally in vain with the men of Ghent. It is for you, my lords, he continued, turning to the members of the council present, as older men and more experienced in the ways of courts than myself, it is for you to judge what course ought to be pursued towards a man who comes as ambassador to a sovereign prince, and at the same time undertakes to seduce the subjects of that prince from their allegiance, who approaches the presence of an oppressed princess, from the man who is robbing her of her territories and massacring her subjects, affecting in words and in style to negotiate with her as the messenger of a friend and a relation, while his real errand is to excite treason amongst her people, and to bribe her citizens to revolt. It is for you, my lords, I say, to judge what is to be done with the caitiff who undertakes such a commission for such a man. Nail his ears to the doorpost, cried the Lord of Vere, an impetuous noble of North Zealand. Throw him into the river, cried the Duke of Cleves, such treatment does he well deserve. Various other pleasant modes of disposing of the person of the barber ambassador were suggested by different members of the council, probably without any intention of carrying them into effect. They were not, however, without producing some impression, and that of no very agreeable nature, upon the mind of Olivier le Dain himself. That worthy personage had listened to the speech of Albert Maurice in downcast silence. No flush betrayed his agitation or shame, though his lip quivered a little, and at one time he took 2 or 3 steps towards the door. But when he heard the many unceremonious methods of treatment proposed, he gradually crept back till he was within a step of the entrance of the chamber. His face was still turned towards the council, and he still seemed listening attentively to the somewhat bitter strictures which were passing upon his own conduct, but he showed no inclination to retreat farther than was absolutely necessary to keep himself out of the reach of violent hands, so that the doorkeepers were off their guard. As the Duke of Cleves spoke, the barber paused and listened, gave a furtive glance over his shoulder, and then, without any effort towards taking leave, he darted out of the presence at once, reached the courtyard, mounted his horse, and galloped away to the inn where he had lodged. Before he arrived at that building, however, he began to feel that his apprehensions of personal violence had probably been a little too hasty, and a loud laugh which he remembered to have heard, as he quitted the audience hall, confirmed him in that opinion. The calm reflection of a few hours, during which he seemed totally forgotten by the whole town, refreshed his courage and reanimated his hopes, and therefore, not to abandon his purpose without another effort, he ventured to ride out in the evening. But the moment that he presented himself in the streets, he was greeted with so much mockery and laughter that he soon found the attempt would be vain. A full account of his birth and situation had been industriously circulated amongst the people during the day, and as nothing excites the hatred and contempt of the populace more than to see a person sprung from amongst themselves affecting the airs and splendour of a class above them, they were all prepared to shower upon his head every sort of ridicule and abuse. No sooner did he appear than this determination to insult and annoy him in every different way began to manifest itself among the people. One held a pewter basin before his horse's head, another lifted up his rugged chin and begged that his highness should shave him, just to keep his hand in, and a third exclaimed that he must not think to lead the people of Ghent by the nose, though he might often have taken the King of France by that organ. Just while he was turning away from these unpleasant salutations, in order to return as fast as possible to his hotel, some shouts met his ear, which seemed rapidly coming nearer, and in a moment after he perceived half a dozen horsemen cantering easily down the street, with a number of men and boys running by the sides of the horses, shouting loudly, "Long live the Duke of Gueldre! Long live the noble Duke of Gueldre!" The horseman at their head was a powerful, handsome man of about 50, with a coarse and bold expression of countenance, but still possessing that easy air of dignity and command which is a part of the education of princes. Someone, as the cavalcade approached, recognising the person of the French ambassador by his splendid dress and gaudy train, shouted out the name and various opposite occupations of Master Olivier le Dain, and the Duke of Gueldre, dashing on, drove his horse rudely against that of the unfortunate barber, which reared with the stroke, and almost plunged him into the canal, near which they were riding. "Ha, ha, Master Barber!" shouted the Duke, in the rough and brutal tone which he usually employed, when he had no purpose to answer which might require softer speech. "Thou canst never shave without water, man, but there is plenty in the canal." The populace roared their applause, and while Olivier le Dain, keeping his seat with difficulty, made the best of his way back to his inn, and thence for ever out of the gates of Ghent, the Duke of Gueldre rode on, nor stopped till he sprang from his horse at the house of Albert Maurice. Representatives from all the different cities of that part of Belgium which was then under the dominion of Burgundy had arrived in Ghent the day before, and at the moment when the Duke of Gueldre approached, the young president was in the act of dispatching a deputation to Louis XI, then encamped at Arras. Albert Maurice, be it remarked, went not himself, but at the head of the deputation on the part of Ghent was the druggist Gannet. The Duke of Gueldre found the street before the young citizen's house crowded with horses and horseboys, and the different chambers of the house itself filled with the attendants of the deputies and the officers of the city, messengers, visitors, soldiers, and spectators, displayed a spectacle more like the palace of a sovereign prince than the house of a simple merchant in a Flemish town. "By my faith," the Duke muttered, as he walked on amidst robes and embroidery and gold chains and furred gowns, "times have strangely changed with the good city of Ghent since that cursed tyrant shut me up in his old stone rat-trap. Which is Albert Maurice?" he then demanded of a merchant who was passing out. "Which is the Grand Bailey? Which is the President of the Municipal Council?" "Yonder he stands at the head of the table," replied the merchant, "speaking with the deputies of Utrecht and Bruges." At that moment the eye of the young citizen fell upon the Duke of Gueldre, and, though he was unannounced, and Albert Maurice had never beheld him before, either from having heard his personal appearance described, or from having seen some picture of him, the burgher at once recognised the prince, and advanced a step or two to meet him. The Duke of Gueldre was surprised to behold so young a man chosen from amongst the jealous and factious citizens of Ghent to wield the chief authority of the city, to fill two of the most important offices, and to influence so strongly the councils of all Flanders. But he was still more surprised to find that high and dignified tone in the merchant, which so well became his station. He had been prepared to see the president in possession of vast power, but he now perceived that his power was greatly derived from his superiority to his class, and he at once saw the necessity of suiting his demeanour, for the time at least, to the man. With a degree of suavity which no one knew better how to assume, when it answered his purpose, than Adolphus, Duke of Gueldre, that base and brutal prince, now, with his manner softened down to an appearance of mere generous frankness, thanked the young citizen for his liberation, and told him that he had good reason to know that the happy event was solely owing to his intervention. Albert Maurice at once gracefully complimented the Duke on his enlargement, and disclaimed all title to gratitude for an act which, he said, emanated from the princess herself. He had, he acknowledged, strongly advised her to the course she had pursued, when she had condescended to consult him upon the subject, but he assured the Duke she had first spoken of her kinsman's liberation before he had ventured to propose such a proceeding. "Well, well," replied the Duke, "I knew not that my fair cousin was so generous, but I will kiss her pretty cheek in token of my thanks, which, perhaps, she will think no unpleasant way of showing one's gratitude." The blood rushed up to the temples of the young citizen, but he made no reply, and merely bowed low. He then begged the Duke to excuse him for a few moments, while he concluded the business in which he had been engaged. The Prince replied that he would detain him no longer, and Albert Maurice, with cold and formal courtesy, suffered him to depart, from that moment either a secret or an avowed enemy. As soon as he was gone, the young citizen took leave of the deputies, besought them to make all speed to meet the king, and directed them to beg him, instead of hastening on to plunge the two nations into long and sanguinary wars, to halt his armies till such time as the States General could devise and propose to his Majesty some fair means of general pacification. He then gave into the hands of Gannet a letter, fully authorising the deputation to treat in the name of the Princess, which instrument had been unwillingly wrung from Mary during the morning, notwithstanding the secret powers which she had so lately given to Imbercourt and Huguenet. To this Albert Maurice added a private injunction to trace and discover all the movements of the two ministers, whose absence from the council of that day he had remarked, and there was a sort of fierce and flashing eagerness in the eye of the young citizen, as he spoke this in a low whisper, which the druggist marked with pleasure and expectation. The results of this deputation to the crafty monarch of France are so well known that they need but short recapitulation. Louis received the members of the Belgian states with all civility, and treated them individually with distinction, as that wily monarch well knew that through the intervention of such men alone he could hope to win that extensive territory which he was striving to add to France. At the same time, he positively refused to treat with them in their official capacity, and affected at first a great degree of mystery in regard to his reasons for doing so, assigning 1,000 vague and unsatisfactory motives, which he well knew would not be believed for a moment, but which he was aware would induce the deputies, encouraged by his homely and good-humoured manner, to press so strongly for a further explanation as to afford him some excuse for the base treachery he meditated against their sovereign. The deputies fell into the trap he laid, made use of every argument to induce him to negotiate with them upon the powers they had received from their several cities, and finally urged that if he would not acknowledge them as the representatives of the towns of Flanders, Hainault, and Brabant, he must at least consent to receive them as ambassadors from the young Duchess of Burgundy, whose letters of authority they then tendered. Still, however, Louis refused, and at length, as if worn out by importunity, he said, "Good friends of Ghent and the other towns of Flanders, you must very well know, from my whole conduct towards you, that I would rather treat with you than with any other persons. I am a plain man, and love to deal with plain citizens, but you are entirely mistaken in supposing that you possess the confidence of my dear godchild Mary, Duchess of Burgundy, or that you are really authorised to treat for her. It is not impossible," he added, with a self-satisfied and yet mysterious air, "it is not at all impossible that, were I so disposed, I might show you a letter written partly in her own hand, partly in that of the Duchess Dowager, and partly in that of the good Lord of Ravenstein, directing me to place confidence in no persons but my excellent good friends and faithful servants, the Lord of Imbercourt and William de Huguenet, Chancellor of Burgundy, who were both with me at Peronne for many hours some nights ago, and are by this time back in Ghent." The deputies, confounded and surprised, expressed, in the first heat of their astonishment, a very uncourtly doubt of the truth of the king's statement, and Louis, affecting to consider his honour impugned, committed one of the basest acts of the many that stain his memory, and produced the private letter of the Princess Mary to the eyes of her turbulent and headstrong subjects. Furious with indignation and disappointment, the deputies retired from the presence of the king, without having concluded anything, and journeyed on with all speed towards Ghent, neglecting the great and vital business of the moment, in order to plunge into fresh scenes of anarchy and confusion. Louis saw them depart with scorn and triumph, and as proud of his successful villainy as ever conqueror was of a final victory, he marched on to new successes in every direction, satisfied that, in the discontented spirit of the people of Ghent, he had a faithful ally that not even self-interest could sever from him. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of Mary of Burgundy by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 26. It is wonderful, though common to a proverb, that days of sunshiny brightness and placid tranquillity should so often precede great convulsions in the natural and the political world, and that although coming events often cast their shadows before them, yet that the storm, when it does approach, should almost always find the world all smiling and the birds in song. The day after the return of the deputation from Arras, the aspect of the city of Ghent was more like that which it had been during the most brilliant days of Philip the Good and Charles the Bold, than it had appeared for many months. The shops and booths which projected into the street, and which, being totally unprovided with any means of defence against popular violence, were generally closed in times of tumult and disturbance, were now again all open, and full of the finest wares. Mountebanks of different grades, and those who sold books and repeated verses, were exercising their usual vocations at the corners of the streets. Burghers and their wives, lords and ladies, artisans and peasantry, all in their gayest dresses, for it was one of the high festivals of the year, moved about in the streets, and, to crown it all, the foul weather had disappeared, and the sun shone out with a warm and promising beam. A great multitude had collected near the palace gates to see the different members of the council, and the deputies from the various cities and states of Flanders and Brabant proceed in state to visit the Princess Mary. And the approbation of the crowd, often depending not a little upon the splendour of the several trains, was loudly expressed as their peculiar favourites approached the gates of the great court. At the same time, it was remarkable that though loud and vociferous in their applause, the multitude restrained all marks of disapprobation on the appearance of persons supposed to be unpopular, with wonderful and unexpected moderation. Since the first effervescence of feeling had subsided, after the defeat of Nancy and the death of Charles the Bold, and since the apprehension of immediate revolt had gone by, the ministers of Mary of Burgundy, or, to speak more correctly, the members of the provincial council of Flanders, though spending the greater part of the day in the palace, had generally returned to inhabit their own hotels at night. Thus almost every one but the Lord of Revelstein, who remained in the palace with his cousin, had to traverse the crowd in their way to the audience hall. Imbercourt and Huguenet, neither of whom had ever been very popular, passed amidst profound silence, and Maillotin du Bac, who in his official dress of prévôt was riding about the ground, took no small credit to himself for saving those two noblemen from some sort of insult. The Duke of Cleves, again, was loudly cheered, but the Duke of Gueldre, who by some means unknown even to himself had acquired an extraordinary degree of popularity during the short time which had elapsed since his return to the city, received a degree of applause that went far beyond that which greeted the Duke of Cleves. Abbé Maurice, however, as the great favourite of the people, and one whom they considered more peculiarly as their own representative, was received with loud, long-continued, and reiterated shouts. Indeed, as he rode on upon a splendid and fiery horse, dressed in magnificent apparel, not only as president of the Council of Ghent and Grand Bailly of the city, but as holding in the capacity of chief pensionary the presidency of the States General of Flanders, and followed by a number of guards and attendants, with his lordly air and his beautiful person, he looked more like some mighty prince going to claim his bride than a simple merchant about to appear before his sovereign. The visit was one of ceremony, and as no business of importance was to be transacted, the princess received her court in state, and to see the splendour with which she was surrounded, the guards, the attendants, the kneeling subjects, no one would have supposed, as was indeed the case, that Mary of Burgundy was less a free agent than the meanest subject in her capital. All who presented themselves before the princess were received with affability and courtesy, with the one exception of the Duke of Gueldres, from whom, as he approached the chair of state, she seemed to shrink with a repulsive abhorrence, which she could in no degree command. Although he appeared there, contrary to her commands, she strove to say something kind in regard to his liberation, and to smile as he offered his thanks. But the words died away before they were uttered, and the smile faded upon her lip as soon as it appeared. To Imbercourt and Huguenet, the Lord of Vere and others, who supported the French alliance, although they had so strongly pressed her to sacrifice all her own personal feelings, and to abandon the hope of happiness for life, she still, from a deep conviction of the honesty of their intentions, and from long habits of regard, yielded the same marks of friendship and affection with which she had always distinguished the counsellors and friends of her father, however much their advice to him or to herself had been at times opposed to her own opinion or to her dearest wishes. On Albert Maurice, too, as the boldest and strongest supporter of her wishes against the voice of her more politic advisers, and as the leader of those who really ruled in Flanders, she smiled sweetly, from a feeling of gratitude as well as esteem, and none who beheld the young citizen in the midst of that splendid court could help acknowledging that he was well fitted, in appearance at least, to take his place among the noblest and most courtly of the land. His mien had all the calm dignity of power and the easy grace of confident but not presuming self-possession. There was also a freshness and variety in his words and actions, which, springing from a rich and generous mind, gave a sparkling grace to the whole of his demeanour, and rendered it at once striking and pleasing. There was certainly a difference in his manners from that of the stiff and stately nobles of the court of Burgundy, but it was slight, and to his advantage, characterised by no want of grace or dignity, but rather by the calm ease of natural politeness, as opposed to the acquired formality of courtly etiquette. It seemed not that he was assuming a rank, and mingling amidst a class to which he did not belong, but rather as if he had suddenly taken possession of a station which was his own by the indefeasible title of ennobling nature. The respect and deference also with which all the rest of the court felt themselves obliged to treat him, both from his authority over the people and the powers of his own mind, placed him at his ease, and perhaps the very excitement which he felt under the eyes of Mary of Burgundy, and the mighty aspirations and brilliant hopes which thrilled in his bosom, were not without their share in giving firmness and dignity to the step with which he trod the ducal halls of the House of Burgundy. Thus passed by the morning, and everything proceeded in undisturbed harmony and tranquillity, both within the Cour du Prince and without its walls. The populace showed themselves calm and placable, and it had seldom happened of late that so many nobles and statesmen of different opinions and different interests had met within the gates of that palace with so little jarring and contention. Nevertheless, there were things observed by many of the keen eyes which always hang about courts and watch the flickering signs of the times, that boded events not quite so pacific and gentle as the first aspect of affairs might augur. Between Albert Maurice and the Lord of Imbercourt no words passed, but when their glances encountered upon more than one occasion, the lordly brow of the young citizen became overcast, and a fire blazed up in his eye, which spoke no very cordial feeling towards the nobleman. Imbercourt himself, whose demeanour through life had always been characterised by calm gravity, not absolutely approaching sadness, but still far removed from cheerfulness, had, since the death of his master, shown himself more gloomy and reserved than he had ever before appeared. And on the present occasion there was a deep immovable sternness in his countenance, which had something in it more profound than can be expressed by the word melancholy. He met the fiery glance of the young citizen, however, calm and unchanged. His eyelid never fell, his brow contracted not a line, his lip remained unmoved, Not a trace of emotion of any kind passed over his face, as he endured rather than returned the gaze of the young citizen, and after remaining a few minutes in the princess's presence, he took his leave, mounted his horse, and rode homewards. But as he passed Mahutin du Bac, and addressed some common observation to that officer, there was a sort of triumphant sneer on the hard countenance of the prévôt, and an unnatural degree of courtesy in his manner, from which those who saw it inferred not very favourable anticipations in his mind regarding the Lord of Imbercourt. When the whole ceremony was over, and Mary of Burgundy was left alone with Alice of Imbercourt and a few of her other attendants, her heart seemed lightened of a load, and a smile brightened her countenance for the first time since her father's death. "Thank God, Alice," she said, "that it is over. I was very anxious about the passing by of this morning, for I feared much that some angry clashing might have taken place concerning the messengers dispatched to the cruel King of France. But you are sad, Alice," she continued, seeing the fair face of her gay friend overcast with unusual clouds, which probably had arisen from the increased gloom she had observed on the countenance of her father. "You are sad, Alice, you whose gay and happy spirit seems formed by Heaven to bear up against everything." "I know not well how it is, your Grace," replied Alice with a sigh. "Nothing particular has happened to make me so, and yet, I own, my heart feels more gloomy than it generally does on such a sunshiny day." "Nay, Alice," replied the Princess, "you must be sad indeed to call Mary of Burgundy your Grace, when from our earliest years we have grown up together as sisters more than friends. But be not gloomy, dear Alice, all will, I trust, go well. There is not that evil in all this sorrowful world which could shake my trust in an overruling Providence, or make me doubt that the end will yet be good." "But sorrows must sometimes happen," replied Alice, "and in that book, which I wish I had never looked into, in the cabinet at Hanou, I saw that some time soon you were to lose two faithful friends. I wonder if I shall be one." "Heaven forbid, dear Alice," replied the Princess. "However, I am sorry that you have told me," and she fell into a deep and somewhat painful reverie, from which she only roused herself to propose that they should go to the apartments of the Dowager Duchess Margaret, who inhabited the other wing of the building. Alice willingly followed, and Margaret, though in her grief and widowhood she had taken no part in the ceremonies of the day, received her fair visitors with gladness, and inquired with some anxiety how the morning and its events had passed away. Her mind was of that firm and equable though gentle tone which feels every misfortune intensely, but bears it with unshaken resolution, and it is a quality of such minds to communicate a part of their own tranquil and enduring power to others with whom they are brought in contact. Thus Mary of Burgundy always felt more calm and more resigned after conversing long with Margaret of York than before, and if, in the present instance, her design in visiting her stepmother was to obtain some such support, she was not disappointed. Both herself and Alice of Imbercourt returned from the apartments of the Duchess less gloomy than when they went, and the vague omens which had given rise to their melancholy were dropped and forgotten, especially as nothing occurred during the rest of the morning to recall them to the mind of either the Princess or her fair attendants. The day went by in peace and tranquillity. The multitudes dispersed and retired to their own homes. The brief sunshine of a winter's day soon lapsed into dark, cold night, and a thick white fog, rolling densely up from the many rivers and canals that intersect the town of Ghent, rendered all the streets doubly obscure. Several of the hours of darkness also went by in tranquillity, though the glare of many torches, lighting various groups of persons, through the dim and vapoury atmosphere, and casting round them a red and misty halo of circumscribed light, together with the shouting voices of people who had lost their way, and the equally loud replies of those who strove to set them right, broke occasionally upon the still quiet of the streets of Ghent during the course of the evening. All this, too, passed away, and the hour approached for resigning the body and the mind to that mysterious state of unconscious apathy which seems given to show that we can die, as far as sentient being goes, and yet live again after a brief pause of mental extinction. Mary of Burgundy, whose days, if ever the days of mortal being did so, should have passed in peace, was about to retire to rest, thanking heaven that one more scene in life's long tragedy was over. Her fair hair was cast over her shoulders in soft and silky waves, and she was thinking, with the natural comment of sorrow upon human life, how sweet a thing is repose. Although she had assumed in public the state of a sovereign princess, in private she had hitherto dispensed with that burdensome etiquette which renders the domestic hours of princes little less tedious than their public ceremonies. Her ladies were all dismissed to rest before she herself retired to her own apartment, and 2 tiring women of inferior rank were all that remained to aid her in the toilet of the night. Those women, whose whole intellects were limited in their range to the thoughts of dress and ornament, contented themselves with performing their several offices about the person of the princess, and leaving their mind to reflection. Thus, perhaps, the hour which she spent each night in her own chamber ere she lay down to rest was one of the sweetest portions of time to Mary of Burgundy. It was the hour in which her heart, relieved from all the pressure of the day, could commune with itself at ease, and could one have looked into her bosom on that or any other night, the whole course of her life gives reason to believe that it would have displayed as fine and pure a tissue of sweet and noble ideas as ever the thoughts of woman wove. Her toilet for the night, however, had proceeded but a short way, on the present occasion, when the door of the chamber was thrown open with unceremonious haste, and Alice of Invercourt, pale, agitated, trembling, with her own brown hair streaming over her shoulders like that of the princess, showing how sudden had been the news that so affected her, rushed into the apartment, and casting herself upon her knees before Mary, hid her eyes upon the lap of the princess, and wept so bitterly as to deprive herself of utterance. "What is the matter, my dear Alice? What is the matter, my sweet girl?" demanded Mary anxiously. "Speak, speak, dear Alice. What has happened so to affect you?" "Oh, madam, madam," sobbed Alice, "my father, my dear father." "What of him?" exclaimed Mary, turning deadly pale. "What has happened to him, Alice? Tell me, I beseech you." "Oh, madam, they have arrested him and the Lord of Huguenay," replied Alice, "and have dragged them from their beds, loaded with chains, to the town prison." "Good God!" cried Mary, clasping her hands, "will they deprive me of all my friends? Has not the gold of Louis tempted all feeble hearts from my service? And will my own subjects take from me the only ones who have been found firm?" "They will kill them. Be sure they will kill them," exclaimed Alice. "There is only one person on earth can save them, and alas, I fear these butchers of Ghent will be too quick in their murder for him to come." "Who do you mean, dear girl?" asked Mary. "Who is there you can think can aid them? What do you propose? Let us lose no time, but take any way to save their lives. Someone," she added, turning to her tiring women, "go to my mother, the Duchess. Tell her I would fain speak with her. Now, Alice, what way do you propose?" "Oh, let me go!" cried Alice wildly. "Let me go. Let me lose not a moment of time. I will easily find him out, or send on messengers, or bring him back by some way. Let me go, I beg, I entreat." "But of whom do you speak?" again demanded Mary. "You forget, dear Alice, I know not what you mean." "I mean," replied Alice, while a slight blush passed rapidly over her countenance, and was immediately again succeeded by the eager and petrified paleness which had before appeared there, I mean the Vert Galant of Hainault. 'Tis scarcely 3 days ago that, by a letter from Hainault, Hugh de Montmar bade me seek aid and assistance from him, if anything happened in the tumults of this city to cause me danger or distress. He said that the Vert Galant owed him much. Let me go, madam, I beseech you." "But you cannot go alone, dear Alice," said the princess, gazing upon her almost as much bewildered as she was herself. "You cannot go alone, and at this hour of the night. At all events, you must have a party of the guards." "Oh, no, no," cried Alice. "They will only let one person go through the gates at a time, and there are men here set to watch the river, so that no large boat can pass." At this moment the Dowager Duchess of Burgundy entered the chamber of her stepdaughter, and Mary was beginning to explain the circumstances as far as she had been able to gather them from her terrified companion, when she found that Margaret was already acquainted with many more particulars concerning the arrest of Imbercourt and Huguenet than herself. So daring an act on the part of the turbulent men of Ghent as the arrest of 2 members of the Supreme Council of Flanders of course terrified and shocked both Mary and her stepmother. But their personal apprehensions for the future and consideration of the long series of calamities and horrors which such a deed portended were overwhelmed by the wild agony of the daughter of one of those victims of popular sedition. The tears poured over her cheeks, her fair hands clasped in convulsive agony, till the taper fingers seemed as if they would have broken, and still she besought the princess, with wild eagerness, to permit her instant departure in search of him on whose assistance she seemed to place her only hope of delivering her father. Mary called upon her stepmother to second her arguments, for the purpose of persuading Alice to secure some protection and assistance, at least in her attempt to escape from the town, and in the difficult search she proposed to undertake for one whose character was so doubtful and whose dwelling was so uncertain. But Margaret, animated by a bolder spirit, saw the proposal in a different light, and supported strongly by the desire of Alice to seek the assistance she hoped for, accompanied alone by the page. "Great things," she said, "have been done by less men than this adventurer seems to be. Many a battle between York and Lancaster has been won by the aid of foresters and outlaws. If you can once secure his assistance, and he can, by any of those strange means which he has been often known to employ so successfully, introduce his bands within the town, these rebellious men of Ghent may yet be taught a lesson which they can have much need to learn. Go then, my poor girl, if you have any probable means of discovering the abode of him you speak. Take the page with you, furnish yourself with all the money and jewels which you can collect. The princess and I will do our best to contribute, for with such men gold is better than eloquence, and at all events you will have the satisfaction of doing your duty towards your father. In the meantime, Alice," added Mary, "be not more anxious than necessary for your father's safety. These men will, doubtless, never attempt anything against his life without bringing him to trial. All the preparations must take long, and I will leave no means unused to delay their proceedings, and to mitigate their rancour. I will send for the president. I will speak with him myself. I will entreat, I will beseech, I will rather lay down my own life than that they should hurt my faithful servants." Thank you, dear lady," replied Alice, kissing her hand. Thank you for your comfort. But I must go," she added with eager anxiety. "I must not lose a moment." Stay," said the young Duchess, seeing her about to depart. "Let Bertha call the page whom we employed before, and we will determine on some better plans than your own unassisted fancy can frame. It would be unnecessary here to enter into the minute details of all that ensued, and indeed so rapidly were the arrangements concluded that many words would only serve to give a false impression of things that were resolved and executed in a few brief moments. Suffice it, then, that the page was soon brought to the presence of the princess, and in eager and hasty consultation it was determined that he should proceed in search of a small skiff, which, being brought opposite to the palace wall on the water side, would enable Alice to make her escape with less chance of observation than if she attempted to pass the gates either on horseback or on foot at that hour of the night. No large boat would be allowed to proceed, and therefore he was directed to seek the smallest that he could possibly find, but at the same time to use all his shrewdness in endeavouring to discover some boatman who was either trustworthy by native honesty or might be rendered secret by a bribe. The boy at once declared in reply that he well knew a man who used to bring the Duke's venison up from the woods, and whose taciturnity was so great that those who knew him averred he had never said 10 words to anybody yet in life, nor ever would say 10 words more. In search of this very desirable person the page instantly proceeded, but either from the darkness of the night, or from having found it difficult to wake the boatman out of his sleep, the boy was so long in returning that all Alice's preparations for her journey were completed, and many minutes spent in agonizing anxiety ere he reappeared. When he did come, however, he brought the glad tidings that all was ready, and after taking leave of the princess, Alice of Imbercourt, with a rapid but silent step, threaded the dark and intricate passages of the palace, passed the postern unquestioned, and finding her way with difficulty through the dim and foggy air to the steps which led towards the water, stood at length by the side of the boat. Stepping forward over some unsteady planks, she was speedily seated in the stern, with the boy beside her. The single boatman, whom they had found waiting, pushed silently away from the bank, and, in a moment after, the skiff was making its slow way through the fog, down the dull current of the Scheldt. End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of Mary of Burgundy by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 27. Although other matters of some moment might claim attention in this place, we will not interrupt the course of our narrative, but will follow, throughout her journey, the fair fugitive from the city of Ghent, as far at least as that journey was permitted to proceed unimpeded. The boat glided along over the calm, dull bosom of the Scheldt, with hardly any noise except the occasional dip of the oar in the water, and the slight creaking of the gunwale as the rower plied his stroke. Every one knows that the river which, a little distance further down its stream, assumes so much importance as to be the object of intrigue, negotiation, and even war, to rival nations, presents no very imposing aspect in the neighbourhood of Ghent, but so gloomy was the moonless sky, and so dense was the heavy fog which hung over the waters, that from the moment the boat had pushed off from the quay, both banks became quite invisible. The deep, misty obscurity of the atmosphere and the profound darkness of the night might have been a cause of terror to Alice of Imbercourt under any other circumstances, but now all apprehension of danger from the want of light and the difficulties of the navigation was swallowed up in the fear of being overtaken or impeded in her escape, and the impenetrable veil, which seemed to cover all things around her, she looked upon as a blessing, in the hope that it would also conceal herself. The darkness, however, which gave this feeling of security, did not continue so completely uninterrupted as to leave her entirely without alarm. Now and then, as the boat shot past some of the warehouses or the quays where the larger craft were moored, an indistinct dim line of light would break across the mist from lamp or lantern, hung up to show the late watcher the objects of his toil or of his anxiety, and the heart of poor Alice would beat quick with fear lest the skiff, or those it contained, should attract the eye of any of the eager and wary citizens. But all these perils were soon past. The boatman rowed strongly and well. The slow current with which they were proceeding was not powerful enough to afford much assistance to his exertions, but still the boat skimmed swiftly over the waters, and ere long the last bridge was passed. Beyond it there extended along the banks a short suburb, terminated by scattered houses belonging to cow-feeders and gardeners, and forming a sort of brief connecting link between the wide open country and the fortified city. And further on again came the rich fields and meadows in the immediate vicinity of the town, blending gradually into the thick woods that at that time commenced about Heusden and Melle. Alice's heart beat more freely as the fresher air, the slight clearing away of the mist, the occasional lowing of the cattle, and that indescribable feeling of expanse which is only known in the country, showed her, though she could not yet see the objects on the banks, that she had passed beyond the limits of the city of Ghent. The page, too, felt the same relief, and for the first time ventured a whispered observation on the good fortune that had attended their movements. But Alice was still too fearful of being pursued or discovered to utter anything but a low-toned injunction to be silent, and no further sound marked their course but the stroke of the oars, as the steady boatman impelled them on, unwearied, over the waters of the Scheldt. At the distance of about 3 miles from the city the air became gradually less dense, and at the end of half a mile more the fog had cleared away entirely. It was still dark, but the stars afforded sufficient light to show the fair fugitive and her companion that they were passing through a country where the meadow and the cornfield were merging in the forest. Scattered patches of copse and underwood, mingled with fields which had been reclaimed to the use of man, came sweeping down to the banks of the river, and straight before the travellers lay a dark and shadowy track, broken into dense, heavy masses, the rounded forms of which, cutting black upon the lighter sky beyond, distinguished it as wood, from the soft sweeping lines of the uplands which, in other directions, marked the horizon. There is scarcely anything on earth more gloomy and impressive than the aspect of a deep wood by night, with just sufficient light in the sky to contrast strongly with the stern body of impenetrable shade presented by the forest, and yet not enough to show any of the smaller parts into which it appears separated by day. The wood lay straight before the bow of the boat, seeming to swallow up the widening course of the Scheldt, as flowing on it reflected here and there the faint lines of light which it caught from the sky, and which served to mark its track, till it was lost in the sombre shadows of the trees. An indefinite feeling of dread passed through the bosom of Alice of Imbercourt as the boat cut its way on towards the dark and gloomy wilderness which the forest seemed to present at that hour of the night. She believed, indeed, that she had no cause for fear, and her own peculiar plans absolutely required that she should banish all timidity of the kind that she now felt. Some inquiry, however, was necessary in order to guide her further movements, and as her apprehensions of pursuit had by this time vanished, she addressed a few words to the boatman to lead him into conversation regarding the part of the country at which they had now arrived. "Those seem very dark and extensive woods," she said. "Do we pass through them?" "Yes, noble lady," replied the man, and struck on with more vigour than before, as if he considered the time occupied by the 3 words he spoke as lost to all profitable employment. "Are they safe to travel at night?" demanded the young lady again. "No, noble lady," was all the reply she received. "But do you mean that it is dangerous to pass through them in a boat?" inquired Alice. "I cannot tell, madam," answered the man, but still he rode on, and the page, laughing with the thoughtless glee of youth, whispered that the attempt was vain to make silent Martin give them any information, as he had never been known to speak 10 words to an end in his life. By this time they were within the limits of the forest, and nothing surrounded them on every side but the trees dipping down their branches over the water. Alice, however, ventured one more question, to which the answer she received, though as short, was more satisfactory than those the boatman had formerly given. "How far does the wood extend?" she demanded. 3/4 of a league, noble lady," replied the boatman, and again plied his oar in silence. Whether Alice's voice and his reply had called attention, or whether the stroke of the oars itself could be heard at the banks, cannot be determined, but the man had answered but a moment when a slight plash was heard from behind a little projection of the shore on which an old oak had planted itself, spreading its roots down to the very river. Then came a rushing sound, as of something impelled quickly through the water, succeeded by the regular sweep of oars, and, in a moment after, a boat, rowed by 2 strong men, darted out into the mid-stream, and followed rapidly after that in which Alice sat. Still silent Martin, as the boy called him, pulled stoutly on without a word, but the superior power of the 2 men who pursued soon brought them alongside the boat, and, grappling her tight, they addressed the boatman in a tone rough but not uncivil. "So ho, friend," they cried, "stop a bit. What news from Ghent? How goes the good city?" "Well, well, my masters," replied the boatman, still striving to impel his skiff forward, though the proximity of the other boat rendered the effort to use his oars unavailing. "It is silent Martin," said one of the men, "and a fair dame, by the Lord. Who have you here, Master Martin?" "There, there," replied the boatman, with what appeared to be an immense effort to make an oration. "Let me go on. You do not stop women, my masters. Surely you would never stop a lady like that." And exhausted with this long speech, he again tried to push away from the other boat, but in vain. "No, no," cried one of the men, "we will not stop the lady long, but every one who rows upon the Scheldt nowadays must have a pass from the captain. So come along, Master Martin, and when you and the young lady have given all the news of Ghent, that doubtless you can give, for certainly young ladies do not come up the Scheldt at this hour of the night for nothing, we will let you go on your way." "Fine times," said Silent Martin. But as resistance was in vain, he suffered them to pilot his boat to the mouth of the little creek from which their own had shot out, and he himself, with a certain degree of awkward gentleness, aided Alice of Imbercourt to land. Her feelings were of a very mixed nature, but assuredly not such as might be imagined from a consideration of the more obvious circumstances of her situation. She was certainly terrified as well as agitated, and she trembled a good deal, but at the same time she showed no unwillingness to obey the commands of those who now had her in their power. Her terror, however, did not escape the eyes of the men who had rowed the other boat, and one of them addressed her in a kindly tone, saying, fear not, no lady ever suffered harm or dishonour from the green riders of Hainault, so do not be alarmed, and you shall soon be free to go whithersoever you will." These words, which he spoke as they were landing, seemed to reassure the fair traveller more than they would, probably, have done most other people at such a moment. "Oh, where is he?" she exclaimed eagerly. "Lead me to him, I beseech you. It is he whom I am now seeking." "Ah, indeed," said the adventurer. "Mean you the Vert Galant of Hainault, lady? He is soon found by those who seek him, and rather often found by those who seek him not. Ho, Roger," he continued, addressing his companion in the boat, "rouse up Frank Van Halle and Simpkin yonder, to keep watch with thee, while I lead the lady and the boy to the rendezvous. Come now, my pretty mistress," he added, "take care of your steps, for it is as dark as the tomb. Here, take an old man's arm. It was more pliant in days of yore, but never stronger, and will serve at least to help you up the bank." Alice was glad of assistance, and laid her hand on his arm, but though his occupation had been sufficiently evident before, yet she almost started back when her fingers rested upon plates of cold iron, forming the brassards or defensive armour for the arms. So much are our minds the slaves of our corporeal sensations that our convictions are never vivid till we have verified them by our external senses. She recovered herself immediately, however, and clung to him both for support and direction, for the whole scene around was wrapped in profound obscurity, and though her eye was already accustomed to the night, yet the additional gloom of the forest was so great that she followed the adventurer in perfect blindness, without being able to see one moment where she was to set her foot the next. After climbing a slight acclivity, which compelled them to walk slowly, they came to more open ground, where her guide hurried his pace, and Alice was obliged to follow rapidly upon his steps, though not without often shrinking back for fear of striking against the trees, which her imagination pictured as protruding across the path. The way, though in fact short, seemed to her long, from the darkness and uncertainty in which she moved. But at length a light began to glisten between the branches, and after walking on a few minutes longer, she perceived a glare so strong as almost to make her believe that a part of the wood was on fire. As her conductor led her forward, she every now and then caught a glimpse, through the breaks in the wood, of figures moving about across the light towards which they were approaching. But a moment after, the whole scene was again shut out by a tract of withered beech trees, loaded with their thick dry leaves, through which the path that Alice and her guide were pursuing took a sudden turn. The blaze of the fire, however, was sufficiently general to light them easily on their way, and in a few minutes more they emerged at once into the little sheltered arena whence it was diffused. The frost, as I have before said, had for some time broken up, and the preceding day had been warm and fine. Nevertheless, sufficient precautions had been taken by the tenants of the forest to dispel, in their own neighbourhood at least, whatever touch remained of winter. In the midst of the open space which Alice now entered, they had piled up, with very unceremonious appropriation of the Duke's trees, a fire of immense logs, sufficient to roast a hecatomb, and many a relic of the more ancient and simple methods of dressing meat displayed themselves around, in various immense pieces of venison and beef roasting on wooden spits in the open air, while a gigantic black cauldron, pendant from the immemorial triple chevron which has suspended all primeval pots from the days of Noah, fumed and bubbled with the most savoury promise. Around, in groups, lay a number of stout soldiery prepared to refresh their vigorous and sinewy limbs with the contents of the pot, or the burden of the spit, as soon as those skilled in the mystery of cooking pronounced that they were ready for the knife. Several more, whose appetites seemed still fiercer, stood around the fire, watching with anticipating expectation the progress of the cookery. But it is to be remarked at the same time that amongst all this number of persons, amounting fully to 50 or 60, a great deal of decent order was kept up, and nothing like either rioting or confusion was observed, notwithstanding the more than doubtful character of the persons concerned. There was no singing, no shouting, and those who were conversing together spoke in an undertone, as if afraid of disturbing some person engaged in more important business in their near neighbourhood. The cause of this orderly tranquillity perhaps might be discovered by running the eye on a little way beyond the fire, where stood a sort of rude but extensive wooden shed or hut, raised upon a number of upright piles, driven into the ground, and thatched on the top with boughs, leaves, and rushes, which materials also served to cover 3 sides of the building. The side that remained open was turned towards the fire, and consequently it both commanded a view of everything that took place in that direction, and exposed to the sight of the other parties in the savannah all that was passing in the interior of the hut. It was owing to this disposition that, as Alice approached, she at once perceived the Vert Galant of Hainaut, habited, as we have before described him, reclining on the ground under the shed, with a paper before him, on which was apparently traced a rude map of some country, the topography of which he seemed studying intently. Sitting beside him, supplied with a flat board which served the purposes of a table, and on which were seen the implements for writing, was the sleek, round monk of whom we have previously given some account under the name of Father Barnabas, and who now, with a ready pen, appeared busily tracing some dispatch at the dictation of the adventurous leader. On the other side of the Vert Galant stood a page, whose rich dress of green and gold seemed but ill to correspond with the scene in which he was found, holding a torch high in his hand to throw light upon the papers before his 2 companions, and near him again was a person in the habit of a courier of some distinction, whose horse, all in flakes of foam with hard riding, stood, held by another page, close by the entrance of the shed. The approach of Alice and her conductor instantly drew the eyes of a great part of the persons assembled in the savannah upon her, and shrinking from the gaze of the rude men amongst whom she now found herself, the lady drew her mantle closer round her, and bent her look upon the ground, while, at the desire of him who had led her thither, she paused with the page and suffered their guide to advance alone. Without taking any notice of the groups around, he walked forward at once to the shed, and only staying until the Vert Galant had concluded the sentence which hung upon his lips, he addressed a few words to him, which were inaudible where Alice stood. Their effect upon the leader, however, was great and instantaneous. He started at once upon his feet, and turned fully towards the spot where the young lady stood. But the bars of the casque, which he seemed never to lay aside, still prevented his own countenance from being seen. After the glance of a single instant, he advanced towards Alice, and bending respectfully over her hand, which he took in his, he bade her welcome with kind and graceful courtesy. "I know the general meaning of your coming, lady," he said, "though not the immediate cause. I will speak with you as soon as I have dispatched the messenger. In the meantime, trust to this old man, my lieutenant, who will lead you to a place where I can hear your commands in private." Alice listened attentively, and looked up when he had done, with a glance in which anxiety and apprehension for her father's fate were strangely mingled, considering the moment and the scene, with a rise of the eyebrow, and a turn of the fair mouth, which altogether approached very near one of the merry smiles that had so thronged her lips in happier days. She replied not, however, though at first she appeared about to do so, but following her former conductor in silence, was led once more into the paths of the wood. She was not now called upon to walk far, for little more than 100 steps brought her in front of a low-roofed building, which apparently had been in former times the abode of one of the forest guards, but which had now fallen into the occupation of the Free Companions. Everything within bore an air of comfort and neatness hardly to have been expected from its present tenants, and in the chamber to which Alice was conducted, nothing appeared to announce that it was not still the abode of quiet and affluent industry. The moment she and the page had entered, the old man retired and closed the door, and Alice remained gazing upon the embers of the wood fire that lay sparkling in the hearth, till the sound of rapid steps passing the window again made her heart beat with redoubled quickness. In a moment after, the door was thrown open, and the tall, graceful figure of the Vert Galant once more stood before her. "Quit the room, page," he said as he entered, "but do not leave the chamber door." The boy hesitated, but a sign from Alice made him instantly obey, and the Vert Galant, advancing, took her hand and led her to a seat. "You are tired, lady, and evidently agitated," he said, "and I fear much that some event of a sad and serious nature has gained me the honour of your presence in this wild place." Alice looked up with the same sparkling smile which had before played for a moment on her countenance. "You cannot deceive me," she said, "Hugh de Montmartre. Do you think that I do not know you?" The Vert Galant paused an instant as if in suspense, then threw his arm round the fair girl who stood beside him, and pressed her gently to him. "Dear Alice," he said, "how did you discover me?" "It were vain to say how, Hugh," replied Alice. "I may have had suspicions long before, but from the day of the thunderstorm in the forest of Hanou I have not had a doubt. Though why Hugh de Montmartre should need to league with outlaws and adventurers, and, as it would appear, to hide his face even from such strange companions, is more difficult to divine." "I am indeed willing, though not obliged, to hide my face even from the bulk of my gallant followers," replied the young cavalier, undoing the clasps of his casque. "Ay, and in order to guard against surprise or inadvertency, to wear so foul a seeming as this even beneath that heavy helmet." And removing the iron cap, he showed her a half mask representing the countenance of a negro, which covered his own face to the beard. "You start, Alice," he continued, "and look somewhat aghast. Is it that fearful painted piece of emptiness?" "No," she answered, "no, but it is to think that you de Montmartre, should, for any cause, condescend to hide yourself beneath such a semblance." "Indeed, Alice," said de Montmartre with a smile. "Then tell me, beloved, and put it fairly to your own heart, what is it that a man will not do, what that he should not do, to recover those things that have been snatched from his race by the unjust hand of power, and to free a father from captivity?" "Nothing indeed," replied Alice, to whose bosom one part at least of the question went directly home. "Nothing indeed, and I will believe, with the faith of a martyr, that no other way than this existed for you to accomplish such an object, although till this moment I knew not that you had either parent in existence." "But your father did," replied the young cavalier, "and when first I called these troops together, Alice, for you must not confound them with a band of lawless plunderers, when first I called them together, it seemed the only way by which I could ever hope to liberate my imprisoned father. I am Hugh of Gueld, and it has been only the hope and the promise of your hand, joined to the prospect held out by your noble father of obtaining my own parents' liberation by peaceful means, which has so long prevented me from asserting his right in arms, though the whole force of Burgundy were prepared to check me. I might say, indeed, to crush me," he added. For though with the forces of Hainault and all the discontented men which the late Duke arrayed against him in his own dominions, with the aid of France and perhaps of Austria, my right and my good cause might have done much, while Charles remained embroiled in foreign wars, I could have hoped for little had he once turned the whole force against me. But, as I have said, your father persuaded me to delay. During the years that I have thus been induced to pause, I have been obliged to hide, as best I might, the force of free companions I had raised, and no method of concealment could be more efficacious than that which I have adopted. As the Green Riders of Hainault, we passed nearly unmolested, while the Duke of Burgundy pursued his ambitious schemes against Lorraine, and his mad ones against the Swiss, and though, if you recall the past events, you will find that the Green Riders have punished the guilty and the bloodthirsty, have laid many a plundering noble under contribution, and have levelled more than one stronghold of cruelty and oppression with the ground, yet not one act of baseness or barbarity can be traced to themselves. "Then why such necessity for concealing yourself from them?" demanded Alice, carried away for a moment from other thoughts by the personal interest she felt in her lover's conduct. "What!" exclaimed the young cavalier, "would you have had me, dear Alice, give so important a secret as that of my existence, when the Duke of Burgundy and all his court, nay, my own father also, thought me dead? Would you have had me give such a secret as that to the keeping of more than 500 men? No, they were levied secretly by one who has been devoted and faithful to me through life, good Matthew Gournay, who led you hither. The long accumulated wealth of my more than father, the Lord of Hainault, served to gather them together. His forests and the catacombs under the castle gave them shelter, and though far too strong in numbers to fear the weak bands of the Prévôt, or the force of any of the neighbouring nobles, it was absolutely necessary to conceal, with the most scrupulous care, from the court of Burgundy that so large a body of independent troops existed, and still more that such a force was commanded by one who had cause for deadly hatred towards the Duke, now dead. Thus, by the advice and with the aid of the good Lord of Hainault, I mingled with the world as his nephew, under which title he had brought me up from my youth. But as it was necessary to keep my free companions in continual employment, and to acquire over them that personal authority which nothing but the habit of commanding them could obtain, I was often obliged to assume the character of the Vert Galant of Hainault, and lead them to enterprises which, however dangerous, I took care should never be dishonourable. The very concealment of my person, which was revealed only to those who had previously known me, added a sort of mysterious influence to the power which general success gave me over them, and I believe that, at this moment, there is no enterprise, however wild or rash, to which they would not follow me with the most perfect confidence. "But my father," said Alice, reverting to the still more interesting topic of her parents' danger, "I must speak with you of my father." "Well, then, in regard to your father," replied the young noble, and proceeding eagerly in his exculpation, he explained to Alice that Imbercourt had always lamented the Duke of Burgundy's severity to his parent, and had striven by every means to call the sovereign to a sense of justice, even before he acquired a personal interest in the House of Gueldre. The real name and rank of the supposed Hugh de Montmar, the cavalier proceeded, had been revealed to her father, when Alice's hand had first been promised to him as the young heir of Hainault, and seeing at once that Hugh's design of liberating the imprisoned Duke of Gueldre, and recovering his duchy by force, was anything but hopeless, Imbercourt had only become the more anxious to obviate the necessity for such an attempt, by inducing Charles the Bold to grant as a concession that which he might otherwise be forced to yield on compulsion. The purposes of the Duke of Burgundy, however, were not easily changed, nor was his mind to be wrought upon in a day, and Imbercourt was still occupied with the difficult task he had undertaken, when the defeat of Nancy took place. On the other hand, he had ever laboured zealously to induce the young heir of Gueldre to delay, and many of those trifling circumstances which impede the execution of the best laid schemes had combined from time to time to second his endeavours with Hugh of Gueldre. Friends and confederates had proved remiss or incapable, supplies had been retarded, changes had taken place in the disposition or circumstances of particular states, and 3 times the young noble had been half persuaded, half compelled, to put off the attempt on which he had determined. All this Hugh of Gueldre poured forth eagerly to Alice of Imbercourt, too anxious to exculpate himself from all blame in the eyes of her he loved, to read in her looks the more serious cares that were busy at her heart. In the disturbed and dangerous state of the country, added the young cavalier, although my father has been liberated by other means, it is my determination to keep my band together, and watching every turn to choose that moment which must come, when a small force, acting vigorously for one great purpose, may give the preponderance to right, and crush the wrong for ever. Now then is the moment, Hugh de Mortemart, cried Alice, clasping her hands eagerly. Now then is the moment. If you feel any gratitude towards my father, if you feel any love for me, if you would uphold the right, if you would crush the wrong, if you would save the innocent from ignominious death, lose not a day, but force the rebel people of Ghent to free my unhappy father. The young cavalier, who had never suspected the actual danger of the Lord of Imbercourt, started with surprise, and Alice, with the eager eloquence of apprehension, made him rapidly acquainted with the events which had occurred in Ghent during the morning, and which had thus brought her to seek him. "Ha!" cried the Vert Galant. "Does Albert Maurice, does the President of the States sanction such proceedings? I had heard that when the unhappy échevins were murdered by the populace, he wrought signal vengeance on the perpetrators of the crime, and if ever I saw one to whom I should attribute noble feelings and just and upright sentiments, he is the man." "He is ambitious, Hugh," replied Alice vehemently, "wildly, madly ambitious. I have marked him well throughout, and you may trust a woman's eyes for such discoveries. He has dared to raise his thoughts to Mary of Burgundy. He loves her, deeply and truly, I believe, but he loves her not with the love which an inferior may feel for a superior whom they may never hope to gain, but rather with that rash and daring love which will make ambition but a stepping stone to accomplish its bold purpose, which will see the land plunged deeper and deeper in bloodshed, in the wild hope that out of the ruins of ancient institutions and the wreck of order, prosperity, and peace, he may build up for himself a seat as high or higher than the ducal chair of Burgundy. It is evident, Hugh, it is evident that he has the power as well as the daring to do much, and one of his first steps will be upon my father's head, for had that father's will and counsel been followed, our fair and gentle princess would now be the bride of the Dauphin of France, and every hour that he lives will be an hour of suspense and anxiety to that ambitious burgher." A slight smile of contempt, springing from the prejudices of the day, curled the lip of Hugh of Gueldre, as Alice first spoke of the love of the young citizen for the Princess of Burgundy. But it vanished speedily as she went on, and he shook his head with an air of thoughtful sternness as he replied, "He is one to be feared and to be opposed, far more than to be contemned. Alice, my beloved," he added, taking both her hands in his, "I must think what may best be done to save your father, and of this be assured, that I will lose not one moment in the attempt, but will peril life and fortune and every future hope to deliver him instantly." "And yet," said Alice, with a deep blush spread over her whole face, "for my sake, be not over rash of your own person. Save my father, I beseech, I entreat, But oh, remember that you, too, that you—" Her feelings overpowered her, and she finished the sentence by tears. Hugh of Guelph drew her gently to him and consoled her as far as the circumstances permitted. But on such occasions there is little to be said but commonplaces, and all he could assure her was, that while he made every effort to save her father, her love would make him as careful of himself as the nature of the task would allow. On that day, however, every sport, pastime, and occupation of man's life were of so rude and dangerous a nature that perils lost half their fearfulness from familiarity. And though Alice of Imbercourt could not but feel pained and apprehensive for her lover, yet her feelings of terror were much sooner tranquillized than those of a person in the present day could have been under similar circumstances. In the meanwhile, the emergency of the case required that Hugh of Guelph should instantly fix upon some plan for the deliverance of the Lord of Imbercourt, and proceed to put it in execution without loss of time, and it was also necessary that Alice, whose return to Ghent would have been both fruitless and dangerous, should seek some safe asylum till her father's fate was decided. It was accordingly determined that she should instantly proceed to the castle of Hainault, and means for rendering her journey both safe and easy were arranged at once by her lover. While the litter for conveying her thither was in preparation, and the soldiers destined to escort her were saddling their horses, Hugh of Guelph stole a few brief minutes from more painful thoughts, for the enjoyment of her society and the interchange of happy promises and hopes, nor were those brief moments less sweet to Alice and her lover, because they were so few, nor because they were mingled with many an apprehension, nor because many an anxious topic intruded on the conversation. It is the light and shade, the close opposition of the dark and the sparkling, that gives zest even to joy. Hugh de Mortemart felt all the sweetness of their brief interview to the full for the time, but the moment after he had placed Alice in the vehicle, given strict directions to the band which accompanied her, and seen the cavalcade wind away into the dark paths of the wood, he turned to less pleasing thoughts, summoned some of those from his troops in whom he felt the greatest confidence, and remained with them for a short time in close deliberation concerning the measures to be taken for the deliverance of the Lord of Imbercourt. A plan was soon determined, and an hour before daylight one of the band was dispatched to Ghent, habited as a peasant, and charged to gain every information in regard to the proceedings of the council, but to hasten back with all speed as soon as he had obtained sufficient knowledge of what was passing in the city. In the meanwhile, all was held in readiness to act immediately upon the receipt of the tidings which he was to bring, and messengers were dispatched in every direction to prepare the bodies of free companions scattered through the different woods in the neighbourhood of Ghent for instant movement upon the city. End of chapter 27. Chapter 28 of Mary of Burgundy by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 28. While such events had been passing without the gates of Ghent, the estates of Flanders and Brabant, as the members somewhat grandiloquently styled the anomalous assemblage which had been collected in that city, had prolonged their sittings till night had shaken hands with morning. The lords of Huguenay and Imbercourt had, as we have seen, been arrested by their commands. But this was not all, and every individual of any weight, who was clearly connected with what was called the French party at the court, had likewise been committed to prison. It may be necessary, however, to state how such a bold and sweeping measure, a measure so full of difficulties, and so likely to encounter strenuous opposition, had been carried into effect. No favour was shown to anyone, and as soon as the assembly met, Albert Maurice, so averse in general to deeds of violence, proposed in quick succession and with an eager light in his eye, which proved how deeply his personal feelings were implicated, the names of the victims who were to be exposed to the fiery ordeal of a public trial, under such an excited and furious state of the popular mind. With bold and sweeping positions, supported by extraordinary eloquence, he laid it down in his opening address as a first grand principle that those who sought to unite Flanders with France were declared enemies to their native country, and he went on to assume that even those who could show that no mercenary motive influenced them were worthy at least of banishment, while those who could be proved to have been bought by France merited nothing less than death. All this was readily admitted by his hearers, but the high rank and station of the first men that he then proceeded to prescribe, their fair reputation, and a long train of brilliant services to the state, caused no light feelings of surprise and apprehension to agitate the various members of the states, as they heard them named. But there was a power and an authority in the tone of the young president, who overawed or carried away the greater part of his hearers, and the calm sneer or cold philosophic reasoning of Gannet, who supported him, drove or induced many of the rest to yield. It still required but the strenuous opposition of some one individual to rouse and lead a large party in the States against the bold and dangerous measures proposed, and, to the surprise of all, that individual was worthy Martin Frews. As soon as Gannet had concluded, he rose, and after some agitated embarrassment, occasioned both by the importance of the subject on which he was about to speak and his dislike to oppose his nephew, found words to begin, but once having done so, he poured forth, with rapid utterance, one of those torrents of rude eloquence which generosity of heart and rectitude of feeling will sometimes elicit from the roughest and most untutored mind. "No, no, Albert, no, my dear boy," he exclaimed. No, it is very wrong indeed. For God's sake, my friends and fellow citizens, pause. Let us be wise and firm, but moderate and just. We have done great things, indeed we have. We have recovered our freedom. We have regained those ancient laws and usages which were our blessing in the olden time, and which may bless us still, if we use them discreetly. But, fellow citizens, remember, there is a point where our own privileges end, and where those of other classes and other men begin. Let us not take one stride beyond the barriers of our own rights, for surely, if we do, we shall, sooner or later, be driven back with disgrace. The man who, with power to right himself, suffers another to rob him of his property, is little better than a fool, but he who, because he has once been robbed, grasps at the possessions of another, is none the less a robber himself. The nobles have their own privileges and their own laws, and right it is they should have them, for perhaps we are less fitted from our habits and situation to judge them than they are to judge us. But setting that point aside, we claim our own laws and our own judges, and we have obtained them. The nobles too claim theirs, and let them have them too. If they have wronged each other, let them right themselves, and if they have wronged the state, whereby we may suffer too, let us carry up our impeachment of their conduct to the footstool of the princess, and demand that they be judged by their peers according to law. But on no account let us either arrest them without lawful authority, and still less let us presume, a body of men superior to them in numbers and in some sort, I will say, prejudiced against them, because we hold a lower rank than they do, and still less, I say, let us presume to judge them when we cannot, from our very situation, judge them impartially. A man can very well judge others, may be, when he despises them, but no men can judge others whom they envy. I know nothing of these two lords, and all I have heard of them makes me believe that they were good and faithful servants of their prince, so long as he was living. But if you have good reason to think that they have since betrayed their country to France, accuse them before the princess and her council, and let them be judged by their equals." "What, and give them time to escape the pursuit of justice?" demanded Albert Maurice sternly, but immediately assuming a softer tone, he added, "Had any other man spoken the words we have just heard, I should have instantly called upon the States of Flanders not to entertain for a moment ideas which would go to circumscribe all their powers. I would have endeavoured to show that we have a right, as the representatives of the whole of Flanders and Brabant, to defend our existence as a nation, and our general interests as a free people, by arresting anyone whom we find labouring to sell us at the highest price to a foreign power, and, by making the most terrible example of such traitors, to deter them from similar treason, without adducing any weaker reasons. But to you, my uncle, my best and kindest friend, I am bound by love and gratitude, and to you also, as the oldest and most revered member of the council, the States are bound by reverence and esteem to yield every motive which can satisfy your mind. I, therefore, as one of the provincial council of the princess, may now inform you that one half of that council—" "The Duke of Gueldre has signed the order," whispered Gannet, laying a parchment before the president, who instantly proceeded, "that even a majority of the council have consented to the arrest of these two nobles, the Lord of Imbercourt and the Chancellor Huguenet. And surely did there exist no other right in this assembly to try them for their manifold and recent offences, the warrant of three such men of their own order as the Duke of Cleves, the Duke of Gueldre, and the Bishop of Liège, would be ample authority for such a proceeding." Footnote: the Dukes of Cleves and Gueldre were actuated in the present instance by the very evident motives, the one wishing to obtain the hand of the princess, which Imbercourt and Huguenet strove to give to France, for his nearest relation, and the other for himself. The motive of the Bishop of Liège is supposed by historians to have been revenge for acts of justice rendered by Imbercourt under the reign of Charles the Bold. As he spoke, he spread out the parchment on the table before the States, and slowly pronouncing the names of the three princes who, from the base motives of personal ambition or revenge, had been induced to consent to such a degradation of their class, he pointed with his finger in succession to their signatures attached to the order for arresting the unfortunate nobles. Martin Frews was silent, but the voice of every other person present was raised for the instant execution of a warrant so signed, though many, by leaving the order without any further authority, would have gladly shifted the responsibility of the act upon those princes who had justified it, in order to escape themselves from a task for which, with all the will in the world, they wanted the necessary courage. Albert Maurice, however, and several others, made of sterner stuff than the generality of the burghers by whom they were surrounded, had more extended views and more daring purposes, and were more determined not to trust the execution of the vengeance they proposed to wreak on the two councillors to such doubtful friends as the Duke of Cleves and Gueldre and the Bishop of Liège. The first, indeed, had shown himself the bitter foe of Imbercourt, from the moment he had discovered that the statesman had determined to save the country from foreign invasion, if possible, by uniting Mary of Burgundy to the heir of the French crown. To the Bishop of Liège, Imbercourt had long been a personal enemy, and the Duke of Gueldre had motives of his own, or rather motives suggested by Gannet, for seeking to alienate the unhappy minister from the counsels of the princess. Each, however, of these great lords, Albert Maurice well knew, were willing to compound for the exile of the minister and to spare his life, but the young president himself judged rightly when he thought that Imbercourt, in power or in banishment, would never cease his efforts to execute the design he had formed, till he were dead, or the scheme accomplished, and Albert Maurice resolved that he should die. He tried hard to convince his own heart that his intentions were purely patriotic, but his own heart remained unsatisfied. Yet, having once yielded to the promptings of the worst spirit, the burning doubt in his own bosom, in regard to the purity of his motives, only urged him on the course he had chosen, with more blind and furious impetuosity, in order to escape from the torturing self-examination to which conscience prompted him continually. He saw around him difficulties and dangers on every side, obstacles alike opposed to his ambition, to his love, and to his aspirations after liberty. He believed himself to be in the situation of a mariner on a narrow bank, over which the ocean threatened every instant to break, and overwhelm both himself and the vessel of the state, and he resolved at once to push off into the midst of the stormy waves, in despite of the fears of his companions, believing that his own powers could steer the ship safely, and that their feebleness must yield him the command, till he had piloted her into the port for which he had already determined to sail. The timidity of some, the subtlety of others, the wilfulness and self-conceit of all, he saw could only be bent to his purposes by plunging them in an ocean of difficulties, from which he alone could extricate them, and understanding well the characters of those by whom he was surrounded, and prepared to make their talents, their influence, their wealth, their vices, their very weaknesses, subservient to his one great purpose, he resolved to involve them all in schemes of which he alone knew the extent. At once, therefore, he rejected the idea that the warrant, signed by the 3 princes he had named, was sufficient, and though he allowed their names to stand first, he urged upon those who heard him that the states must also join in the same act, or forfeit thenceforward all pretence to real power. His arguments and his authority easily brought over a large majority of the hearers, and the warrants were sent forth bearing the names of the whole assembly. A number of other persons, less obnoxious, were then, as I have before said, added to the list of those to be secured, and the meeting of the states did not break up till the fearful work of prescription had been dreadfully extended. The assembly then rose, and member by member, bowing low to the president, who had the day before taken possession of a suite of apartments in the Stadthuis, and now made it his dwelling, left the town hall and departed. Gannet alone remained, and he did so on a sign to that effect from Albert Maurice, who, when all the rest were gone and the doors closed, leaned his folded arms upon the table and buried his brows upon them, as if utterly exhausted, with all the fatigues of the day, and the struggle of many a potent passion in the arena of his own bosom. The dull flames of the long burnt lamps but dimly illumined the wide vacant hall and its dark wainscot, but the great cresset hung just above the head of Albert Maurice, and as the light fell upon the bright curls of dark hair dropping over his arms, and upon the magnificent head and form which those curls adorned, it seemed shining upon some fallen spirit in the first lassitude of its despair. Nor did the withered form of Gannet, with his shrewd, keen eyes fixed upon the young citizen, and his cheek shrunk and pale with the long workings of passions, concealed by subtlety, but not the less potent on that account, offer a bad image of some dark tempter enjoying his triumph over the fall of a better being, then writhing before his eyes under the very fruition of its first evil hopes. It was Gannet who began the discourse, and the tone of his voice at once roused Albert Maurice from his momentary absence of mind. "They have all plunged in now, indeed," said the druggist. "I thought not they would run before our will so easily." "They have plunged in, indeed," replied Albert Maurice, "and so have we. But that matters not. We will lead them safely through. But now tell me, how was the Duke of Gueldre won to our wishes? He owes his freedom as much to Imbercourt as to anyone. Is he then so base a slave as he has been pictured? Is the soil of his heart really so fertile in weeds that good service produces nothing thence but ingratitude?" "Nay, nay, my young friend," answered the druggist, while a bitter sneer lurked around his lip at the very candour he assumed. "You are beginning to think sadly ill of mankind. They are not so bad a race as you believe. Like all great patriots, you affect to despise the very world you would shed your blood to serve. No, no, the Duke of Gueldre, good, honest man, would be as grateful as his neighbours if no more powerful motive came in the way of gratitude. You forget, Albert Maurice, that we are teaching him to believe that his pretensions to the heiress of Burgundy are full as good as those of the sottish heir of Cleves, so that whoever seeks to give her hand to a stranger is an enemy to Adolphus of Gueldre, who counts boldly on being her husband." The cheek of Albert Maurice flushed and then grew pale, for often in the dull and filthy trade of worldly policy men must work with tools they are ashamed to touch, and employ means abhorrent to their better nature. Thus, though obliged to balance one mean soul against another, as suitors for her he himself loved, it stung the young aspirant to the very heart to hear their pretensions calmly named by any other human being, and giving way to the first burst of indignation, he exclaimed, "Out on him, vile swine! But beware, Sir Druggist, beware how you raise his mad dreams too high, and still more beware," he continued, as a sudden suspicion seemed to cross his mind, awakened, as had been frequently the case before, by the sneering tone in which the druggist sometimes spoke, "and still more beware how you dare to play into his hands. Mark me, sir," and, grasping Gannet by the arm, he bent his dark brow upon him. "Mark me, I know you well, and you know me, but not so well. You think you use me as a tool because to a certain point you have succeeded while following my steps, and have obtained and are obtaining the vengeance for which you thirst. But learn and know that you have succeeded so far only because the interests of the state and your own desires have been bound up together. It is that those whom you seek to destroy have given you the means of destroying them, by rendering it necessary that I should strike them, not as perhaps you dream, but you have bent me to your purpose. You see I know you, and some of your most secret thoughts, but hear me further ere you reply. Learn, too, that the transactions of 30 years ago are not so deeply buried beneath the dust of time as you may think, and that, though you and Adolphus of Gueldre may meet as strangers nowadays, I have dreamt that there was a time when ye knew more of each other. So now you see I know you, and some of your most secret deeds, and once more I say, beware." It was the second time that Albert Maurice had referred boldly to events in the past, which Gannet had supposed forgotten, and the ashy cheek of the druggist grew, if anything, a shade paler than before, while for a moment he gazed upon the face of Albert Maurice with a glance of amazement, most unwonted to his guarded features. It passed off, however, in an instant, and a flash of something like anger succeeded in its room. But that, too, passed away, and he replied calmly, but somewhat bitterly, "I will beware, but you too, Albert Maurice, beware also. There are some things that it is not well to discuss, but if you can trace, as for aught I know or care, perhaps you can, my whole course of being for more than 30 years, you well know that I am one whose vengeance is somewhat deadly, and that however strong you may feel yourself, it were better to incur the hatred of a whole host of monarchs than that of so humble a thing as I am. Curl not your proud lips, Sir President, but listen to me, and let us both act wisely. I love you and have loved you from your childhood, and in the great changes that are taking place around us, we have advanced together. I indeed a step behind you, or in other words, you have gone on in search of high things and mighty destinies, while I have had my objects, no less dear and precious to my heart, though perhaps less pompously named in the world's vocabulary. Let us not, now that we have done so much, and stood so long side by side, turn face to face as foes. Doubtless you fear not me, but let me tell you, Albert Maurice, that I am as fearless as yourself, nay, something more so, for there are many mere words cunningly devised and artfully preached upon by monks and priests and knaves and tyrants, which you fear and I do not. But let us set all these things aside. It is wisest and best for us both to labour on together, without suspicions of each other. If, as you say, you know the secrets of the past, you well know that I have no mighty cause to love Adolphus of Gueldre. In what I have done to win him popularity and to make him raise his eyes to the hand of the sweet and beautiful Princess of Burgundy, I have but followed your own directions, and no more, and you must feel and know that his power over the people and his hope of that bright lady are, when compared with yours, but a feather weighed against a golden crown. The firmest heart that ever beat within man's bosom is, after all, but a strange, weak thing, and though feelings very little short of contempt and hatred were felt by the young citizen for his insidious companion, though he knew that he was false and subtle, and believed that even truth in his mouth was virtually a lie, from being intended to deceive, yet, strange to say, the goodly terms that he bestowed upon Mary of Burgundy, and the flattering picture he drew of his hearer's probable success, soothed, pleased, and softened Albert Maurice, and wiped away for the moment many of the individual suspicions he had been inclined to entertain before. It must not be supposed, however, that those suspicions, thus partially obliterated, did not soon return. They were like the scratches on an agate, which a wet sponge will apparently wipe away for ever, but which come back the moment that the stone is dry again, and cloud it altogether. He knew Gannet too well, he saw too deeply into the secrets of his subtle heart, to be ever long without doubt of his purposes, though artful words and exciting hopes, administered skilfully to his passions, would efface it for a time. If this weakness, and it certainly was a great one, did not influence his conduct, it was, perhaps, as much as could be expected from man. "I mean not, Gannet," he said, "either to taunt you or to pain you, but as our objects are different, as you admit yourself, I do you no wrong, even on your own principles, in supposing that as soon as those objects are no longer to be gained by aiding and supporting me, you will turn to some one whose plans may better coincide with your own. My purpose, then, in showing you how thoroughly I know you, is that you may have the means of seeing that it would be dangerous to abandon my interest for that of any other person's, and that you may balance in your own mind the advantages and difficulties on either side. But, as you say, to drop this subject, and never to resume it again, unless the day should come when separate interests and different feelings may oppose us hostilely to each other, tell me, candidly and fairly, do you think that, if we encourage the popularity of him of Gueldre, in opposition to this proud Duke of Cleves, we may safely count upon his ultimate failure? For did I believe that there was a possibility of his success, I would slay him myself ere such a profanation should take place." And as he spoke he fixed his eyes upon the face of the druggist, in order to make the expression of the other's countenance a running commentary upon the words he was about to reply. "I think," replied the druggist firmly and emphatically, "that Adolphus of Gueldre, stigmatized by the pure, immaculate world we live in, as the blood-stained and faithless, the perjured, the violator of all duties and of all rights, has as much chance of obtaining heaven as of winning Mary of Burgundy. I tell you, Albert Maurice, that she would sooner die, ay, die 1,000 times, were it possible, than wed the man she has been taught to hate from her infancy." "I believe she would," murmured the young citizen, calling to mind the demeanour of the princess when giving the order for the liberation of the Duke of Gueldre. "I believe she would, indeed." "Besides," continued the druggist, "besides, she loves another. Ay, Albert Maurice, start not, she loves another. What, man," he continued, seeing his companion change colour, "are you so blind? I had fancied that all your hopes and one half your daring had birth in that proud consciousness." Never dreaming that his companion would announce so boldly what was still but one of the most indistinct visions of hope, even within his own bosom, a vision, indeed, which was the prime motive of all thoughts and actions, but which he had never dared to scrutinize carefully, Albert Maurice, with all the irritable jealousy of love, had instantly concluded that Gannet, on the first part of what he said, had alluded to some other object of the princess's affection, and his cheek for a moment turned pale. Otherwise he might have paused to consider whether the somewhat over-enthusiastic tone was not assumed to blind and mislead him. But the latter part of the other's speech set the blood rushing back into his face with renewed force, and his own passions proved traitors, and lulled to sleep the sentinels of the mind. "Mark my words," continued Gannet, "mark my words, and see whether, by the grey dawn of tomorrow, you are not sent for to the palace. But remember, Albert Maurice, that though patriotism may lead a man to the summit of ambition, and though love as well as glory and authority may become the fitting reward for services rendered to his country, yet in the path thither he must never sacrifice his duty for any of those temptations, or he will surely lose all and gain nothing." A slight smile passed over the features of Albert Maurice, whose passions in this instance did not interfere to blind his native acuteness, when he saw what use his artful companion could make of the words duty and patriotism, while it served his purpose, though at other times he might virtually deny the existence of such entities. "How mean you?" he said. "Your position, good friend, is general, but you have some more particular object in it." "I mean," replied Gannet, "that should Mary of Burgundy use all those sweet words which love itself teaches woman to employ in moving the heart of man, in order to shake your duty to your country, and make you work out the safety of two convicted traitors, you, Albert Maurice, must have firmness enough to say no, even to her you love, remembering that if you let them escape, even to banishment, you may look upon the marriage of Mary of Burgundy with the Dauphin of France as an event not less sure than you yourself exist. Look too a little farther, and think of the consequences. Even supposing you could brook your personal disappointment, and calmly see her you love in the arms of the weak boy of France, what would befall your country? Already one half of the nobles of Burgundy and Flanders have gone over to the French. Already half our towns are in possession of Louis, that most Christian knave. And at the very first breathing of the news that a treaty of marriage was signed between the heirs of France and Burgundy, the whole land would rush forward to pass beneath the yoke, while the blood of those who sought to save their country would be poured out in the street of Ghent, to expiate the crime of patriotism. "Fear not," replied Albert Maurice. "Proved as it is, beyond all doubt, that these two men have dared to negotiate the sale of their native land to him who has been its great enemy, there is no power on earth that could induce me to interpose and save them from the outstretched arm of justice. They shall be freely heard and fairly tried, and if it be shown, which it cannot be, that they are guiltless, why let them go, in God's name, as free as the blast of the ocean. But if they be condemned, they die, Gannet." "So be it," said the druggist. "In this instance at least, justice to your country is your only chance of personal success. And now, good night, and every fair dream attend you." Thus ended their long conference, and Gannet, descending from the hall, woke his two sleepy attendants, who were nodding over an expiring fire in the vestibule below. Each instantly snatched up his sword and target to conduct his master home, for the streets of Ghent were not quite so safe since the death of Charles the Bold as they had been under his stricter reign. A boy with a lantern preceded the druggist on his way homeward, and as he walked on across the Leith towards the church of St. Michael, the subtle plotter bent his eyes upon the ground, and seemed counting the stones as the chequering light of the lantern passed over them. But his thoughts were not so void of matter, and he muttered words which showed how deeply some parts of his late conversation, those which had seemed to affect him but little at the time, had in reality sunk into his heart. "He is quieted for the present," he said, "and he must do out his work. But he must die. I fear me he must die. And yet my heart fails me to think it. Why and how did he learn so much? Why was he mad enough to breathe it when he had learned it? But I must think more ere I determine. Those papers," he added, "those papers, if I could but get those papers. Whatever hearsay knowledge he may have gained, he could make out nothing without those papers." While thus muttering to himself broken sentences of the dark purposes which dwelt within his own bosom, the druggist pursued his way homeward. Albert Maurice retired to his bedchamber in the town-house and summoned his attendants to aid in undressing him. No man really more despised the pomp and circumstance of state, but since he had taken upon himself the government of Flanders, for the power he had assumed was little less, he had in some degree affected a style of regal splendour, and attendants of all kinds waited his commands. The necessity of captivating the vulgar mind by show, and of impressing on the multitude respect for the office that he held, was the excuse of the young citizen to himself and others. But there was something more in it all than that. A sort of flattering stimulus to hope and expectation was to be drawn from the magnificence with which he surrounded himself, and he seemed to feel that the thought of winning Mary of Burgundy was something more than a dream, when he found himself in some sort acting the monarch in her dominions. He felt, too, that there might be a charm in that also, that he acted the monarch well, and that the robes he had assumed became him, while the native dignity of his whole demeanour and the unaffected ease with which he moved amidst the splendour he displayed, dazzled the eyes of those who surrounded him, so that he met nothing but deference and respect from all. He slept that night as calmly in the couch of state as if he had been born amongst the halls of kings, and he was still in the arms of slumber when a page woke him, announcing, as Gannet had predicted, that the princess required his presence at the palace with all speed. He instantly rose, and dressing himself in such guise as might become him well, without incurring a charge of ostentatious presumption, he proceeded to obey the summons he had received, and was led at once to the presence of Mary of Burgundy. The princess, as usual, was not absolutely alone, for one of her female attendants, the same who had accompanied her during the thunderstorm in the forest of Hainaut, now remained at the farther extremity of the room, but at such a distance as to place her out of earshot. It was indeed as well that it should be so, for Mary was prepared to plead to her own subject for the life of her faithful servants, a humiliation to which the fewer were the witnesses admitted, the better. The feeling of the degradation to which she submitted was not without a painful effect upon Mary's heart, however gentle and yielding that heart may be, and the struggle between anxiety to save the ancient friends of her father and herself, and the fear of descending from her state too far, wrote itself in varying characters upon her countenance, which weeks of painful thoughts and fears had accustomed too well to the expression of agitated apprehension. It was still, however, as beautiful a picture of a bright and gentle soul as ever mortal eye rested on, and as Albert Maurice gazed upon it, half shrouded as it was by the long black mourning veil which the princess wore in memory of her father's death, he could not but feel that there was a power in loveliness like that, to shake the sternest resolves of his heart, and turn him all to weakness. The agitation of his own feelings, too, the hopes that would mount, the wishes that could not be repressed, rendered him anxiously alive to every varying expression of Mary's face, and without the vanity of believing that all he saw spoke encouragement to himself, he could not but dream that the colour came and went more rapidly in her cheek, that her eye more often sought the ground while speaking to him than in the most earnest consultation with her other counsellors. Perhaps indeed it was so, but from other causes than his hopes would have led him to believe. Seldom called to converse with him, but in moments of great emergency, Mary was generally more moved at such times than on other occasions, and when agitated, the eloquent blood would ever come and go in her cheek, with every varying emotion of heart. In him, too, she met one of a class with which she was unaccustomed to hold any near commune, and at the same time there was a power and a freshness and a graceful enthusiasm in all the young burgher's demeanour, which never can be without effect upon so fine a mind as that of the princess. Perhaps, too, though she had ever dreamed that such a thing as love for her could enter into his imagination, she would have been as cold as ice itself. Perhaps, too, she might feel that there was something of admiration in the young burgher's eyes, which she would not encourage, but at which she could not feel offended, and which she might have done something to check, had she not felt afraid of wounding and alienating one whom it was her best interest to attach. Nevertheless, it might be the very desire of doing so, and the fear of giving pain, that agitated her still more, and rendered her manner more changeful and remarkable. Such were their mutual feelings, varying through 1,000 fine shades, which would require a far more skilful hand than that which now writes to portray, when they met on that eventful morning, the sovereign to solicit and the subject to deny. A few words explained to Albert Maurice the cause of the call he had received to Mary's presence, and the occasion having once been explained, she went on, with gentle but zealous eloquence, with a flushed cheek and a glistening eye, to beseech him, by every motive that she thought likely to move his heart, to save the lives of her faithful servants. "Indeed, dear lady," he replied, "you attribute to me more power than I possess, for much I fear that, even were I most anxious to screen 2 men, accused of selling their native land to a foreign prince, from a judicial trial and judgment, I should be totally unable to bring such a thing to pass. Willingly, most willingly, would I lay down my own life for your service, madam, and be proud to die in such a cause. But to pervert the course of justice would be a far more bitter task to Albert Maurice than to die himself." "But remember, sir, oh remember," replied Mary, "that we are told to show mercy as we hope for mercy, and still further remember that, in their dealings with France, the lords of Imbercourt and Huguenot were authorised by my own hand, and if there were a crime therein committed, I am the criminal alone. The act was mine, not theirs, as under my commands they went." "Your grace is too generous," replied the young burgher, "to take upon yourself so great a responsibility, when in truth it is none of yours. How reluctant you were to treat with France, no one knows better than I do, and what unjust means must have been used to induce you, I can full well divine." "Nay, nay, indeed," she said, "it was my voluntary act, done upon due consideration, and no one is to blame save myself." "If, lady," rejoined Albert Maurice, speaking in a low but solemn tone, "if you indeed do wish for this French alliance, if you desire to unite yourself with your father's pertinacious enemies, if, as your own voluntary act, you would give your hand to the puny boy, whose numbered days will never see him sovereign of France, and who can alone serve to furnish a new claim to Louis XI. For annexing your territories to his own, if, I say, such be your own sincere desire, I will most assuredly announce it to the States General." "If I say that it is so, will it save the lives of my 2 faithful servants?" demanded Mary anxiously, while her heart beat painfully with the struggle between the desire of rescuing her counsellors and her shrinking abhorrence of the marriage proposed to her. "Will it? Tell me, will it save them?" "I cannot promise that it will," replied Albert Maurice. "The States must decide whether those who counselled such an act are not still most guilty, though your grace was prevailed upon to sanction it. Nor, lady, must you think that such a sacrifice on your part would achieve even the pacification of France and Burgundy. Be assured there is not such an unbought man in all Flanders who would not shed the last drop of his blood ere he would consent to the union of the 2 countries. Nor do I believe that Louis of France himself would accede. He claims the whole of your lands, madam, upon other titles. Burgundy he calls his own by right of male descent. The districts of the Somme he declares to have been unjustly wrung from the crown of France, and the counties of Flanders and Artois, he says, are his of right, though he has not yet deigned to yield a specification of his claim. Doubtless he has striven to buy your servants and your counsellors, and many of them he has purchased, not to promote your union with his son, but to betray your lands and cities into his power." "But these faithful friends," said Mary, "these noble gentlemen whom you now hold in captivity, are all unsoiled by such a reproach." "Your pardon, madam," replied Albert Maurice gravely. "Such is one of the chief crimes with which they are charged. Good evidence, too, it is said, can be produced against them, and though I have not examined the proofs, yet I fear they will be found but too strong." Mary stood aghast. Not that she believed the accusation for a moment, but that anyone should find means of advancing even such a pretext against those whose honour seemed in her eyes too bright for such a stain to rest upon them for a moment. "Oh, save them!" she exclaimed at length, with passionate eagerness. "Save them, sir, if you love honour, if you love justice. Look there," she continued, advancing to the high window of the apartment, and pointing with her hand to the scene spread out below. "Look there." Albert Maurice gazed out, in some surprise. It was indeed as fair a sight as ever he looked upon. The situation of the casement at which he stood, in a high tower, long since demolished, commanded an extensive view over the whole country round. The sun had not risen above an hour. The world was in all the freshness of early spring. The mists and dews of night, flying from before the first bright rays of day, had gathered together in thin white clouds, and were skimming rapidly towards the horizon, leaving the sky every moment more blue and clear. Ghent lay yet half asleep beneath the palace, with its rivers and its canals constantly gleaming in, here and there, amongst the grey sober-coloured houses, while innumerable monasteries, with their green gardens, and churches, with their tall spires, broke the monotony both of colour and of form, and pleasantly diversified the scene. As the eye wandered on over the walls past the suburbs, through a maze of green fields and young plantations, a fair undulating country met its view, interspersed with deep brown woods, from which, every now and then, rose a village spire or a feudal tower, while the windings of the Scheldt and the Lys, with every now and then an accidental turn on the Lièvre, were seen glistening like streams of silver through the distant prospect. Over all, the ascending sun was pouring a flood of the soft light of spring, while the clouds, as they flitted across the sky, occasionally cut off his beams from different parts of the view, but gave a more sparkling splendour by contrast to the rest. "Look there," said Mary of Burgundy. "Look there. Is not that a fair scene?" she added, after a moment's pause. "Is not that a beautiful land? Is it not a proud and pleasant thing to be lord of cities like this, and countries like that before you? Yet let me tell you, sir, I would sacrifice them all. I would resign power and station, the broad lands my father left me, the princely name I own, and never drop a tear to know them lost for ever, so that I could save the life of those two noble gentlemen, now in such peril, by false suspicions. Oh, sir, I beseech, I entreat, and did it beseem either of us, I would cast myself at your feet to implore that you would save them. You can, I know you can, for well am I aware of all the power which, not unjustly, your high qualities have obtained amongst your fellow citizens. Oh, use it, sir, for the noblest, for the best of purposes. Use it to save them, at my entreaty, and for my sake." As she spoke, agitation, eagerness, and grief overcame every other consideration, and the tears streamed rapidly over her fair cheeks, while, with clasped hands and raised up eyes, she sought to move her hearer. Nor was he unmoved. On the contrary, he was shaken to the very heart. That stern determination which he thought virtue, the ambition which rose up beside patriotism and was beginning to overtop the nobler shoot, all were yielding to the more powerful force of love, or, if they struggled but feebly against that which they could not withstand. His temples throbbed, his cheek turned pale, his lip quivered, and words were rising to utterance which might perhaps have changed the fate of nations, when quick steps and loud voices in the antechamber attracted the attention of both himself and the princess. "Stand back, sir," exclaimed the coarse tones of the Duke of Gueldre. "By the Lord, if the princess is in council with anyone, as you say, the more reason that I should be present at it. Am I not one of her counsellors, both by birth and blood?" By this time he had thrown open the door, and striding boldly into the chamber, he advanced with a "Good morrow, fair cousin," If you be in want of counsellors, here am I, ready to give you my advice." Mary's cheek turned pale as he approached, but she replied mournfully, "My best and most tried counsellors have been taken from me, sir, and I know not in whom I may now trust." "Trust in me, fair cousin, trust in me," replied the Duke, but Albert Maurice interrupted him. "I believe, sir," he said, "that it is customary for the princess, when she wants the counsel of any individual, to send for him, and for none to intrude themselves upon her without such a summons. I, having been so honoured this morning, and having received her commands, shall now leave her, doubting not that she will be well pleased that we both retire." "School not me, sir citizen," replied the Duke of Gueld fiercely, "for though you fly so high a flight by the Lord, I may find it necessary some day to trim your wings." Albert Maurice replied only by a glance of withering contempt, which might have stung the other into some new violence, had not Mary interposed. "I did not think to see such wrangling in my presence, gentlemen," she said, assuming at once that air of princely dignity which became her station. "I would be alone. You may retire." And for a single instant the commanding tone and the flashing eye reminded those who saw her of her father, Charles the Bold. The rude Duke of Gueld himself was abashed and overawed, and having no pretence prepared for remaining longer, he bowed and strode gloomily towards the door, satisfied with having interrupted the conversation of the princess and Albert Maurice, of which he had from some source received intimation. The young citizen followed, not sorry to be relieved from entreaties which had nearly overcome what he believed to be a virtuous resolution, although, with that mixture of feelings from which scarcely any moment in human life is exempt, he was pained and angry at the same time to be forced to quit the society of one so beloved, however dangerous that society might be to his well-considered purposes. He bowed low as he departed, and Mary, dropping the tone of authority she had assumed, with clasped hands and an imploring look, murmured in a low tone, "Remember, oh, remember!" The Duke of Gueld proceeded down the stairs before him, with a heavy step and a gloomy brow. Nevertheless, that prince, whose cunning and whose violence were always at war with each other, only required a short time for thought to perceive that he could not yet, amidst the bold designs which had been instilled into his mind, dispense with the assistance and support of the young citizen, and he determined as speedily as possible to do away any unfavourable impression which his rude insolence might have left upon the mind of the other. "Master Albert Maurice," he said, as soon as they had reached the vestibule below, "in faith, I have to beg your pardon for somewhat sharp speech but now. Godsooth, I am a hasty and a violent man, and you should not cross me." "My Lord Duke," replied Albert Maurice gravely but not angrily, "your apology is more due to yourself than to me. It was the Duke of Gueld you lowered. Albert Maurice you could not degrade. And as to crossing you, my lord, that man's violence must be a much more terrible thing than I have ever met with yet, that could scare me from crossing him when I felt it my duty to do so." The Duke of Gueld bit his lip, but made no reply, for there was a commanding spirit about the young burgher, which, supported by the great power he possessed in the state, the other felt he could not cope with, at least till he had advanced many steps farther in the popular favour. He turned away angrily, however, seeing that conciliation was also vain, and flinging himself on his horse, rode off with the few attendants whom he had collected in haste to accompany him to the palace. Albert Maurice returned more slowly to the town-house, clearly perceiving that the coming of the Duke of Gueld, in the midst of his conference with the princess, had not been accidental, and endeavouring, as he rode on, to fix with certainty upon the person who had given that prince the information on which he had acted. End of chapter 28. Chapter 29 of Mary of Burgundy by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 29. A day intervened. But at noon on that which followed, an immense dense crowd was assembled in the open space before the town-house of Ghent. Nevertheless, though the multitude was perhaps greater than ever the square of St. Varailed had contained before, there was a stillness about it all which spoke that men were anticipating some great event. Each one who spoke addressed his neighbour in that low tone which argues awe, but by far the greater part of the people remained perfectly silent, with their eyes turned towards the town-house, immediately in front of which stood a scaffold hung with black cloth, supporting 2 low blocks of wood, and surrounded by a large party of the burgher guard. A still larger body of the same troops kept the space between the scaffold and the public building before which it was placed, and, in all, the armed force present seemed more than sufficient to keep order and overawe the evil disposed. In fact, the regular municipal power had been increased to an extraordinary degree during the last fortnight, both by an extended levy amongst the citizens themselves, and by the raising of a number of extraordinary companies from amongst the peasantry of the neighbouring districts, joined to all such disbanded soldiers as were willing to enrol themselves under the banners of the Commune. The trained force thus at the disposal of the town council of Ghent amounted to at least 7,000 men, and on the morning of which we speak, a great part of this body were drawn up between the town-house and the scaffold, and in the main court of the building. At the same time, it is to be remarked that almost all the burghers and a number of the peasantry of the country round about had provided themselves with warlike weapons since the first disturbances which followed the death of the Duke, so that the multitude which thronged the space before the town-house appeared universally in arms. The principal weapons with which they had furnished themselves were long pikes, and any one gazing over the market-place might have fancied it crowded by an immense body of dismounted lancers. But at the same time a number of the more wealthy were provided with swords also, and 1 or 2 appeared more in the guise of regular men-at-arms than simple citizens. It was marked that amidst the assembly were a number of persons with somewhat hard features and weather-beaten countenances, habited in the ordinary dress of peasants, but in general better armed than the rest of the people. These men seemed to have but few acquaintances in the town, but wherever any 2 of them met, they appeared instantly to recognise each other, and by a quiet, unobtrusive, but steady movement forward, they gradually made their way, one by one, through the crowd, to the immediate vicinity of the scaffold. Another circumstance also was noted by those persons in the crowd who employed all their vacant moments in looking about them, which was that close to the head of one of the bands of the burgher guard, and conversing from time to time with the officers who commanded it, appeared a young man of a powerful and active form, dressed as a common man-at-arms, with the beaver of his helmet at what was called the half-spring, in short, so far open as to give him plenty of air, yet not sufficiently thrown up to expose his face. In those days it must be remembered that the appearance of men in armour had nothing extraordinary in it, either in the country or the town, and consequently such a sight was not at all uncommon in the streets of Ghent at any time. But it had become far more so since the burghers had assumed the authority they now claimed, as not a few of the rich young merchants every now and then chose to ape the nobles whom they were desirous of overthrowing, and would appear in the streets clothed like the ghost of Hamlet's father in complete steel. Whether the captain of the band to whom the stranger addressed himself was or was not previously acquainted with the man-at-arms, he seemed well pleased with his company, which certainly somewhat tended to relieve the irksome anticipation of a disagreeable duty. Their conversation, however, soon appeared to turn upon more important matters, and they spoke quickly and eagerly, though in so low a tone that only a few words of what they said reached the bystanders. "I wish them no ill, poor wretches, God knows," the captain of the band was heard to say in reply to something the other had whispered the moment before. 2 or 3 indistinct sentences succeeded, and then he again answered, "If any one would begin, I would follow. We have as good a right to a say in the matter as any one else." Again the man-at-arms spoke with him rapidly, and the other rejoined in a low and hurried tone, "Stay, I will see what the men say. Stand back, sir," he added, pushing back angrily one of the crowd who intruded upon the open space and came within earshot. He then walked leisurely along the file of men that he commanded, speaking a few words, now to one, now to another, and then turning back with an air of assumed indifference, he said to the person with whom he had before been speaking, "It will do. They do not want any more blood spilt. They are all murmuring to a man. Go and talk with the captain on the other side." While this was passing, in the immediate vicinity of the scaffold, several of the persons I have described as looking like weather-beaten peasants had, in making their way through the crowd, paused to speak with a number of the citizens, at first asking some questions in regard to the multitude, and the dark preparations before the town-house, as if ignorant of what had lately taken place in the city. They had generally proceeded to comment on the reply made to them, and then something was always said about the shame and horror of staining their market-place with public executions for state crimes, which the events of a few weeks might render no crimes at all. Thus one of them demanded of a fat burgher by whom he passed, "Why, what is the matter, neighbour? This looks as if they were going to cut off someone's head." "And so they are, to be sure," replied the citizen. "They are going to do execution upon the Lord of Imbercourt and Huguenet the Chancellor, who were condemned this morning for treating with France and receiving bribes." "Ay, did they receive bribes?" rejoined the peasant. "That is strange enough, for I always thought that they were as free and liberal with their gold to those who needed it as any men living, and coveted nothing belonging to another, and those are not the sort of men, I have heard say, who usually receive bribes." "Ay, that is true enough indeed," answered the citizen with a sigh. "But did they really receive bribes?" persevered the peasant. "Was it clearly proved?" "No, no, I believe not," replied the citizen. "Proof they could not get, but there was strong suspicion." "'Tis hard a man should die for mere suspicion, though, for who would be safe if that were law?" said the other. "If I had been one of them, I would have appealed to the King of France and Court of Peers." "Why, so they both did," replied the citizen, "but they are to die for all that." "Then I would not be a citizen of Ghent for 10,000 crowns," answered the peasant, "for by the Lord, Louis and his peers will be like to hang every one of them that he catches, and it is a sad thing to be hanged for spilling innocent blood. Were I one of the citizens of Ghent, they should never stain the market-place in such a way while I had a voice to raise against it." "Ay, ay, it is very sad," said the citizen, "and I dare say if any one would begin, many a man would cry out against it too." "Well, well," answered the other, "I must forward and see what is going on, and I hope some one will cry out against it." Thus speaking, the peasant, as he seemed to be, pushed his way on for a little distance, and then pausing by another of the citizens, held with him a short conversation, like that which we have just narrated, asking very nearly the same questions, and making very nearly the same observations on the answers he received. The instance which has just been particularised was only one out of many, for in every part of the crowd were to be seen persons similar in appearance to the man whose conversation we have just detailed, and who acted precisely upon the same plan, though the words they made use of might be slightly different. The man-at-arms who, as we have mentioned, had been talking with the captain of one of the city bands, in accordance with the intimation he had received, was in the meantime making his way round to speak with the person who commanded the company at the other side of the scaffold. As, in his apparent military capacity, he strode boldly across the space kept clear in front of the scaffold, and consequently encountered none of the impediments which might have delayed him, had he attempted to proceed through the crowd, he would probably soon have accomplished his purpose. But at that moment a considerable noise and disturbance was heard in the direction of the town-house, mingled with shouts of "They are coming! They are coming!" The ear of the man-at-arms immediately caught the sound. He paused for a single instant, and then taking a step back to a spot whence he could descry the immediate space between the scaffold and the town-house, he saw a body of people moving from the principal entrance of that edifice, through a double line of the burgher guard. The procession consisted of a number of the municipal council, a body of various officers of state, Maillotin du Bac the prévôt maréchal, 2 executioners with naked axes, and the unfortunate nobles Imbercourt and Huguenet, bound and bareheaded. The man-at-arms instantly perceived that he would not have time to accomplish what he proposed, and with 3 strides he placed himself once more by the side of the officer with whom he had before been speaking. Gathered at the same point were, by this time, at least 150 of the peasant-looking men whom we have before described, and, forcing their way through the crowd in every direction, with no longer any affectation of ceremony, or regard to the convenience of those they thrust out of their way, there appeared a number of others perfectly similar in appearance. The eyes of the whole of this distinct body were evidently turned upon the man-at-arms, and it was observed that the one who stood nearest to him held something enveloped in the flap of his coarse brown coat, as if to be given at a moment's notice. "Now," said the man-at-arms, addressing the captain of the burgher guard, "do your duty as a brave man, as a good citizen, and, more, as a good Christian, and you shall have plenty of support." "But who are you?" demanded the captain of the guard, eyeing him eagerly. "Who are you who so boldly promise support in such a case as this?" "I am the Vert Galant of Hainaut," replied the man-at-arms, and at the same moment, stretching back his hand to the peasant behind him, he received a broad green scarf and plume, the one of which he fastened instantly in his casque, and waved the other for a moment high in the air before he threw it over his shoulder. The signal had an instantaneous effect. The brown coarse coats of the peasants were thrown off, and they appeared armed in steel corselets and brassards, while the distinctive marks of the well-known Green Riders of Hainaut were seen boldly displayed in the midst of the streets of Ghent. Although where each of these men was making his way onward, and at the point where so many had already congregated, this sudden change occasioned a considerable sensation, yet the great body of the crowd was agitated by so many different feelings, and the tumult was at that moment so great, that the transaction did not attract general attention. Almost everyone throughout the multitude was, indeed, moved by sensations of his own, and each nearly at once gave voice to those feelings, as his eye happened to catch different points in the scene that was passing in the square. "They are coming! They are coming!" shouted some. "Where? Where?" exclaimed others. "Who the devil are these?" cried those who saw the Green Riders. "Death to the enemies of Ghent!" vociferated the fierce. "Poor wretches! Will no mercy be shown to them?" said the pitiful. "What a large axe! How pale they look! Who are those behind?" cried others in the crowd. In the meanwhile the mournful procession came on. The new échevins of Ghent, elected by the people themselves, mounted the scaffold, and ranged themselves around to see the sentence they had lately pronounced carried into execution. The 2 executioners took their places by the blocks, and leaned the axes which they bore against them, while they made themselves ready to go through the preparatory part of their sad function. The condemned nobles followed after, and several members of the municipal court, but Albert Maurice was not among them, closed the whole, and occupied the only vacant space left at the back of the scaffold. At the same moment a gentleman in splendid arms, half concealed under a surcoat of costly embroidery, followed by a number of richly dressed attendants, forced his way rudely through the crowd, and thrust himself close to the foot of the scaffold. On the opposite side to that where the Vert Galant had placed himself, he then crossed his arms upon his broad bull-like chest, and stood gazing upon the awful scene that was proceeding above, with a look of ruthless satisfaction. The Lord of Imbercourt at once advanced to the front of the scaffold, and gazed round upon the multitude before him. He was very pale, it is true, but his step was as firm as when he strode the council chamber in the height of his power, and not a quiver of the lip, not a twinkle of the eyelid, betrayed that there was any such thing as fear at his heart. "Must I die with my hands tied, like a common felon?" he said, addressing the executioner. "Not if your lordship is prepared to die without offering resistance," replied the other. "I am prepared, sir," replied Imbercourt, "to die as I have lived, calmly, honestly, fearlessly." The executioner began to untie his hands, and the Vert Galant, giving one glance round the crowd, apparently to ascertain the proximity of his followers, drew forward his sword belt and loosened the weapon in the sheath. Imbercourt, at the same time, was advancing as far as possible, as if to address the people, and the whole multitude, seeing it, kept a profound silence. When suddenly, in the midst of the still hush, just as the Vert Galant of Hainaut was passing round the head of the file of burgher guards till he was within a few steps of the scaffold itself, a sweet and plaintive voice, which would have been inaudible under any other circumstances, was heard from amongst the crowd, exclaiming, "Oh, let me pass! For God's sake, let me pass! They are murdering my faithful servants! Let me pass! In pity, in mercy, let me pass!" "It is the princess! It is the princess!" cried a number of voices. "Let her pass! Let her pass!" And by an involuntary movement of feeling and compassion, the people drew hastily back on either side, and Mary of Burgundy, in the deep mourning of an orphan, with her bright hair escaped from her veil, and flowing wide over her shoulders, her face deluged in tears and her hands clasped in agony, rushed forward into the open space, and casting herself upon her knees before the people of Ghent, exclaimed aloud the only words she could utter, "Oh, spare them! Spare them!" "Yes, yes," cried an honest burgher from the crowd, "we will spare them. Out upon it! Has not the prince always had power to show mercy? Hark ye, neighbours, pikes and swords for Martin Frews! On upon the scaffold! We will save them!" "Back, false citizens, back!" cried the cavalier in the glittering dress we have described. "What, would you interrupt the course of justice? By the sun in heaven, they shall die the death!" And drawing his sword, he threw himself between the people and the scaffold. All was now tumult and confusion, and in one instant it seemed as if the general spirit of civil strife had seized upon every part of the multitude. Some shouted, "Mercy for them! Mercy for them!" Some, "Justice! Justice! Slay the traitors!" Pikes were crossed and swords were drawn on all sides. The burgher guards were as divided as the people. Mary of Burgundy was borne fainting behind the scaffold, and those upon the scaffold itself seemed paralysed by surprise and fear. But the green scarfs and burgonets of the riders of Hainaut were seen forcing their way forward through the press, in spite of all opposition, and at the same moment the thundering voice of the Vert Galant was heard rising above everything else. "On, on to the scaffold, friends of mercy!" he cried. "Lord of Imbercourt, cast yourself over, you are among friends." Imbercourt might have done so, but he was instantly seized by Maillotin du Bac and one of the executioners, who unhappily awoke from their first consternation in time to prevent him from seizing the opportunity which was unexpectedly presented to him. The Vert Galant, however, pushed forward, sword in hand. All gave way or went down before him. The pikes opposed to his breast shivered like withered boughs beneath his arm, and he was within a yard of the spot where Imbercourt stood, when he was encountered, hand to hand, by the cavalier we have before mentioned, and each found that he had met an enemy very different from the burghers by whom they were surrounded. Each was powerful and skilful, but the Vert Galant had, by more than 20 years, the advantage of his adversary, and feeling that the fate of Imbercourt must be decided in the twinkling of an eye, for the guards and executioners were forcing him down to the block, he showered his blows upon his adversary with a thundering rapidity, and in a moment brought him upon his knees. He was still, however, between the young cavalier and the scaffold, and fierce with the eagerness of the encounter, Hugh of Gueld drew back his arm to plunge the point of his sword into the throat of his opponent, when the voice of one of the cavalier's attendants exclaimed aloud, "Save the Duke! For God's sake, save the Duke of Gueld! Forbear! Forbear!" The Vert Galant paused, gazing upon his prostrate enemy with feelings that can be understood, when it is remembered that it was his own father who, beaten down by his superior strength, lay within an inch of his sword's point, raised for the purpose of terminating their struggle by a parent's death. His eyes grew dim, his brain reeled, the sword dropped from his hand, and he fell back upon the pavement without power or consciousness. At the same moment the axe of the executioner swung high in the air. There was a dull, heavy blow, a rush of dark blood poured over the scaffold, and the Lord of Imbercour was no more. Chapter 29